himself at the entrance ceremony of Haven Academy. The beautiful Professor Bridge Jess stood up to speak in front of hundreds of people from all over the world. She announced the entrance exam and that the academy only accepted 600 students out of all those present. The main content of the exam was to complete a mission inside the virtual reality world of the Shadow Realm. The speech was still ongoing, and everyone was excited except for Dia, who wore a panicked expression. Hastily leaving the bustling crowd, he made his way outside, leaning against a pillar to steady himself. His face was filled with confusion, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Just seconds ago, he was in the Shadow Realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was back at the entrance exam of Haven Academy, reversing time to 13 years ago. Back when he was just a new student at the academy, and the Shadow Realm hadn't consumed all of humanity yet, he recalled the pain. The pain he endured for 15 years in the labyrinth of darkness, along with the sacrifices of everyone, all felt meaningless. The more he thought about it, the more he clutched his chest in agony. Time passed, and he didn't know how long it had been when a girl approached him. The girl introduced herself as Redoria von Doric, a second-year student and the one assigned to guide him. Today, after reviewing some basic information, Redoria learned that Dia came from a commoner background and might be lucky enough to get into the academy. If he did get in, he would be placed in the beta class, where students never received proper training or education. Haven Academy has long-standing discrimination, with noble students attending the alpha class while commoners are placed in the beta class. No matter how talented you are, if you're a commoner, you'll be forever discriminated against in this academy. After a brief introduction about the school, Redoria asked Dia a few knowledge questions. She asked if he knew what the Shadow Realm was. Drawing from his own experiences, Dia explained that the Shadow Realm is an extremely dangerous catastrophe. It's a parallel world to this one that opens up every year. In the Shadow Realm, there are many different worlds, which are historical events that have occurred in the real world, categorized by the Magic Council into 10 levels. The higher the level, the greater the danger, and the reason the Shadow Realm threatens humanity is because the endless shadows continuously erode the real world. Any land submerged in darkness will ultimately vanish forever. No living beings can survive in lands consumed by darkness. The mission of all humanity is to eliminate this hellish world. Redoria couldn't help but feel astonished after hearing this. About Dia's vast knowledge, she asked another question. What is needed to carry out the mission? Inside the Shadow Realm, Dia answered without hesitation, because the Shadow Realm is a universe. Alongside the real world, the historical events that occurred in the past will repeat in the Dark World. There's only one way to stop it. Directly infiltrate the Dark World and complete the required mission. No matter what type of Dark World it is, there will always be a mission objective as long as it gets completed. You can resist the erosion of the Dark World. Plus, you mentioned that two forces are currently leading in this. The Western Kingdom and Haven Academy, where they are studying. Redoria stood there in shock once again. Feeling like she had nothing more to share, she took him to the main building of the academy for a tour, where they bumped into him. A wizard who uses water magic. The enemy of Redoria as the water element and the fire element met each other. Their lips didn't tire as they immediately had a chance to banter. The two continuously threw provocative words at each other. The more they talked, the more his face turned purple. After a heated argument with Redoria, and him switched to DJIA. At first, he was polite, but after reviewing the information and finding out he was just a commoner, he immediately showed a contemptuous face. He handed over the Group D list to the two and emphasized that he would definitely be eliminated in the test because of the person he was guiding. One of the 4 members of Group D is a magic swordsman. This beautiful girl is named Ajax Kingsrow, someone DJI just met and recognized as an old friend from a past life. A magic swordsman of the ice element using magical sight is currently a wizard with a BA-level magic circle. Redoria had only glanced at a few lines of information. He immediately recognized the talent difference between them was significant, momentarily speechless as in him saw her silent. He smugly laughed as he walked past DA, and he spitefully reminded him that he was just a commoner. If he was lucky enough to get into the academy, he would definitely be pushed down to the beta class. He advised him that it's best to give up and leave from now on. Ares and him hadn't left for long. The loudspeaker immediately issued a command requiring the participants to move to the designated area. It was time for them to face the exam at the gathering place to prepare to enter the virtual reality dark world. DIA accidentally saw Romantica, a close acquaintance from a past life, and in a moment of joy, he forgot that he had just been reborn. He hurriedly ran to grab her and started asking questions. After realizing he had made a blunder, he immediately let go of her and bowed to apologize. Contrary to Romantica's panicked expression, not understanding what was happening, DJIA felt happiness inside. The day Romantica died, he was filled with immense sorrow. Despair almost swallowed his spirit. Now, luckily returning to the time before he lost her. Any loved one given a second chance, he promised himself he would never let her die in vain again. It was almost time for the exam. The loudspeaker began explaining the rules, and the next group preparing to enter the dark world was Group D. The objective of this mission is to cross the finish line as quickly as possible during the race. Contestants can use magic to attack others, and all pain will be reduced by 80% if they are penalized or seriously injured. it will be considered a loss. As the words ended, the large door slowly opened, and 4 contestants stepped into the virtual land. It was called the Just Plane. Following instructions, they stood behind the starting line and waited for the signal to begin. While waiting for the countdown, DJIA turned to chat with Ares, curious in his mind. I wonder if she can turn back time like me? Just then, the opponents spoke up. The first thing they said was to call him weak. Next came an analysis of his magical strength, but it all revolved around him being a weak opponent. She had no intention of attacking because hitting a weakling like him meant nothing to her. Just as the words finished, the countdown signal rang out. Everyone prepared to start. The 4 contestants charged forward simultaneously. Ares and Trevor dashed like they were on a tight delivery, dust flying everywhere. The 2 laggers behind were Diaz and Romantica. The girl who had disliked him from the start was now put in the same spot as him. She couldn't help but feel annoyed at his friendly expression, wanting to show off in front of a weak commoner. Romantica extended her hand forward, then opened a magic circle to cast a wind spell. Hoping to attack and stop the other 2 opponents ahead, Agrest and Trevor had already gained a significant lead over them. Meanwhile, Trevor was excited that his opponent was just a sword-wielding magic user. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, hitting his face. If he didn't quickly plant his sword in the ground for support, he would almost have been blown away by Romantica's gust. Before he could feel pleased, Ares surged ahead, skillfully using his sword to create wind. Trevor could only stare wide-eyed in shock, mouth agape, not even able to close it as he watched trees in the forest uprooted by the wind. Trevor screamed in horror. A loud cry echoed as the trees fell, and he was as unlucky as a leaf blown by the wind. He became the first contestant on the board, while the remaining 3 chose DJ, the weakling. She kindly advised him to surrender, but DJ just laughed and casually declined. This led to frustration. Romantica's smile immediately turned into a series of magic circles. It was called Gale, unleashing her full strength to take down her opponent as quickly as possible. With a boom, dust flew everywhere. Romantica was confident in her level 2 magic. If cast from close range, even a level 1 wizard couldn't withstand it, let alone a weak commoner. Before her joy could settle, suddenly a voice came from behind, and she managed to avoid it. Not a scratch remained on him, and he cheerfully complimented her when seeing her technique broken in an instant. Romantica was sweating profusely, speechless, as DC made quite an impressive suggestion. But since I was too focused on my attack speed, I overlooked controlling it in the air, which is why my accuracy is unstable. So you were able to dodge that blow, which is why I couldn't hit my desired target. Romantic surprised, she asked you, confused. What did you just do? DC replied, I just analyzed your magic. Romantic angrily said, don't lie. You're not even a level 1 mage. DC demonstrated his magic confidently in his hand and responded, I'm not lying. Romantic, astonished, thought to herself. Her magic was analyzed by a commoner. Romantic still couldn't believe it. To analyze magic, you must have enough knowledge about all types of magic and ancient scripts. Those who can do this belong to the circle, the highest level of magic, yet a commoner can do that? Romantic felt exposed. Her eyes were incredulous as she continued to summon more magic circles. There are limits to joking around. No way, a commoner like you could do that. It's just luck. She angrily yelled, no way, I'll lose to a commoner. Romantic felt cheated and cursed a lot. You're not even as good as a level 1 mage. You attack with mental power. And you summon chains with arrows at each end? Romantic threw it toward DC, who calmly countered and said, I'll show you again. Look, I just need to gently change the direction of your air in different ways. And here's what will happen. The arrows flew in the direction DC pointed and fell to the ground. She turned pale. No way could he continue to say if you could enhance your magic control, you would become a much stronger mage than now. Romantic couldn't accept this truth. She gritted her teeth in resignation, thinking it was unreasonable. If he can use comprehensive analysis, then think again. Romantic clenched her fists, evaluating the difference between her and DC. Romantic secretly admired DC's true talent. He stepped closer to her and said, it's time we end this. There's someone I need to defeat. Romantic panicked, her eyes wide open, and quietly asked, who is it? Romantic was so scared she almost cried. No way you can attack me, she said fearfully, trembling, and continued, you're a mage. Romantic tried to act like she was fine. You can't even use magic. If I keep attacking you, I will win. DC saw this and said nothing more. He thinks Romantic is really strong. Perhaps only one person can defeat her in this test. This input isn't enough. It will just repeat the painful past once more. DC recalled his terrible past and paused for a moment. He looked at Romantic, knowing she would become stronger. That's why he had to surpass her first. Thinking that, he began to speak to her, Romantic. You've made 3 mistakes. He started to teach Romantic in detail. Even though your magic is weak, you can still use it. Your second target isn't me, and you raise your 3 fingers. Then you say and practice sliding on the ice path, enhancing your sliding ability. Now, unleash the next technique. Slippery. Romantica observes, unable to believe her eyes. That's first level physical magic, a basic anti-friction spell. It's not an attack spell. Why is he using that kind of magic right now? She still can't escape the astonished gaze while watching. Romantica predicts he intends to make her slip and fall. She quickly looks down at the ground she's standing on. It's not slippery at all. Romantica, feeling skeptical, is on high alert. Is he trying to scare me? But DC keeps speaking. Finally, you remind me that I forgot the main objective of this dark world. This virtual dark world isn't a duel. It's a race. That's why I have a question for you, Romantica. DC gradually clears her doubts with his words. You just activated the slippery magic, didn't you? Romantica suspiciously replies, you activated the magic by mistake, so it won't have any effect. DC covers his mouth in shock and replies, wrong. Romantica, angry. Don't give me that contemptuous look. Then DC answers his own question. He activated it on his own body. Romantica calmly responds, so what? DC pauses for 3 seconds, then says, Romantica, do you know Newton's third law of motion? Romantica replies, of course, I know. Let's move on. So what happens if something pushes you from behind? She responds, it's obvious, you'll move forward. Assuming that's right. If it's an extremely strong force, then what? For example, if that force is equivalent to a big explosion, Romantica panics. Wait, are you saying you'll move away and unleash a fireball? Romantica exclaims, you're insane. If you do that, you'll seriously hurt yourself. No way. You'll die by crashing into something at high speed. You'll die. DC smiles, reassuring Romantica. I already said this. Let's go back in time. At that moment, Romantica wonders if they say this is a simulated world, so no one will die, right? Then DC continues to run as the fireball is behind. It can be applied to this situation. A flash of light zaps past Romantica. She gasps, where did that come from? Romantica has fallen down unconsciously. She wonders where someone like him could have come from. Transitioning to a girl running with a sword on the green grass, suddenly something makes Ajax turn around. A step jumps out from the grass. She quickly turns and says, dare to charge at me. Ajax carefully glances around. DC appears, the one she considers the weakest in the group. As it runs while thinking if she ignores him, then Aziz will be attacked from behind the finish line right in front of her, so Aziz has to take him down right now. Then she thought of Romantica. That girl is pretty strong, but she's not here. That means that guy has defeated her. Aziz decides to take down DC with all her strength. She will be the one to make the enemy scream in pain. Aziz is the ocean, waves crashing endlessly right before her enemy like a never-ending rain. Aziz is unyielding, like the fortress of her country. She embodies a shield that nothing can pierce and the sharpest sword. All prey falls before her magic arrows. As she finishes speaking, Ajax's ultimate techniques appear, surrounding DC. He is astonished as he looks up at the sky. Those symbols are connecting like chemical molecules. With a valency of 1, Ajax speaks, I don't know how you defeated that girl, but no matter what tricks you pull on her, they won't work on me. DC runs while assessing her. She can summon a large amount of magic in a short time. So, she really is stronger than you imagined. Nevertheless, she still looks down on you as always. DC quickly closes her eyes to summon strength and activate her magic analysis skill. A series of magic arrays appear. DC's gaze reveals additional small arrays analyzing the structure of 180 ancient characters connecting magic to the arrows. The magic name has gained access to analyze the structure of 180 ancient characters connecting magic to the magic arrows. Aziz feels danger, so she quickly steps back a few paces, gripping her sword tightly as DC rushes toward her. It's unbelievable. His analysis speed must be at least that of a level 6 magic circle wizard. Aziz quickly activates her magic, because if she gives him a bit more time, he will analyze all of her magic. DC quickly seizes the opportunity to run and orders adjustments. A massive explosion occurs between the two of them. Smoke and dust appear like in an action movie, and lightning has redirected the attack. Then it strikes DC's arm, but it gets blocked and redirected, hitting his shin instead. Ares, witnessing this scene, can't help but be startled. She worries, thinking, is this how he defeated that girl? She approaches slowly, covered in wounds. Seeing this, Ares observes him quietly. He only slightly changes the trajectory of the dangerous arrows. She has only 21 magic arrows left. The distance between him and Ares is 200 meters, and he has acquired 4 magic arrows, changing the plan. If she can't overwhelm him with numbers, she'll overwhelm him with pure strength. Then, the magic arrays gradually move closer together. They merge together, producing crackling sounds. After that, Aegis throws them toward DC, secretly encouraging him. Finally, you're starting to think, Aegis. Then Aegis points the sword behind DC, smiling. However, that's still not the correct answer. This magic array has transformed into a large arrow. DC summons 4 additional magic arrays and turns them into arrows moving forward. An arrow and smaller arrows collided, and the small arrows of DC vanished before its might. He quickly activated his analysis skill. Those arrows separated into layers and turned red. It reversed direction from the previous movement as DC ordered adjustments. They turned back to attack the remaining untainted arrows. An explosion erupted once again. Aziz stood there observing, exclaiming, "Ah!" DC was running through the dust cloud towards him, leaving Aziz no choice but to draw his sword. She realized he was using the blast force to propel himself forward. She drew her sword and quickly slashed at DC. As he passed Aziz, it seemed impossible to catch up since the destination was right ahead. Aziz quickly turned back to observe. DC managed to step over the finish line and stood before her, his face weary and bloodied. Aziz stood frozen there, sword in hand. Then she sheathed her sword, looking up at the sky with a satisfied expression. The system reported, "You have completed the Dark World mission." Transitioning scenes, Iris was sitting in contemplation, her mouth closed. Even the laser was the same. The atmosphere felt extremely tense. An announcement rang out once again. Nothing abnormal has occurred this year. One civilian was selected for the Alpha class, of course. The Alpha class is specially reserved for the nobility. Civilians who weren't properly educated from a young age shouldn't be in the Alpha class. I agree with that, Professor Pookman said. Civilians should be honored. When they are allowed to study here, a hammer struck the table, echoing through the silence. The principal yelled, "This is the final student currently being evaluated for admission. A level 1 magic circle mage, DC Ackman." Hearing this name, everyone discussed. He wasn't a student, competing with the magic swordsman, right? SAO Jin responded. Is he a civilian? How could he? They fell silent, focusing on the image of DC. No way this kid defeated the magic swordsman. They couldn't believe it. A civilian could defeat a magic swordsman. Go on. I heard he came to this library by AI's recommendation, who recommended this student. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. AI recommended a civilian? How could AI do that? Bridget spoke up, confirming, "It was me. I recommended this kid. Crazy." "What's the reason behind this recommendation?" Bridget explained. "The boy has been studying magic for a long time. His attitude towards learning magic is extremely serious. Not only is he passionate about magic, but he also has great talent." After hearing this, Dean questioned, "What is your relationship with this student, Bridget?" She replied, "I accidentally met this kid at an orphanage." Dean, after hearing this, stroked his beard and pondered. Then he asked, "What are the preliminary results of this student?" Alice replied, "Although he is a level 1 magic circle mage, he meets all the criteria." Bookman seemed to look down on him. "So, you're saying this student is talented?" Bridget replied, "Are you just looking at the numbers? Please take a look here. All the AI believe that the magic swordsman will win." This is the video clip of Group D's performance, followed by a video of DC showcasing his skills, and he won the competition. The system informed DC that you have completed the Dark World. After watching the video, everyone was in awe. How is that possible? I've never heard of anything like this in the world of magic. Are you saying that this ordinary kid did that? It's unbelievable that he could directly change the algorithm behind the structure of magic. This student's talent for analyzing magic is truly unfathomable. His battlefield instincts and fighting spirit always come up with plans to adapt to every situation. That's impressive. It's as if he has lived on the battlefield his entire life. Why hasn't this talented student been accepted yet? The professor, Bridget, is going crazy. She wants this student to join the Alpha class. Upon hearing this, Pookman immediately stood up, frowning as he looked at Bridget, thinking, "That bitch is at it again." Bridget remained unfazed, looking at him calmly, and then Bugman exclaimed, "Have you forgotten? In this academy, there are rules that determine class placements based on student talent. To be in the Alpha class, a student must be at least a level 2 magic circle mage. There's no way a level 1 mage can sit with level 2 seconds. If we accept this, it means anyone could join the Alpha class." Hearing this was too convincing. Other teachers began to speak up. "I agree with that opinion, Professor Pullman. What Professor Pullman said is correct. What were you thinking letting a level 1 student into the Alpha class?" Bookman saw that others were agreeing with him and fell silent, watching her attitude. He wouldn't let her have her way, Professor Bridget. Then she spoke up. "I can't believe you all are this delusional. It's astonishing, Professor Bookman. You're saying that a student who defeated a level BA magic swordsman doesn't meet the requirements to enter the Alpha class? Just because that student is a level 1 magic circle mage?" He was angry and exclaimed, "What are you saying, Professor Bridget?" Then Bridget continued, "Stop making excuses. I know you have motives behind this. You're acting this way because that student is an ordinary person." Bookman responded, "How dare you accuse me like that?" Seeing the situation getting tense, he ordered everyone to calm down. "This issue won't go anywhere if we keep it up." Din turned to look at Pookman and said, "I understand both of your opinions. This matter will be voted on. If you agree to let this student into the Alpha class, please raise your hand." Both Pookman and Bridget fell silent, watching the results. Din spoke up. "Now, we will decide which class this student will enter." Asterisk scene transition asterisk. Outside the classroom, whispers of students discussing excitedly could be heard. "You're going to the Alpha class. I knew you could do it. Of course, you know my family. You're in Beta class. We common folks can't escape this fate, but luckily we still get to study at the academy. DC is also here to see the results. You knew things would turn out like this, and at that moment, your name appeared on the board. DC, the bully, Now the entrance exam is over. The next thing DC needs to do is think, but a voice interrupts his thoughts. Get out of the way. Here come the losers from Class Beta. That arrogant jerk Romantica has also shown up here, staring blankly at the board. The name Romantica is right below DC. Her face is flushed, and she looks down with an annoyed expression. Scene change. A morning at school, light has crept into the hallway. Looking around, DC quietly evaluates the classroom, which appears old, dilapidated, cobwebs everywhere, dust piled in every corner, and there's some weird smell. At this moment, Romantica sighs in despair. She complains that this place is too awful, even for Class Beta. Isn't it a bit much? The lessons are extremely poor. They're teaching us useless stuff. The professor is an AI, and she's never even heard of the name Romantica before. She knows this is because Romantica lost, but she angrily writes with her pen, wondering why. Why is she in the same class as him? Can't believe he's in this class too. He defeated the magic swordsman, so why is he in Class Beta? No matter what, his abilities are quite impressive. Romantica keeps staring at DC without blinking. He's so annoying. But he turns to look at Romantica and smiles. She finds that face incredibly annoying and keeps slamming her hands on the desk. Seeing this, the teacher asks, "Hey, what's wrong over there?" Romantica and DC say nothing, and she continues banging her hands on the desk. No matter how talented that AI is, as long as they are commoners, they have to attend Class Beta. This fact will never change. In places like this, many talented people have been buried and wasted due to discrimination. If class distinctions didn't exist here, many would have been trained properly, and there wouldn't be so many deaths. If things keep going like this, countless people will die, even in this class with many talented individuals. If you don't want history to repeat itself, there's only one way change. DC is determined to help all the talented people in the class Beta and train them just like Class Alpha. To do that, he must first return to the present, Romantica. She still can't get over losing to DC in Class Beta. She's frustrated, hopeless, and cries out heavily, unable to believe she's in Class Beta. A voice calls out to Romantica. "Hey, isn't that Donetta?" He speaks up, asking her, "Are you Romantica, daughter of Baron Iaro?" Romantica replies in annoyance, "So what? You're an AI." Seeing her like this, Donetta's friends angrily shout, "What's with that attitude? What? A Class Beta kid dares to talk like that?" Seeing them annoyed, Romantica can only let out a small sound. When her words lack weight, they become even more irritated. But Donetta surprisingly doesn't show annoyance and speaks politely. "Stop it, it's my fault that everyone's confused." Donetta clasped her hands over her chest and said, "Please forgive me. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Donetta House, and I'm a freshman like you. Right now, I'm recruiting members for the Romantica group, so please respond." "I hope you find someone who meets your standards," Donetta replied. "I hope so too. That's why I'm here." She asked him, "What are you expecting from me?" Seeing the conversation between Romantica and Donetta, many classmates outside were discussing it. "Isn't he from Class Alpha? Why is an Alpha student here? He's pretty tall." Those words reached DC's ears. You wonder if they're recruiting people. Looking ahead, I see Romantica. Alone with her 3 friends, they ride in silence, worried about her. Romantica shared, "Honestly, I'm pretty disappointed with this academy. Why did they let a noble like you into this lowly beta class?" Those words struck a nerve. It hurt the pride of the other classmates. Donetta added, "Those useless commoners." Romantica replied, "So what?" She calmly smiled and said, "That's enough small talk." Then Romantica smirked, showing a mysterious smile. DC quietly observed her expression from afar. Then Donetta continued, "All right, I'll be direct. Have you heard about the group led by Enhem Sunbai? It's called the Lam Nguyet group, and I've recently joined it. I want to recruit talented magic users like you." Romantica was shocked and asked, "Wait, you mean Lam Nguyet?" Donetta replied, "That's right. The group consists of the most elite members in the academy. Lam Nguyet is the strongest group here. Haven't exaggerated when saying they have the best of the best." Thinking back to Class Alpha, Romantica pondered. She must be the magic swordswoman Ares, who is also in Lam Nguyet. If Romantica joins the group, she'll have a better chance of moving up to Class Alpha. This is her opportunity to escape this dreadful beta class. But why is she hesitating? The answer is so clear, but suddenly Donetta interrupted her thoughts. "And if you join Lam Nguyet as a trade?" DC, who was behind, was already quite annoyed. Donetta quickly took her hand. "I will date you." After hearing Donetta's words, Romantica was extremely surprised. "What did you just say?" Donetta replied, "I said I will date you." Romantica was astonished. "Have we met somewhere before?" Donetta answered, "On the day of the entrance exam." "This is love at first sight." Romantica immediately pushed Donetta's arm away, then blushed shyly. "Give me some time. I need to think about this." Hearing that, he didn't pressure her further. He just laughed and said, "Haha, of course." Then Donetta placed her hand on the table and continued, "Oh, I almost forgot. It would be great if you accepted this." Donetta explained, "This is a custom among knights in my kingdom. We gift a decorative dagger to those we like." He spun the dagger around and pressed the switch, and inside, when the dagger opened, a sparkling chain appeared. He took it and offered it to Romantica. Here, consider it my sincerity. Romantica was overwhelmed by these actions and quickly refused. This is a bit too much. I can't accept it. But Donetta kept holding her hand, pulling it back and offering it to Romantica. You don't need to think too much about it. Then he turned and walked away, pushing the other classmates aside to avoid the commoners. Meanwhile, Romantica kept staring at the necklace on her wrist, lost in thought, when DC approached her, leaving her frozen. You're quite famous, huh? Romantica jumped, her hair standing on end, while the other friends looked on. After the conversation between Romantica and Donetta, the others looked at her differently, while Romantica, startled, fell to the ground. DC said he was glad she was excited to meet him. Romantica retorted, I was startled. He didn't care much and just smiled, asking if she needed help. Romantica blushed and replied, I can get up by myself. Then she pulled a chair out and sat down properly, asking, so, what do you want now? She looked at him with a gaze that couldn't be more bashful. DC turned back and glanced at her without saying anything, then spoke up. He made a proposal just like that guy earlier. Romantica felt goosebumps and disgusted, said, I would never date someone like you. Never, DC replied. That's not what I meant. I didn't invite you to date. Romantica, embarrassed, blushed and looked down. Come on, I'm just joking. I'm not interested. DC seemed a bit shy and awkwardly asked, Is there a problem? Romantica remained silent. She just shot him a glance and hissed, while DC silently looked at the necklace on Romantica's wrist, his eyes narrowing. Then Romantica grasped the necklace and said, See, that's the reason. If you were in my position, you would choose the invitation from AI here, the elite alpha group, ensuring my success, or a beta group led by an AI. You're quite full of yourself, huh? Romantica, I know you've made your own decision. I know it's hard for you to change it now, but your current decision will only lead you to death in the future. After thinking, DC said, Then I don't know what else to do. Romantica responded, That's right, just hurry and leave. But DC stayed and said, Can you read this? Romantica asked in surprise, What is it? He silently placed a piece of paper on the table without saying anything. Romantica picked it up, disheartened. It's really the name of this era's loser, and AI even writes letters. DC messaged, If you really don't care about that letter, then I advise you to tear it up because it contains all your secrets. Romantica was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she looked at the mysterious person in front of her, and immediately after, she hurried to open the paper to read. Romantica sat still, focused on the letter's contents, while her two hands clasped together. He asked, Do you want to talk to me now? Then Romantica stood up abruptly. Everyone was puzzled. What did she just do? DC said, It's best if you don't make a scene right now. This is a secret only we two know. Romantica lowered her head and replied, How would you know? DC refused to answer. I'm not obligated to tell you, but you know well why you are here. Romantica gritted her teeth as she listened to DC. The reason you were moved down to the beta class, DC turned to tell Romantica. The reason you were moved down to the beta class. She glared at him and exclaimed, You DC hurriedly interrupted her. First, let's go outside to talk. There are too many people here. You said this would be beneficial for me. Romantica tightly held his hand and replied, All right. Then they transitioned outside to the schoolyard. Romantica walked ahead and awkwardly asked, Have you told anyone else about this? He responded, I haven't told anyone, just like most of the professors here. They all know about this. He turned and asked, Why was I put in the beta class? Romantica angrily turned to shout at him. This academy is hundreds of miles from the Priola Kingdom. There's no way they would know about this. DC calmly replied, You underestimate Haven Academy's ability to gather personal information. My family is in trade. We became wealthy through commerce with the Puresic Kingdom. My family used to be commoners who bought the title of a poor baron in the south. After purchasing the baron's title, my family changed our surname to Vonaruo. This happened when I was 4 years old. Exactly. My family used money to obtain a noble title, which caused this situation. Romantica sighed, looking exasperated. She glanced straight at him and explained, Even if you argue again and again that I'm a noble, it doesn't change the fact that my family is commoners. And one more thing. The professor in charge of the Lam and Giet group is Professor Nifrika. He is one of the professors who knows about my background, and Professor Nifrika looks down on commoners. And then she rebutted, I'm sure Donetta will protect me. DC shrugged and replied, I've seen how he treats commoners. I'm pretty sure you get it. Romantica recalled what Donetta had said, those dirty commoners. She looked as if she was about to collapse. DC raised his hand and asked, What do you plan to do? She trembled and said, Do you really think forcing me to join your group like this will make everything all right? He scratched his chin and replied, That's right. He continued, I'll propose a condition. 1 month after joining my group. If you still hate it, you can leave at any time. Romantica looked at him suspiciously and thought, I can't trust anything this guy says. Then she noticed his hand raised. What are you doing? DC explained, This is called a handshake. And then he smiled sincerely at her. So you will join my group? Romantica felt a bit swayed by his offer and replied, raising her hand to shake his. Do you know what? She cheerfully said, "During the entrance exam, you were kind of annoying." He happily replied, "I know." They transitioned to a classroom. Romantica was using her hands to tear a piece of bread. After a bite, she complained, "This is disgusting. The bread is as hard as a rock." She sat across from DC, eating while frowning. Romantica asked him while eating, "You can handle this kind of food?" DC replied softly, "It's not inedible. At least it's better than the meat from the brain." She sprayed some food, taking a moment. That was a metaphor, right? There's no way they would let us eat brain meat. Then she dipped her bread into the soup, no matter what. "Do you know how hard it is to form a group?" she said while chewing. "Now it's just the two of us. I need at least 3 people to officially create a group. In the beta class, only a few groups have stood out." She said that, "I'm sure most of the new students in the class want to join some kind of popular group. I mean, you'll have a hard time finding members. With a group that has no reputation at all." Romantica paused for a moment and asked you, "Do you have anything to say?" But DC looked at her with a gentle smile and then spoke up, You go first." "I said this group is terrible, but now it seems like I'm considering that group." And then DC pulled Romantica in. "Have you decided to become a member of the group?" She blushed, embarrassed, and shouted, "What are you talking about? I'm worried about it. Because if it fails, it'll be terrible for me to be in this group for a whole month. I'm only thinking about myself." She was a bit annoyed and threw a piece of bread at him. "Stop laughing like that," she told him. "You don't need to worry." He got the approval to form a group from a professor he knows. As for the other members, he already has choices in mind. He just needs to convince them. Romantica blew up. "Then you should have told me from the start." At that moment, the schoolyard was empty. DC put his hands in his pockets and walked ahead. Romantica, annoyed, followed behind him, stepped up to his level, and leaned over to ask, "Who are you thinking of?" DC replied, "His name is Brams Nader." The two of them walked to the sports building where a group of students was sitting and chatting. At their feet was a rack holding wooden swords for practice, and there was a wooden sword stuck in the ground. A group of boys came by and complained about how terrible this place was. "This place is disgusting, falling apart, about to collapse." DC and Romantica found a spot to sit down, unable to believe there's a lesson combining both alpha and beta classes. "This place is really dirty." He said, "There's a future member here." She continued, "What's his name?" "Supreme, if I remember correctly, that's it." "What's his name again?" "I thought about how this guy looks holding a sword." "He's a swordsman from the beta class who survived in the dark world for 9 years with exceptional talent. Along with his efforts to push himself beyond limits, honing his skills to perfection. Just look at his skills. Everyone says he's a master swordsman." Then he turned to explain to Romantica, "He's an incredibly talented swordsman. He might be the strongest in the beta class." She stretched and said, "I can't wait to meet him." DC looked down and saw someone approaching. He ducked down and called her. "You just mentioned him, didn't you?" Romantica looked around. "Bram is coming." Then he took a deep breath, and Bram bent his elbows in different ways. Romantica saw Bram's small frame. They couldn't help but exclaim, "What? There's a cute kid over there." Lisa smiled in satisfaction, saying, "Bram is always the adorable little gem," while she couldn't help but feel excited. The adorable little gem, his cuteness can't be described adequately. Romantica went wild. His existence defines cuteness. How did I not know about him until now? She kept praising Bram. "He's so cute. I just want to take him home. How can I adopt someone as adorable as him? I would do anything to adopt him. Even if it cost me my life," Romantica said, and then her mouth watered because she was so infatuated with Bram that DC had to look at her judgmentally. On the field, Bram was walking to the rack to choose a sword. He carefully observed the swords in front of him when suddenly he noticed one item. He picked up the hilt and drew it out. DC, sitting in the stands, was surprised to find that the sword Bram chose was a large one. DC widened his eyes, thinking, "A broadsword? Am I remembering wrong?" Romantica exclaimed, "Oh, those sorcerers over there." And DC was lost in thought. "No, I remember correctly. He usually uses small, light but sharp swords." Bram was ready to challenge the opponent in front of him, while Percivan looked at him with a hint of disdain. Bram politely bowed his head and said, "I am Bram Schneider from Class Beta," while he crossed his arms, mocking. "I'm not here to greet those filthy losers from Class Beta." The referee announced, "Get ready." He raised the flag high, then waved it down and shouted, "Start." Just as the referee finished, Bram swung his sword horizontally at Percivan. He quickly used his sword to block Bram's attack. The force was so strong that it chipped Percivan's sword. The two raised their swords, preparing for the next strike. Percivan lunged forward to stab Bram, while Bram swung his broadsword to block the attack. Immediately, both launched their strikes. One slashed while the other defended with extreme speed. Then he raised his sword high and shouted, and Bram unleashed a powerful downward slash. Percivan had to retreat and couldn't help but click his tongue. Bram's slash made a dent in the ground. He slightly raised his head to look at his opponent. DC thought to himself, "He's attacking so recklessly. Why isn't he using a smaller sword?" Then Percivan quickly regained momentum. After that, he charged at Bram. He firmly gripped his sword and was ready to defend. Bram quickly raised his broadsword as a shield. To block his slash, Percival charged at Bram, seeing him rush like a bullet. You swiftly raised the wooden sword, ready, while Percival relentlessly attacked around Bram, but you managed to block all of it. Bram struggled to defend himself and thought that your strikes were incredibly powerful. He had to find a way out, but before he could finish his thought, Percival aggressively advanced. Then Bram regained his momentum, stomping his foot hard on the ground for leverage. He needed to find an opening, and then Percival, full of sharp energy, pointed his sword straight ahead to attack Bram. Bram's eyes widened. This was the moment. You quickly lowered your head, causing Percival to miss. He cunningly stepped back, and Bram realized his intention, but it was too late. That was a feint. Immediately after, you raised your sword high with one hand, and he seized the opportunity to slash at your arm. Bram's longsword was knocked away, and he crouched down, clutching his injured wrist with his other hand. Bram glanced at his longsword and bitterly said, "I lost." Percival looked at him without saying a word. In the stands, Romantica asked in confusion, "You said he was pretty strong, right? Are you sure he's a swordsman? Just swinging a sword like that, and he can't even catch his breath. What a mistake that even an amateur swordsman wouldn't make," she said, resting her chin on her hand. "He's cute, but his skills are a bit disappointing. Don't you think we should look for someone else?" In his mind, Pram thought he was down on the ground, looking toward another corner. Suddenly, Pram turned around upon hearing someone rushing toward him. He quickly stood up to find Persian charging in to punch him. Seeing this, DC shouted, "What are you doing?" As Persian threw a punch at Pram, hitting his face. He even intended to hit him again. DC quickly ran down to intervene, asking, "What on earth did you just do?" Persian disdainfully said, "You filthy bastards." He scornfully said that you guys made him disgusted, and he couldn't hold back, yelling out loud. "That's not the issue here." He pointed his sword at you. "Shut up if you don't want to get a beating. I advise you to get out of here." He crouched near Bram and gently looked up to ask, "Why are you acting like this?" Bram lay on the ground, shifting slightly. DC worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Bram sat up and rubbed his face. DC voiced his discontent. "I had high hopes for you," as he cursed Percival to his face, even though he was an alpha-class student. But he had no sense of shame. His pride was hurt because he had to exert all his strength against a beta-class student like me, hitting his pride. Percival's eyes widened in shock. He gripped the wooden sword so tightly that his veins bulged. Percival approached Dizia, furious, swinging his sword down at Bram's head. He was terrified and shut his eyes tight, but the sword didn't strike him. Bram slowly opened his eyes. Percival's sword broke in half because DC had managed to block it with his hand, leaving him injured and bleeding. You raised your voice at him. Are you planning to hit him again? Bram looked in shock at the broken piece of the sword rolling on the ground, and DC clenched his fist. Percival was stunned, thinking he had blocked his attack. He realized he couldn't keep up with DC's speed and taunted you. "If I hit him again on purpose, then what?" DC let out a sound as you glared at him and said, "The match is over. You're the winner. What more do you need?" Percival was sweating bullets when he looked into DC's eyes. He thought this terrifying killing intent felt familiar, and then Percival remembered something from the past. "Why is it my fault?" the servant replied. "Your master argued back when he was young. It's the commoner's fault. While wandering near our villa, those commoners deserved a beating. I didn't do anything wrong." Suddenly, he stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely. Richard looked at him with a fierce glare, as if he wanted to swallow Percival whole. Back to reality, he turned to leave. Thank goodness, It's so annoying, he shouted back. "You're lucky there's no professor here to witness this," DC replied. "I don't want to be lectured by a filthy commoner, so shut your mouth." DC cursed the bastard as he watched his back. Romantica and Bram approached, worried, asking Han, "DC, what's he really like?" The group quickly left the arena. They then entered an empty classroom. Bram wrapped bandages around his injured hand. He wrapped it too tightly, making DC yelp. Romantica, sitting nearby, spoke up, "Stop whining. That's why you shouldn't have interfered in that." Bram worriedly asked if the wound hurt a lot. Seeing him struggle made her burst out laughing. Getting beaten up is hilarious. "This is karma for teasing me during the entrance exam," Bram said as he tied the knot. Done. DC looked at the bandage and smiled softly, while Bram bowed his head, saying, "I'm really sorry for causing trouble." "Your right hand is injured, which will make daily life very difficult," DC said, letting his hand drop on his thigh. Then he gently said, "Don't worry, this happened because I decided to interfere," while he still bowed his head. "That's not it. I'll do everything to take responsibility for this," DC insisted. "It's really no big deal." Bram interjected, but he sniffled, saying, "You got dragged into my mess. I made you an enemy of Class Alpha." DC opened his mouth, smiling to comfort him. "Don't worry, I know everything. I chose to act like this." Bram looked up. Really? Romantica thought. He's so cute, then said to everyone, "By the way, we still haven't introduced ourselves." You smiled and introduced yourself. "My name is Pram Snader." Romantica smiled and said, "I'm Romantica Eru." DC also introduced himself. "I'm DC Ackman. Nice to meet you." Pram turned to say, "You can call me whatever, DC, don't be so formal." Pram gently said, "Just call me Bram." "You don't have to be so polite," DC cheerfully said. "All right, we'll call you Bram." He smiled broadly. DC looked at Bram with a very satisfied expression. Asterisk, why is he blushing? Asterisk, well, as long as he's happy. Bram glanced at the clock and said, "It's already this late. Let's go already. 3 of us are leaving the empty room. Just call me freely like that. Bram, don't talk to me normally. I always speak like this. We're the same age, right?" "Well, Bram, it doesn't matter. I'll always talk politely to you. Sia, do you agree?" "All right." Then Bram bowed his head and thanked me for helping today. "I will definitely repay this kindness. If I can help, please don't hesitate to say it." Sia scratched his chin. "Anything is fine." He cheerfully replied, "That's right. Anything you say." Then DC happily invited Bram to join my group. "You said before it wasn't the best group," but Bram agreed immediately. "Sure, I'm in. I'll join DC's group." "You asked again, are you sure?" Bram replied confidently, "Absolutely." In the morning at the academy, Romantica spoke up. "You must have made an appointment already, right?" The DC group was heading to the meeting room. "You said not to worry. I've arranged everything." Then DC knocked on the door. Inside, Bridget was already waiting. After knocking, you pushed the door open and said, "Excuse us." Romantica was a bit surprised to see her. Bridget spoke up, "I've been waiting for you all." DC smiled and replied, "Long time no see." She got up and walked to you. Professor Bridget smiled warmly in response. "That's right, it's been a while. Come sit." You politely replied, "Thank you, Miss Bridget." She noticed your injured arm and asked, "Did you hurt your arm?" You replied, "It's nothing to worry about, miss." After the group sat down, she invited everyone to have some tea. You spoke up first. "Thank you for taking the time to meet us." She smiled and replied, No, it's nothing. You all don't worry," Bridget cheerfully said to DC. She was very impressed with your performance in the entrance exam. She was quite surprised because you did really well, as she had never seen. You analyzed at such an accurate level. When she praised you, you scratched your head and replied, "I did well, right?" Bridget set down her teacup and continued. "You executed high-level magic analysis and transformation. It's the first time I've seen you demonstrate such ability." DC said it was no exception. She gently said, "Ajax is very strong and a promising candidate, but you defeated her. But you're still very humble." Romantica was sipping tea, listening intently. "Previously, when she taught you magic, you always complained that you couldn't learn." She laughed and said, "But now look at you." Bridget wore a very satisfied smile. "You've exceeded all my expectations." With her lavish praise, you couldn't help but feel pressured. Bridget laughed and said, "I'm just teasing you a bit. Hurry up and drink your tea before it gets cold. This is tea from Hetna. It's very rare." You obediently replied, "Yes, miss." Romantica tried to hold back her laughter at your recent expression. Bridget sipped her tea and then said, "I'm glad you did very well." The group listened attentively to her, and then she asked DC, "What's your goal in forming this group?" You honestly replied, "I'm taking the level up test." She paused a bit when hearing DC say that about the group members and putting them into alpha class. Bridget was thinking about his response. She set the teacup down and said, "That's really hard, you know?" DC confidently replied, "Yes, I do," as he clasped his hands together and asked for her permission. But Bram, a bit curious, asked, "What do you mean by putting us into alpha class?" DC replied, "Well, you see." He explained that in our academy, there's a ranking system, and the advancement test will determine a student's rank. DC added that this test is like a tournament and selects the top 30 students after being chosen. Those students will face another test with a difficulty level equivalent to the Night World, level 5, he said, 9 students. Those who pass the Night World will be awarded the title of single ranker. Bridget chimed in, "I got chosen to move up to alpha class too." But what DC wanted was not that simple. He didn't just want to enter alpha class. She extended her hand and continued. He wanted to be in the top 9 and achieve the title of single ranker. She ended with a question, "Right?" DC looked straight into her eyes and replied, "That's right, ma'am." Romantica gasped and stood up, loudly asking, "What are you talking about?" Romantica accused him of being crazy. "How can you be chosen as one of the top 30 students? Even if we get chosen, we'll be ostracized for being in beta class." DC stared at her without blinking. Bridget also added, "What she said is true." She explained that usually, the 30 chosen students come from the elite students of prestigious groups, and all those groups are from alpha class. If a beta class student gets chosen, Bram concluded, they will do everything to exclude us because we are from beta class. "That's correct," she replied. Bridget added, "You will become targets for alpha class," DC told her. "That's exactly why you need to aim for the single ranker position," Romantica loudly questioned, seriously asking, "Why?" In the end, she just gave in, leaving only an annoyed sigh. DC tried to convince Bridget, "Please reconsider this." "Professor," he earnestly said, "what do you think will happen? If beta class students are all looked down upon by alpha class and just 3 of us remain until the end and receive the title of single ranker, She paused and thought for a moment. At this point, DC showed a very serious attitude. I don't want to teach useless beta students, but such a statement from alpha class would be seen as an excuse for discrimination. Bridget listened intently to what he was saying. If we achieve this title, it will signal that all this ridiculous discrimination needs to change. She closed her eyes and huffed, and then Bridget decided, all right, I will allow you to form a new group, she added. However, before I give you full authority, she will allow you to form a new group, she added. However, before she grants you full authority, there's something she needs to confirm. She turned to ask Romantica, the student Romantica Eru. She called both Bram, student Bram Schneider. She told them she wanted the two of them to accept this after hearing what student DC aimed for. You will still join DC's group, right? On a beautiful sunny morning at the Haven Training Center in the Mi Arena, where students were training hard in the large arena, students were competing against each other. The DC group walked to this training center, and Romantica couldn't help but marvel at how amazing this place is. DC quietly mentioned that unfortunately, we can't use this arena because only Alpha students have access here. Romantica sighed, saying how lucky the Alpha students are, joking that if they let us use this equipment, I would be loyal to the Haven Academy forever. The group moved to the rooftop of the training center, and Romantica was stunned when looking inside the room. Hey, are you serious? She complained, asking if he really wants to use this place to practice. Bram immediately replied, it's nothing compared to what we saw earlier. He pinched his nose and stepped into the room. Here, a pile of dust suddenly caught Bram's attention, and then he screamed. Romantica turned around and asked what was going on. Graham jumped up, hugging a leg, saying, there's something in here. DC chuckled, saying this training ground hasn't been used in years. So there must be mice here. She was so scared that she bowed her head down. Romantica was mumbling like she was chanting when she heard mice. I have to get out of here. I have to leave. I have to get out of here. DC gently called her, Romantica. You're very optimistic, pulling her into the room. It's fine. Just for a moment, I'm sure you'll like the mice soon. She cried out, no, don't pull me. Romantica yelled, I'm gonna die. The mice will kill me. DC calmly replied, you won't die. Bram wondered about the mice. The rocks hung in the room started to glow. The room really looked quite old, primitive, and dusty. DC seemed quite satisfied, saying, if we clean it a bit, it won't be that bad. Before he could finish, the lights suddenly went out. Countless mice were hiding on the ceiling. DC optimistically said, there are more than I thought. Romantica screamed like she had never screamed before. Meanwhile, Bram fainted right there. She let out a desperate scream. A moment later, the lights turned back on and the mice were still there. At this moment, Romantica was clinging to DC, while he held her with one arm and carried the unconscious Bram with the other. DC turned to call her Romantica. She shook her head, squirming, no, you're sweating. You can't let me go. And then DC glanced at the glowing rock, helplessly saying, we have no other choice. His words made Romantica brighten up. We'll leave this place. However, his next words made her spray glue. I'll deal with the mice. You clean this floor, okay? Romantica angrily punched him. What are you saying? Even if I die, I don't want to use this room. DC called her, Romantica. She snapped back. What? DC smiled and told her, I will use this place. Romantica stiffened at his decision, while Bram was still unconscious. The window of the room swung open, sunlight pouring into this old rooftop. Bram leaned against the wall and slowly woke up. He looked around, confused about where he was. Bram then stood up and walked over to find DC. Sorry, DC, he said cheerfully. Are you awake now? They were about to call you, and you told them we finished cleaning up? Bram shouted in panic. 2 people cleaned up without me, and with that injured arm too. DC reassured me, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about that. He wouldn't accept it. Of course, I have to worry about that, Bram said, tearing up as he spoke to him. Why do you always do this? DC tried to explain. I'm sorry, but really, you don't need to worry. Then he stood up, stretched, and said, all right, Bram is awake. Let's get started, shall we? Romantica slowly got up. Right, let's get out of here. I really want to take a shower. DC cheerfully turned to her. Ready to train? She exclaimed, huh? What? Recalling earlier when the whole group talked with Bridget, after hearing DC's true intentions, she seriously asked, do you still want to join his group? Romantica thought for a moment. I can't believe it. In this academy, I know there are countless people stronger than me. No matter how I think about it, a level 2 spellcaster like me would never make it to the top 9. She looked at DC, thinking that if it were just her alone. She glanced at him and couldn't help but click her tongue. Then Romantica said, you're really annoying. Meanwhile, DC smiled at her. You're still going to join my group. Back to reality, the weather was beautifully clear. Romantica held her head and said, even though I just said I would join this group, I'm starting to regret it now. She said, all right, let's start training. Romantica regained her spirits and said to everyone, let's get started. DC spoke up, quite surprised by what was behind. This door leads to such a large space. He turned to 6 containers in the room. We will use this area for our group's training. After a while, DC exclaimed, I found it. Romantica asked. What is it? He showed everyone what he found. She looked and couldn't help but wonder. A ball? We will use it for training? He replied, yeah. Here, Sia, take the ball. Then he said, what I need you to focus on now is the speed of casting spells. Romantica crossed her arms and said, if you're talking about my spell casting speed, then just say it's extremely fast. You witnessed it during the entrance exam, he replied. That's right. He shrugged and said, to be honest, that casting speed is nothing special. Then he seriously said to her, however, that's only true for a spellcaster without talent. Students in Class Alpha have surpassed your speed hundreds of times, and you will have to fight against those students when you're in a disadvantageous position, even if your skills are comparable to Class Alpha. Passing the test will still be quite difficult. Romantica asked him, so you're saying there's a way for us to get better quickly in a short time? He replied, of course. He told her, it's this. Starting today, you will use it for training purposes, and I will teach you how to cast spells without incantations. Romantica, I see you don't need to chant. I know that's impossible, but you smiled and said it's possible. I just haven't figured out how to do it yet, DC explained. Normally, you chant. Magic activates after you cast it, whether you chant or not. But when you don't chant, you can cast magic instantly. She held her head and said it was just a hypothesis, but DC said no. He had seen someone do that before. You think someone can do that? No one else but you, Romantica. DC then said, if you really don't want to, then I hope you're satisfied with eating bread that's as hard as a rock all day. Romantica sighed deeply and then said, all right, what should I do? DC took chalk and drew a circle on the floor. And you drew a circle around her too. Romantica asked in confusion, what's this? DC pointed at the ball. He told her to move it to that circle. When she was about to grab the ball to throw it quickly, he reminded her, you're a sorceress, after all. She innocently asked, so I can't throw it? He replied, no, you can't throw it. DC insisted, don't use physical strength. From now on, control the air around you to move the ball into that circle. Romantica said to him, all right, let me try. She placed the ball on the ground. DC looked at her and thought, asterisk, control the air around you, asterisk. It sounds easy, but you need to observe carefully, just like a human uses wings. For an ordinary person, it's quite difficult to understand this feeling. He saw her struggling a bit. However, if it's you, Romantica, you can do it. If you can practice it, you won't need to chant for any level 1 magic. Seeing it take too long, DC spoke up to remind her. Looking at the ball won't help it move. Romantica shouted, I know. Then he asked, earlier, when you were cleaning up, you used magic, right? Romantica looked confused and asked back, when I was cleaning? She remembered moving the box. Asterisk. This is too inconvenient with the storm. Asterisk. Romantica said to him. At that time, because the box was too heavy, she was interrupted by him. All right, remember the feeling back then. He told her that she used magic because she tried to move something. He was sure she felt like she wanted to move an object. Something by using the wind. She recalled the moment she accidentally broke the box. I'm sorry, Romantica thought quietly. All she remembered was that he got angry with her for causing the mess. She said to him, let me try to remember the feeling. The ball was placed still inside the circle. Romantica focused her mind. Move it using the wind. Using the wind, she opened her eyes wide and moved it. Using the wind, magic condensed onto the ball. And then it shifted a little. Romantica excitedly looked and said, okay, keep practicing the way you just did. He turned to look elsewhere to see, while she was secretly smiling, thinking he praised her. DC turned to the other person, Bram. He happily replied, yes, DC, it's my turn now. Do you know what I need to do? He asked eagerly. Practice your swordsmanship more, Sha. Asterisk. Rubbing his chin, he thinks about it. Asterisk. Then he casually replies, honestly, I can't teach you anything. Bram, confused, asks, huh, why not? DC closes his eyes and says, you're already a perfect swordsman. You have enough skills to pass the ranking test in Alpha class. A top student in swordsmanship like you probably doesn't exist, Bram whispers. Really? But DC thinks. Asterisk. He contemplates asterisk. What if you used a rapier? Not a long sword. DC imagines Bram dancing with the sword, executing graceful strikes. Asterisk. Flowing gracefully, asterisk, he charges straight into the enemy front lines. That's a stunning display of his swordsmanship, even more outstanding than the master among the survivors. Then DC speaks up. Bram, I want to ask you something. He responds, sure, and DC gives him advice. Why don't you use a rapier? Hearing this, Bram panics, his eyes widening as he looks at DC. DC is also surprised, looking back at him, and then Bram lowers his head and quietly asks, how do you know I used to use a rapier? He really has to say it. Asterisk. His hands tremble as he clutches his pants tightly. Asterisk. This is related to the strength of the entire group, so I need to know the reason, he says, continuing. He lets go of his hands and says, if that's the case, can you come with me for a bit? Asterisk. The exorcism light slowly dims. Asterisk. Bram hesitates and asks, are you going far? he replies. Huh, Bram asks. Is it okay for you to leave Romantica alone like that? He remembers her cheerful face. Asterisk. She moves, then moves again. Asterisk. Don't worry about me. Just go ahead and keep talking to Bram. That's what she said. He goes, oh, in response. After that, Bram calls him again. Are you going far? He replies. Then he recounts, I've never met my father before. Bram shares in a slightly sad tone. My mother is a commoner, and my father comes from nobility. I'm an illegitimate child. I want to show you the item my father left for me. The two go to a room where DC is waiting. Then Bram returns, sorry for keeping you waiting. DC gasps, exclaiming, that's a rapier you're holding. That's right, he shows it to you. It's the rapier my father left for me. DC extends his hand to touch the hilt and asks, can I take a look at it? Bram replies, sure. And you can't help but admire it. Wow, you pick up the sword with one hand. Even if it's a rapier, it's still too light. Can it really deliver lethal strikes? As you flip the sword, you see an inscription on the hilt. Bram sits across from you and begins to tell. Around 6 years old, I found this sword. He lowers his head, saying, I believe this is the rapier my father left for me. Since then, I started practicing swordsmanship. Bram shyly says, if one day I meet my father again, I want to be a son he can be proud of, impressing him with this sword he left for me. Bram remembers the past as he trains passionately. In the distance, Bram's mother is sitting, watching him practice. However, she looks incredibly sad. Yet, my mother always looks at me with tear-filled eyes. One day, Lucy calls him and says a few things. Do you understand, Bram? She leans back on the bed and says, you must never go looking for your father. Bram bows his head. Yes, mother. Then she says, father and son live in a world completely different from ours. Bram softly replied, I understand. Lucy raised her hand to pat his face. Bram, don't be sad. She looked at him with a very affectionate gaze. Mother still loves you very much and always will. Bram couldn't hold back his tears anymore. He bowed his head and cried out loud. Mother returned to reality. Bram continued, even on her sickbed. My mother still didn't say my father's name. DC sympathized with him, thinking that children born out of wedlock are considered a disgrace to noble families. If he were to meet his father like this, he seriously looked at Bram. It's very possible Bram wouldn't have gotten into the academy. And then he thought of Lucy, Bram's mother. Even at the time of her death, she always watched over and protected Bram. A moment later, he spoke up. However, even though my mother warned me like that, I still want to know who my father really is. Bram earnestly said, I went to Haven Academy to meet my father because Haven Academy gathers many nobles from all over. I think I can find clues about my father's identity here. He said that, so I decided to investigate the sword, and then Bram trembled as he spoke. But after looking into this rapier, that sword sitting alone on the table turned out to be just a cheap steel sword. Saying this, he angrily shouted, the only thing my father left for my mother turned out to be just a cheap, ordinary sword. He trembled uncontrollably. A piece of junk like this, Bram looked at it with burning anger, is what my father left for my mother and me. I always believed it was something very special to me. He quickly grabbed the sword, and then Bram forcefully threw it away, angrily shouting. But it turned out to just be a piece of junk. DC turned to look at the sword that rolled into a corner. Bram trembled and said, I endured so much believing that the sword my father left was. He clutched his chest and cried. Bram softly called out to his mother, Mom, bowing his head, unsure of what else to say. Then his eyes turned back to the sword. It lay still there, seemingly not knowing if he should pick it up. All night at the schoolyard, DC sat alone on a bench outside, not knowing how much more suffering he had to endure. At that point, he closed his eyes, wondering what he could do to help Bram. After that, DC stood up and walked away. If my memory serves me right, Bram is a swordsman who specializes in using a rapier, he thought. I'm sure Bram's past was no different from now. DC looked around, wondering what had made Bram use the rapier again. Suddenly, he thought of something. DC speculated, wait a minute, that rapier is really familiar. He remembered the shape of the sword. The rapier he showed me today, I remember seeing it in the past. Early in the morning, DC ran to find someone and shouted, Bram. Bram, you burst into the training room. Bram, where are you? He was holding a long sword and suddenly startled when DC called his name. It's me, DC asked him. Bram, can you show me that rapier again? And Bram gently asked, for what? I don't want to talk about that rapier anymore. However, he tried to persuade Bram. I know this is a tough request for you, but I remember seeing it before, so could you please show it to me one more time? Right now, Bram feels quite awkward, and then he replies, sorry, but I can't. He tries to convince him, even if just for a few seconds. Please let me see it again, but Bram refuses. Please, I don't want to talk about this anymore, he says, bowing his head. I can't show you that rapier right now. I sold it. The scene shifts to the market district of Haven Academy. Bram and DC are on their way to find the sword that was sold here. He looks around and ponders. It's been a long time since I was last here. In my previous life, I often came here to buy items and many other things. While DC happily admires the streets, Bram calls out to him. This way. He points towards a nearby alley. Riding along, I stare into the alley for the first time. A shop sign is hanging high above. They arrive in front of a shop where Bram sold the sword, the antique store Guzoken. Even if you change your mind, you can't get back what you sold. No refunds for items. Absolutely no returns, Bram tells him. I'm serious. I know I've said this many times. He is resolute, but I will never use that rapier again. Never. The two of them open the door, and in the distance, another door appears. They stand in front of a reinforced iron door. After passing through the hall, now there's a heavily secured iron door. DC stands in front of a lock shaped like a devil's head. He uses it to knock on the door to be let in, and the person who opens the door to welcome them is a burly, rough-looking guy. He can't help but marvel at having hired a native to guard the place. The native steps aside and invites them in. Welcome, this way, DC politely replies. Excuse me, Guzukan suddenly speaks up. You two don't look much like thieves. His words surprise DC. Guzuku sits in front of them and says, come in. He takes a puff of smoke and introduces himself. I'm sorry for the trouble you had getting here. The security here is quite strict, because there have been many thieves visiting lately. My name is Guzuku. He looks at Bram and asks, you've been here before, right? He jolts and replies, that's right. Guzukan asks, what brings you here today? He probes him. Are you here to sell another item? DC calmly responds, actually, it's the opposite. I'm here to check on the item my friend sold. He frowns and says, there are no refunds or exchanges here, you know. I remember there was a clear sign outside the gate. He smiles back. Of course, that's not the case. The old man frowned and said, there's no refund or exchanges here. I clearly remember a sign at the entrance. He smiled back. Of course, that's not happening. I just want to buy it back. Then the two of them burst into laughter. Guzu needed to take out the sword and cheerfully said, then you should have said right from the start that it was over here, a sword. The old man added, you can clearly see it's not an ordinary sword, it's a small, light rapier, even lighter than most other rapiers. Then Guzuka looked at you and said, I've never seen a sword like that, a ceremonial sword, a noble's gift for their fiancé. He asked you, you want to buy it back, right? You replied, that's right. Then Guju named a price. The price is 40 silver. Hearing this, Bram couldn't help but feel furious. Wait, you didn't tell me it was a ceremonial sword. You said it was only worth 90 when buying it from me. He immediately started to act shady. You told me to appraise this sword, so I just stated its price. If you look at this sword, it's really just an iron sword. Cheap. Bram got frustrated and yelled at the old man, you scammer. He cut you off. Bram stopped, not satisfied, looking at you, but you. The old Guzukan added, selling it for 40 silver is already generous. He pointed his pipe at you and said, if I knew how to pull the sheath off this ceremonial sword, I would have sold it for 80 silver already. So, are you still going to buy it? Without saying much, DC tossed exactly 40 silver onto the table for him. You give the sword to Bram. Bram took it. I'll accept it, but I'm still not going to use it. DC said, trust me and take it. You told Bram, do you see that groove in the handle? Can you fit your fingernail in there and press down? He asked, surprised. Bram looked at the handle, and indeed there was a groove there. He pressed it. Is this it? DC spoke up. That's Ben-sama. Bram slowly pulled out the hidden part. Then from inside the steel blade was a very shiny and sturdy blade. Guzukan couldn't help but be surprised and wondered. A sword with another sword hidden inside it. Bram asked in confusion, what is this? It's so light. DC excitedly said, of course. The old Guzukan shouted, what did you just say? He leaned over the table, trying to ask, are you sure it's white Sam? Thinking about white Sam, it's a substance harder than steel. Any weapon or equipment made from this material will never break, get damaged, or dull. This is something every swordsman desires. Not only that, the weight of this metal is so light that you can't even feel it. You thought to yourself, that's why the seller only thought this was a ceremonial sword. Bram was admiring the sword in his hand. It was the rapier that Bram had used in the past. Then DC turned to Bram and said, let's go. He was startled and replied, oh, okay. Suddenly, the native blocked the door. You knew and immediately glared at him. What are you trying to pull, Guzoken? He threatened you. Hand over that sword. You scoffed and turned your head back. Bram, a bit scared, called out to you. Hey, hey. You raised your hand to signal Bram to stay calm. You really are more foolish than I am, Guzukan then said. I know the value of that rapier better than you too. DC looked straight into his eyes and then said, you sell me the ceremonial sword, and I've paid the right price for it, you declared. We have nothing more to discuss here. Guzuku flipped. If I knew it was a Sam soundboard, I would never sell it to you too. DC calmly replied. If you told Bram it was a ceremonial sword, he would never sell it. The old man gritted his teeth. That kid is just stating the truth. How you treat us is how we'll treat you. Now, request the door to open. We're leaving. The native received orders from his master Gugu to signal, and he handled the two nicely. The native said, the boss says you two should stop. Bram exclaimed, you. The guy raised his blade to threaten. Stop right there. He put his hands in his pockets and said, "You know, DC," he spoke up, "the way you talk reminds me of a friend." He smiled and thought of someone. "Donovan, I wonder if you're still doing well." Donovan laughed and said, "DC, you're too weak." The native then swung his blade down, but DC easily dodged, leaving the guy utterly astonished. "You dodged my Guju-kun," he impatiently yelled. "What are you doing? Quick, kill them." The savage followed orders, charging ahead without fear. DC remained calm and said, "Please, get out of the way." Bram jumped in front of him, pointing his sword at the savage. "I don't want to use violence. I won't hold back." The savage paused for a moment. DC nervously asked Bram, "Are you sure?" He confidently replied, "Of course." Then turned to Bram and said, "Didn't you say you would never use that rapier again?" Hitting the mark, Bram's face flushed and he hesitated. "Well, I'm counting on you," DC said with a smile. His teammate Bram blushed and replied, "Yes." The savage approached the two. Then he shouted and charged at Bram. Quickly, DC warned him, "Get back. Please step back." The savage's blade missed him narrowly. Bram seized the chance to jump back and spun around to block the savage's slash. He quickly regained his stance. Preparing to attack, DC observed while thinking about how an experienced warrior deals with a swordsman. He watched closely, knowing Bram lacked combat experience, and wondered if he'd be okay. Asterisk, if he gets in trouble, I'll step in. Asterisk. Suddenly, DC's eyes widened in surprise, and the savage looked equally astonished. Around Bram, an overwhelming killing intent radiated. DC opened his eyes wide, staring directly at the opponent, and smiled. Asterisk, I think I won't need to intervene now. Asterisk, feeling a wave of relief as if he were seeing Bram in the dark world of the previous day. Suddenly, a loud laugh startled him. The savage pointed his blade at Bram and shouted, "You're strong. This body will fight in the honor of a warrior. I will take you down." DC crossed his arms, thinking, "I've heard savages talk before, but I'm still not used to their way of speaking." He said, "I step forward, little warrior." The savage shouted loudly and lunged at Bram. He pointed his sword, ready to counterattack. As the savage slashed down, Bram quickly jumped back. Dodging the attack, the savage got slashed and blood spattered everywhere. Bram gracefully leaped back to maintain distance. The savage glanced at him, thinking, Asterisk, this brat is too fast. Asterisk. Bram slid back a bit, then pivoted to stop. Then Bram pointed his sword at the savage. The savage looked at him, thinking that sword style suited him well. The savage narrowed his eyes at him. Bram wasn't backing down either, staring right into the savage's eyes, and then stepped forward. Bram took a run up and jumped behind the savage. The savage noticed and turned around, but Bram had already landed behind him, then charged forward like a bullet. Bram slid and unleashed a flurry of slashes at the savage. He tried to defend himself, but couldn't keep up with Bram's speed. The attack power wasn't high, but the speed was terrifying. Bram relentlessly slashed at him, and after a moment, the savage's eyes turned red. Bram suddenly sensed something was off. The guy went crazy and screamed, "This is hilarious." He focused on the situation, continuously attacking him. But his fighting spirit didn't wane. He seemed even more pumped than before. Without using a rapier, my attack power was quite weak. The native stood up and stared at him, wondering if he could take him down with the rapier. He regained his composure, stopped, and focused on Bram. Bram thought, Asterisk, if I want to leave this place. Asterisk, and then he crouched down to gather momentum. Asterisk, I have to take him down. Asterisk. The native wore a disgusting grin, waiting for him. Bram jumped behind and swung down, but the guy blocked it, causing him to slide back. He was gradually getting used to my speed. If that's the case, I have to finish with a lethal blow. Bram observed the guy's body. Then he found a spot on the native's back, searching for a weak point. Once confirmed, he lunged forward. Bram used all his speed to charge at the native, who turned around just in time to see him and attacked straight at him. Bram tried his best to stab the guy, but the native had already read his moves. He was overthinking it. The guy kicked him right in the stomach while saying, "I see through everything." "Where are you aiming?" He kicked Bram down to the floor. He reached for the sword that was stuck in the ground, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't move. The sword dropped. Bram struggled to hold his chest. Asterisk, I can't breathe. Asterisk. The native taunted Bram. Feeling good now, he thought, Asterisk, I can't lose here. Asterisk. Bram slowly touched the sword and then he discovered something. He turned his head and smiled. Asterisk. So it really is. Asterisk. He looked at the DC and thought he was an unpredictable person. Asterisk. You knew everything beforehand, didn't you? Asterisk. Bram turned to look at the sword. Asterisk. You know the real secret, hidden behind this rapier. Asterisk. He tightly grasped it in his hand and even knew how to unlock it. He stood up and was ready to fight again. Please let me, Bram said, getting into position, pointing the sword at the guy. I'll repay you for everything you've done for me. The native gestured as if to say, Asterisk, if you're brave, then come at me. Asterisk. Bram closed his eyes and charged, while the guy raised his blade high, planning to attack from above. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The native had raised his blade, aiming right at him. Bram was in a precarious situation. Then he dodged to the side like a seal. Seeing the opportunity, Bram accelerated and charged, but the native smiled smugly. DC noticed something was off. The guy swung his blade, hitting him. DC shouted, "Bram!" The native's eyes widened in surprise. His blade broke in half. Bram had used his sword to shatter the guy's blade, and his sword remained shining and intact. No scratches at all. Terrified, he shouted as he sliced through the sword. Bram seized the opportunity, crouched low, then spun the sword around, lifting it under the native's chin. The guy froze for a moment, then was sent flying away. He knelt down, his head smashing against the floor, getting dragged along a bit. DC worriedly ran over. "Bram, are you okay?" He smiled, victorious but barely, while Bram looked at the native. "If it weren't for the rapier, I would have been on the floor already. Those natives are as strong as bulls." "He's still frozen." I asked if he got hit anywhere. Bram looked down at himself and replied, "It's a bit painful, but I'm fine." I turned to the person sitting behind me and asked if we were done here. "Let's go, Bram." Gujukin smirked and then said, "Where do you two think you're going?" "That's a steel door made from iron ore from Mount Yahello," Gujukin said with crossed arms, proudly claiming that no one but that native has the strength to open it. "You'll never be able to leave here without handing over that ice blade," he kept rambling. "I also congratulate you for taking down that native." Bram Wujin continued to babble, but when the door opened, "My guards will be waiting for you out there," he threatened with delight. "If you don't want to lose your life, I recommend you." Suddenly, Guzu needed to shut up because Bram easily sliced through the door. The old man froze while Bram cheered. "I got it open. Let's go." The two of them ran for their lives. Drawing the attention of passers-by, Bram looked back and it seemed they weren't chasing anymore. He exhaled in relief. "I guess I need to work on my stamina more. I didn't realize I was this weak now." He looked at Bram's hand gripping the sword. At this moment, he was holding it firmly, no longer shying away from it. This made Guzu smile with satisfaction as they walked side by side through the street. Suddenly, Guzu spotted a roadside stall and turned to invite Bram. "Let's grab something to eat, I'm hungry." Bram's face turned red as he hesitated. He was still shy. "You don't need to thank me. You said I'm the one who put you in danger by provoking that Gujokin. You don't need to thank me for anything." Guzu reached the stall and said to Bram, "Honestly, I should be thanking you." He spoke quietly. "It's just that, after hearing your painful story," Guzu's words moved Bram. "I couldn't just stand by." He bought 2 skewers and handed one to Bram, smiling, "You're part of the team." This time, Bram broke down in tears. Bram stared at Guzu, tears streaming down his face as he gripped the sword tightly, thinking he had become blind to everything. He bit his lip, trying not to sob, and attended the academy with one purpose: to find clues about his father. Bram thought, yet when he thought he was uncovering the truth behind the sword, he had lost control and was living aimlessly. In the sky, birds flapped their wings. Bram stood there, thinking about his aimless life and lost direction. "I was going to continue living like this forever." The bird in the nest began to sing, and Bram bowed his head in thought, then looked up at Guzu. "He showed me a path, someone like me." Bram remembered what Guzu had done for him, a new way forward. Guzu was still smiling at Bram, and he said, "Thank you." Bram looked at the skewer of meat and thought, if so, then he took it and ate heartily. "I will follow him." The feather touched the ground where DC had found it. Bram looked at the sword and the rapier left by his father. On the sword, there was an inscription: "For my little bird, so it won't lose its way." DC looked up at the wings soaring high in the sky, symbolizing a future full of hope. That little bird kept flying, representing Bram right now. I will move forward once again. The scene shifts to the academy, in the cafeteria designated for Class Alpha. Romantica was standing with her arms crossed, leaning against a pillar. Some students from Class Alpha walked by and whispered, "Isn't she from Class Beta? Why is she here? She must be here to spy." She ignored them, only able to let out a sigh. Suddenly, a boy approached her, calling out, "Romantica." Donata walked up and asked her, "Have you been waiting long?" The dining room was bustling, and the food was being served to the tables by female attendants. "Sorry for keeping you both waiting. The food includes meat and mashed potatoes." Romantica was dazzled by the food on the table. Donata smiled and asked, "The food in Class Alpha is definitely different from Class Beta, right?" He winked and said, "I wanted to meet you. I'm glad that wish finally came true." Romantica replied while devouring her food, "Me too." The cafeteria was still very lively, with the maids diligently serving the customers. Donata was busy cutting his meat while hesitantly speaking. Romantica noticed he was being vague and looked up with curiosity, so he asked directly, "Why do you want to meet me?" Romantica heard this, put down her knife, and took out something, saying, "I want to return this to you." As soon as he saw it, Donata's expression darkened, and he stopped eating. The item he was being returned was a small wooden sword. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "I didn't think you'd reject me like this." Romantica calmly replied, "You're the only one thinking that." Her words made Donata sigh in frustration. Just as he was saying it must be because she felt burdened and uncomfortable dating him, she interrupted and denied his statement. Her denial made him wonder, Are you saying there's another reason for this? Why? Romantica honestly replied, because I joined a group in class beta. Her reason made Donna feel a bit annoyed, and he asked again, a group in class beta? Then he smiled, thinking, I don't understand. Are you being threatened or something? If not, then. Before he could finish, Romantica immediately interjected, no, I decided this myself. She explained, at first, I didn't like it much, but now it's different. Our group leader is doing his best to train everyone. Thanks to him, my abilities have significantly improved. Suddenly, she asked Donetta, you said class beta is just full of useless commoners. Do you remember? This question left Donetta feeling a bit confused. I don't understand why you're bringing that up now. Romantica hesitated and said, it's because. She straightforwardly stated, I'm just a commoner too. Her rejection and reasoning made Donetta a bit furious, however. He quickly calmed down and confidently asserted that he was lying, believing that if you were an ordinary person, you would have accepted my proposal already because that's the only way for someone like you to step into the alpha class. In response to that stubbornness, Romantica calmly replied, I think you're right, but I won't accept that. Her statement made Donetta curious. She hesitated and exclaimed, what's the reason for you? It's because a cheerful smile blossomed on her face when she mentioned her friends. My group looked at me with different expressions. You're talking about her? And Donetta switched to an annoyed mode. He sighed wearily. Then he angrily cursed, a look of disdain evident on his face. It's just garbage. Donna's attitude and the cursing made Romantica freeze for a moment as she repeated, garbage. Then Donna spoke in a low voice. A noble always hates commoners, and I know why. The reason is that Haven Academy is ranked based on background rather than talent because nobles fear a new community. Because of the elite commoners that are born, they don't want that to happen, so they threaten commoners to stay at this academy. There's one thing that he and everyone understands, however, times have changed with the strong emergence of the shadow world. Any AI with skills and power can be accepted into the magical stone class. This became the reason. That's why nobles force commoners into the beta class, because they don't want commoners to receive magical stones. Moreover, Donetta also confirmed right now, nobles, you are like a king of a sandcastle, not knowing when that castle will collapse, and that's what you fear. At this point, he asked Romantica, so you're telling me that you will take the lead in that? Hearing him ask that, Romantica still smiled casually and replied, no, I just want to explain to you why nobles hate commoners. She confidently stated that even after 15 years, you nobles still fear commoners. Her words made Donetta feel a bit ridiculous. What? 15 incidents from the past. Suddenly, he stood up angrily, questioning in a low voice. Don't act like you know everything, those garbage. You think you're AI and pretend to know everything. His eyes lit up with rage as he spoke those aggressive words. It's just the past. I still remember that incident like it was yesterday. He referred to the commoners as those rebels. Hearing Donetta say that, Romantica tiredly sighed and said, all right, at least I understand why we became enemies. She slowly stood up while speaking. Our group will be entering the alpha class. Her eyes filled with determination as she declared, so now we are enemies. Facing Donetta's furious gaze, she asserted, I will make you all unable to raise your heads. In response to her determination was Donetta's contemptuous question. You think you can do that? Of course, she calmly replied, I already said it. Don't underestimate us. After she finished speaking, she left the wooden sword on the table. Donetta sat down with a dark expression. His hand clenched tightly around his forearm. He remembered that day when the screams were deafening. We will begin the execution. Kill them. Kill those damn nobles right at the guillotine. The crowd shouted, we will execute the Ha Dun clan. The people cheered together because they had lost their son. Kill him. At that time, Donetta was still very young. He sneaked into the crowd and watched his family being executed. Serves them right, chop off his head. A flag was raised high, fluttering in the wind. Remembering those things stirred up the hatred within Donetta. He gripped his forearm so tightly that it drew blood. His face darkened, filled with killing intent. Inside the newsroom, there was a loud uproar. This special news was coming from Haven Academy. How's it going? Almost done. The directive rang out, add that information in. It seemed like everyone here was very busy. I have books related to the Academy's history over there, and here are documents from another place. Everyone was also busy doing this and that. Has there been a precedent before? No, sir. Then hurry up. We need to get this on the front page. The editor in the newsroom flashed a sinister smile and declared, this is going to be a shocking news piece. At the same time, at the academy, students gathered in the hall, buzzing with chatter. I can't believe they're planning to do that. A young man with a bewildered face exclaimed, how can it be so unreasonable? He looked at the information on the bulletin board, confused. What are they planning to do about this? Right at that moment, in a room, crying echoed from inside. Bridget smiled and praised, you executed the plan well. She called out a familiar name, the student DC. In another part of the academy, an angry roar erupted. An ink bottle was thrown to the ground and shattered. Ink spilled out right before the student's feet. Jess remained calm, facing the enraged person at that moment. Her gaze darted over to the broken ink bottle. then back to the furious individual who was shouting and grinding their teeth. Ken exclaimed, "Those arrogant bastards." Pugman was so furious he couldn't finish a sentence. How dare the beta class students? He yelled in frustration. Commoners got into the alpha class. Then he shouted again, "Don't joke with me." After his rant, he panted like a bull. Suddenly, Pugman threw something just as it was about to hit Aziz's face. Then unexpectedly, someone stepped in to catch it for her. That thing was a piece of paper. Bookman, still furious, exclaimed, "It's all that bitch's plan. After embarrassing me, I wonder if I'll make it out alive. Huh, Bridget." The veins bulged on his face, his teeth clenched as he spoke. That was the student she recommended to the academy. I should have killed him. The response to his fury was the silence of everyone else. He slammed the table and yelled, "How dare they?" He shouted loudly, questioning them for daring to desecrate the sacred alpha class. On his desk was the announcement. The beta class declared they would make it into the top 30. In that announcement was the name Pookman hated most, DC Ackman. He seemed really bitter about it, so he bluntly kept cursing the trash commoner, "That bastard, I will kill all of you." After a while, everything went quiet again. Bookman was now calm, talking to his students. "I'm sorry for letting you see my loss of composure. I won't allow those useless pests to do whatever they want. I won't let them show their fangs." He shouted, issuing a command. "I order you guys, the boys. Weir must crush DC's team at all costs. Only then can you claim the top position." But suddenly he remembered something. "Wait, I haven't appointed a team leader for the first-year students," so he called a jest. Pugman asked seriously, "Have you ever faced DC?" A jest honestly admitted, "Yes." Once she confirmed, Pugman quickly asked, "This time, do you think you can defeat DC?" Just as she was about to answer, "I have a few plans to beat him." But Pugman suddenly interrupted, saying, "Good, that's enough." At this moment, Pullman announced in front of the students, "I have decided on the team leader for the first-year students. I appoint King Scroll." Then he asked everyone, "Does anyone have any objections?" Aegis quickly replied, "I didn't hear anything." Then Pullman, satisfied, ordered, "By any means necessary. You must eliminate DC's team. Do you all hear me?" At that moment, Aegis was distracted, thinking about something else. She remembered DC and told herself, "I still haven't forgotten that day." Suddenly, she looked at her hands and clenched her fist tightly with a bitter thought. "For the first time in my life, you showed me what it means to lose." Even though it stung from that defeat, she was determined for revenge. "I won't make the same mistake as in the entrance exam." Aegis closed her eyes. This time, her gaze was resolute as she told herself, "I will fight you with all my strength, DC." A moment later, in the academy's hallway, Ajax walked down the hallway when suddenly someone stopped her. "Sorry to bother you, Kings Brown." Looking at the person in front of her, she couldn't quite remember who it was and exclaimed, "This is." After a moment of looking, she remembered Donovan but couldn't recall Percivan. "Donata Haddon, and you are." She saw that she didn't remember him, so Percivan had to introduce himself. "Percivan Asagunik." Without beating around the bush, Donata got straight to the point. "One member of my group has a request." Percivan chimed in, "Me too." Hearing the two of them say that in unison, Aegis immediately wondered, "What is it?" "If it's about opposing me being the group leader." Donata quickly denied, "No, it's something else." He made a suggestion, "I want you to let me handle Romantica." Percivan also had his own suggestion, "And I want to fight that Brahms Nader." The reason Donata made that suggestion was that he had no doubts about Percivan's skills. "I'm sure you can take down all BA members, but I would really appreciate it if you let me handle Romantica for personal reasons. Burso seems like a quiet guy, so he just goes along with me. I also have personal reasons for always following this name." Donata helplessly asks, "Are you talking about me?" With a calm expression, Burso asks back, "What's up? Is there a problem?" Regarding the proposal from the two of them, Ajax has no comments. However, she also has a proposal. "I don't care what happens with those guys. However, I have one condition." "This is an order from the team leader," she declares firmly. "Neither of you is allowed to touch DC Ackman. He will be my opponent in the quiet library, with thick books laid on the table alongside Romantica." Bram looks confused at the two books and asks in unison, "What are those?" DC quickly explains, "They are chronicles. They record significant events from the past about the Freewood Clock Tower organization and lessons related to History 1218. Hearing this, Romantica and Bram ask, "Are they all history books?" DC straightforwardly admits, "That's right." This makes Romantica wonder, "Why did you bring history books here?" DC boldly declares, "Starting today, we will pause our training." He raises the book in his hand and says, "Instead, let's focus on studying history." His words shock Romantica to the core, and she exclaims, "What? Study history?" Her shout makes DC and Bram helplessly signal her to lower her voice. Then, DC explains why studying history is necessary. At this time, knowing the historical events that occur in the Shadow World is crucial for the level we are about to take the upcoming exam. Moreover, you need to analyze carefully. By completing tasks in the Shadow World, we can acquire magic stones. and those magic stones contain information related to the Shadow World. The Shadow World we will face in the ranking exam is recreated from previously available information using intelligent brains. You should know that recreating simply means those Shadow Worlds can be controlled and manipulated to ensure safety for participating candidates. Bram, hearing this, questions, "You mean ensuring safety? In the entrance exam, they can overwhelm our perception. How is that possible?" So DC patiently explains, although they may control and manipulate many things, they are not allowed to dominate in the fundamental elements in the Shadow World, like historical events or mission objectives. That's why having extensive historical knowledge is very necessary. He adds another question. Are you sure these history books contain information about the upcoming ranking exam? DC responds comfortably, it's really a matter of luck, so it's hard to know for sure. His words make Bram and Romantica fall into deep thought. It's possible that those books won't be included in the ranking exam. Just then, Romantica tells Bram, "Give that to me." Bram quickly complies, and DC thinks to himself, even though I don't like forcing others. After that, you asked your two friends to make a report on the key points they gathered from this book once they finished reading it. Inside, you felt helpless, thinking that even though you came from the future, you couldn't tell them that you knew exactly what the dark world we were about to enter was. A while later, you, Bram, and Romantica were busy reading. Romantica didn't seem too interested in the words, while DC was seriously focused on the book. Bram looked shyly at you, and the scene made her exclaim, "What's this?" Then she quickly called her confused friend, Pram. She whispered teasingly to Pram, "You seem a bit close with DC," and her teasing made Pram blush all over. "I mean, you two look friendlier than before." Pram quickly turned away and stammered, "Maybe. Aren't you the same?" Suddenly, Romantica noticed the badge around Bram's neck and teased, "What's that about? I've never seen you wear that before. Could it be that you too?" A question that left people speechless. She exclaimed, "Are you hiding a date from me?" Bram's response to this question was an act of feigning ignorance, and an event like this had never happened in history. Romantica still wouldn't stop. She kicked Pram's leg and teased, "Why are you changing the subject?" That's suspicious. Her teasing made Pram so embarrassed that he had to tell her, "Please stop." Of course, she continued with a grin, "Come on, tell me." DC had noticed those two for a while now and wondered what they were up to. As for Romantica, she stubbornly asked, "Quick, tell me." Bram still firmly replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about." Seeing him stick to one answer made her angry. She threw the book down and yelled, "Hurry up." Her shout, of course, caught the attention of the monster sitting and reading nearby, who exclaimed, "You two." Angrily glared at the two of them and ordered, "Why aren't you two sitting quietly and reading?" The way you scared them made them quickly respond, Fine. So you were about to help Romantica pick up the books. Let me help you." But Romantica said, "No, I can do it myself." While she was trying to reach for the book that had fallen on the floor, suddenly someone helped her pick it up. Instinctively, she intended to thank that person. "Thanks a lot." But as soon as she saw the helper's face, her attitude shifted. The person who helped her pick up the book was Aegis. She called out her name loudly, "Aegis." Aegis casually returned the book to Romantica. Romantica rudely snatched the book from her hands, then irritably tossed it onto the table and sat down with an annoyed pout. After a moment, she spoke up, "What are you doing here?" Unlike Romantica's annoyed attitude upon seeing Aegis, Bram looked confused and curiously pointed at Aegis, as if wanting to ask something. Regardless of these two clueless friends, Aegis pulled out a chair. She casually sat down and greeted, "Long time no see." "Ride comfortably," she replied. "Yeah, it's been 2 months, hasn't it?" You smiled and congratulated, "Aziz, I heard you're in the Lam and Yet group. Congratulations on making a good decision. I'm glad you found a group that suits you." Hearing you say that, Aegis immediately asked back, "What do you think I fit in that group?" Before I could get a response from you, she heard Romantica coldly telling Bram to calm down. Then the answer came from the one who needed to respond, DC. "Ah, she's quite strong." Your answer made Aziz say, "Unfortunately, that's not true." Her cold gaze looked at DC and said, "Because you still exist," she called your name resentfully. This made you just smile and shrug. "DC, that's savage." Now Aziz said, "That's why I came here." Her words made DC ask straightforwardly, causing her to freeze. "So she came here to declare war on us." At this moment, you calmly told her, "Do you see me as a worthy opponent?" Then before the match starts, she wanted to come here to deliver an official declaration of war. You didn't dodge the question and asked, "Is that your personality?" Ajax didn't respond to this question. Then she helplessly sighed and replied, "It seems you understand me very well." So she admitted, just as you said, "I consider you my opponent." Hearing that, he laughed and said, "Don't flatter me too much." Suddenly, Aziz mentioned that incident from that day. "Even if you mock me, I have nothing to say to you. That day, I underestimated you, leading to my carelessness. I'm sorry about that." She stood up and declared resolutely, "However, this time will be different. I will fight you with all my might." Hearing her words didn't annoy DC. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. Thinking to himself, Asterisk. That's great. That's how she becomes stronger. He thought about why he always defeated Ajax. The reason I try my best to defeat you is that I want to reignite the fighting spirit in you once again, because you are the main force of the attacking team. Inside the world of darkness, she will become much stronger than this. Watching Aziz leave, DC declared loudly, I'm really looking forward to our battle, Aziz Kingsgrow, during the ranking competition of Haven Academy. The students had gathered to watch the battle, while some students were flattering Pookman. At that moment, inside the contestants' lounge, some people were complaining to each other, it's too noisy outside. There was a response. Of course. The ranking competition is the biggest event of the Academy. DC, along with Romantica and Bram, were ready for battle. Suddenly, Romantica called out to DC, Hey, she wondered, why are you wearing a tie today? Bram widened his eyes and exclaimed, Yeah, that's right. DC replied casually. These formal events make me uncomfortable, so normally I wear something casual. Hearing that, Romantica teased, Really? I thought you were just a show-off who didn't want to wear a tie to show off your body. Her words made DC shyly exclaim, What? Bram couldn't stop praising. I think this tie suits you very well, DC. He even suggested we could go buy some ties that are more comfortable to wear. But at that moment, Romantica noticed the noise outside. Why is it so noisy outside? Looking at the two of them like that, DC helplessly sighed and thought, it's good that everyone isn't stressed. If it goes like this, it might actually be great. So, are you guys ready? Romantica confidently replied, Of course. Bram also showed his readiness. Then all three of them stepped out and the audience erupted in cheers. Those guys over there? That's right. A noble sneered, visibly annoyed. Meanwhile, all the students cheered for DC. DC, we're cheering for you. Keep it up. The shouts echoed everywhere, making DC wonder. Asterisk, are they cheering for us? Asterisk. From the noble side, one guy glanced at DC, arrogantly mocking, Is that DC? He looks so ordinary. A girl in the group reminded him not to be so arrogant. Did you forget what Professor Pugma said? He kept staring at DC's group and confidently declared, No worries, we'll take care of them all at once. Ashes remained silent, saying nothing before the match began. The two teams had to come up with a strategy. Now, we'll decide our positions. DC suggested his position, while Romantica would stand in the match. I'll be the archer. I'll stay far from everyone and use magic to locate the enemy, then take them down. Romantica, hearing this, felt a bit uneasy and asked, You want me to be the archer? I don't know if my magic will work on the Alpha class students. However, DC reassured her, You just need to use your magic as soon as you locate the enemy. No matter if it's the Alpha class or any other class, if we don't give them time to prepare, they'll be caught off guard. Although she understood what he said, she still felt confused. Asterisk. It's my first time using magic to attack from a distance. I don't know how much power I'll need. Asterisk. Seeing his friend worrying too much, DC smiled and said, Don't stress about that. The ball I use during practice has the same weight and hardness as a human head. Hearing about the ball, Romantica suddenly realized something. That ball? Wait, what? She suddenly discovered, Hold on a second. Don't tell me all those drills you made us do were to prepare for today? He had predicted the situation we would face, and at that moment, DC turned to assign positions to the remaining friend, Bram. You'll protect us, okay? Bram replied confidently. Got it. Meanwhile, Romantica kept staring at DC, wondering, Asterisk, who exactly are you? Asterisk, then she asked. Everyone knows their positions and tasks. What about you, DC? DC hesitated and replied, to explain it simply, it's a position for scoring. So it was time for the battle to begin. The announcer's voice rang out. The portal to the world of darkness began to open. All the students lined up before the gate, while Gabriel's students were extremely tense. Ajax's side was equally anxious, but DC's team was very relaxed. Then the announcer declared the start. From this moment on, the exam begins. A forest appeared, and a bright light shone in the woods. DC appeared there, looking around in confusion. You calmly calculate that it's around 11 o'clock when suddenly the system notifies you. Locating the enemy base, you are a warrior and have received information about the enemy's situation. The enemy base is nearby, hurry to find it. At that moment, DC decides to go look for his two friends, but he couldn't find them. He doesn't see Romantica and Bram anywhere. While he was casually strolling, something suddenly flew towards DC, but luckily he dodged in time. Looking at the object that just flew toward him, he quickly recognized it, and suddenly from the bushes, that AI appeared. It spoke saying, We really got lucky. This person said nonchalantly, I didn't expect to meet you so soon. The one attacking DC is that noble lady. She called out his name, DC. You brute. Hearing her call his name, DC responded nonchalantly. I didn't know I was that famous, she replied in a haughty tone. Famous in a negative way, to be precise. Upon hearing that, he calmly remarked, Well, that really sucks. The noble lady quickly attacked DC with bullets, and DC leisurely countered with the **** fire technique ****. Yet she continued to grit her teeth and attack him. The way she used her techniques made DC pay attention. She was using 2 types of magic at once, and then she unleashed a powerful spell. The noble lady released **** Aqua Wave ****, and DC calmly countered with a defensive magic spell. However, DC also noticed something. He realized the weakness in her attack. Her magic would conflict with each other, but she didn't realize it and remained confidently smiling. Suddenly, her magic cracked, leaving her stunned and unable to react in time, followed by a loud explosion. DC was also pushed back by the explosion, and he quickly raised both hands to block the shards of ice in the air. But unexpectedly, he didn't feel the pieces of ice approaching him, so he opened his eyes to check. The ice shards stopped suddenly, but then they started to shake and unexpectedly flew back at him. Finally, they formed an ice tornado. A shard of ice grazed DC's arm, while others pierced through some trees. One even grazed DC's face, leaving a wound on his cheek as the ice tornado grew larger. The noble lady stepped out of the ice tornado and smugly exclaimed, "Surprised? This is a level of magic that a commoner like you will never understand." She triumphantly looked at DC and asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" DC calmly replied, "I admit I'm a bit surprised." He even praised her idea of combining magic as quite interesting. Her words left the noble lady confused. Meanwhile, it was his turn to strike, but she had chosen the wrong opponent, DC's magic, easily breaking the noble's magic circle, causing her ice vortex to vanish, making her panic and scream about her magic. The noble woman, horrified, wondered if it had been analyzed. Just then, DC's calm voice rang out, "Never underestimate and always stay one step ahead of your enemy." He taught that noble woman the basic rule of the battlefield. After saying this, he unleashed her own magic against her. Meanwhile, she was still bitter and exclaimed, "How could my magic be defeated by you?" He casually replied, "Just look." As he said the last 4 words, he immediately attacked the noblewoman, learning from the situation. The noblewoman quickly created a protective circle, still feeling wronged. "You think I would lose to a commoner's magic?" However, the next event would leave the noblewoman wide-eyed and speechless, as DC's attack not only struck directly, but also from the side, causing the noblewoman to take the full brunt of the blow. In the last moment, she bitterly called out DC's name. Next came a painful scream that made DC turn his head. What he saw was her collapsing down. As soon as the badge fell to the ground, the system announced that a contestant had been eliminated. The system reported that 29 contestants were still participating. Elsewhere, someone was also walking through the forest, the wind blowing through the leaves. A voice of lament arose, "I can't believe I fell in this damn meadow." One contestant was walking while complaining, "It's so hot." Suddenly, he noticed something while sighing. Then, suddenly, an attack struck him. Luckily, there was a bit of cool wind, and so the system announced again that a contestant had been eliminated, leaving 27 contestants still participating. In the distance was someone just unleashing a move. That was Romantica. Bram hurriedly asked, "Still haven't found him?" "No way." Romantica said he must have been summoned. "When we arrive, we will be even farther apart," she added. "At least we're lucky to be summoned close to each other." Hearing this, Bram asked, "Do you think we'll find him soon?" Romantica casually confirmed and suddenly asked him, "Of course, Bram. Could you step back a bit?" He didn't ask anything more and just followed right away. Then, Romantica immediately closed her eyes. Magic flared up around her, and through that magic, she quickly sensed the movements around her. There are 2 people nearby. No, 3 people, and another one. Right away, she launched an attack. A stream of magic was shot out by Romantica. Then she spoke, "I'll handle the one in front," but suddenly she sensed something was off. Her magic was being analyzed? What the hell? So Romantica quickly warned Bram to be ready. She turned around and said, "I found it." Hearing that, Bram was excited, thinking he found his brother. Just as he was asking how, as soon as he saw the guy in front of him, he was annoyed and said, "Huh, that's not my brother." "That guy, what was his name again?" "If you're careless using detection magic, you won't realize you'll expose your own position." What a trashy surprise. Romantica wasn't angry at that comment. She calmly replied, "Trashy? Let's see if we really are trash." The sky remained clear as usual. Romantica looked at her opponent and said, "Even if you pinpoint our location." She confidently asked him, "Do you think you can take us down?" Then she added, "I don't know what gives you such confidence." Her confident words made the noble turn to look at the girl next to him. Just as he was about to respond, it was too obvious. "Because we are." Then suddenly that AI rushed in. The noble was quick-handed, so he easily blocked Bram's attack. He shot an angry glance at him and exclaimed, "Such trash, you don't know any manners." Then he shoved Bram away and said, "Don't annoy me anymore, get lost." Seeing his attack blocked, Bram exclaimed, "My attack failed." Romantica then commented, "Their skills are pretty good." The noble's companion hurriedly asked him after that surprise attack, "Are you okay?" In a cold tone, he reassured her, "Don't panic like that. You think an attack like that could hurt me?" Seeing her so worried, he got annoyed and snapped, "Don't be scared, get ready to fight." His sullen expression made her a bit hesitant, and she replied, "Okay." Looking at Romantica, she turned to Bram and said, "Ready, Bram?" So, in less than a minute, The sound of weapons clashing rang out. Bram fell back after that strike. Even the noble was pushed back. At that moment, a figure rushed in. Bram activated his agility and rushed towards the noble. His eyes were filled with fierce intent, and with his extraordinary speed, he intimidated the two nobles. The noble girl seemed a bit scared and panicked, shouting, "Why is he so fast? Isn't he from the beta class?" The noble was furious and roared, "You arrogant bastard!" He raised his sword high and shouted, "Do you dare?" He struck his sword down into the ground and shouted at me contemptuously while dust flew everywhere. He turned to the girl with him and said, "That's your chance. Hurry, use your magic to scout." She quickly complied, but before she could do anything, another magic attack flew in, hitting the noble girl directly and causing her to collapse in pain. The nobleman, seeing this, panicked and asked, "What's going on?" Romantica, the one who just attacked, reminded him, "You shouldn't focus only on Bram." She smiled and warned them, "You two will be very sad if you forget about me." Seeing the situation was getting worse, the nobleman hurriedly called for the girl to get up, but obviously, she was in too much pain to stand. "Get up quickly." Right when he loses focus, Pram is already coming closer, he exclaimed. "Never underestimate your opponent on the battlefield." Pram taunted. The nobleman shouted angrily, "Damn it, you dare to teach me a lesson?" He swung his sword, but Bram had already jumped up high, leaving the nobleman bewildered. Wondering when he got there, Bram immediately spoke, "You need to focus on me." Then he charged down. Meanwhile, Romantica was ready to launch another attack and exclaimed, "Your reflexes are too slow." A triumphant smile spread across her face as she said, "Goodbye, Mr. Love Alpha." And then her magic attack shot toward the nobleman. Of course, in this situation, he couldn't do anything but grit his teeth and curse. "Damn it," a loud bang echoed. Then came the announcement that a contestant had been eliminated. Romantica stepped forward toward the nobleman she had just defeated. "Underestimating your opponent is a mistake for both of you. If you had attacked us as soon as you discovered us, you might have won." She irritably remarked, "Underestimating us just because we're from Class Beta," then turned to Bram and asked, "Have you finished cleaning over there?" Bram was sheathing his sword and casually replied, "I just finished." At that moment, the system announced that a contestant had been eliminated. Next, he ran over to Romantica and happily said, "We won easily." Romantica excitedly responded, "Yeah, how great would it be if all our enemies underestimated us like that?" Besides that, she also complimented Bram. "Your skills have definitely improved, Bram." Hearing that, he shyly bragged, "It's all thanks to DC." Mentioning DC made Romantica suddenly remember, "Oh, I completely forgot about him." She then turned towards a tree and yelled, "Come out now. I know you're over there, DC. You've been watching us this whole time." Seeing that she had discovered him, he stepped out and smiled. "You found me, so what?" Of course, Bram didn't realize he had been there all along, so he was a bit surprised to see Mr. DC, while Romantica huffed, "You're really strange. It's kind of odd to be seen sneaking around." So he awkwardly explained, "You both did a great job. I was too busy watching you two and completely forgot. Besides, you said you were going to help them, but it turns out you didn't need to lift a finger." When Romantica heard you complimenting her, she proudly replied, "Of course." Meanwhile, Bram eagerly asked, "Have you been following the match from the start?" In a similar state of anticipation as Bram, Romantica hesitated, a bit shy, and asked, "So what do you think?" After observing, DC smiled with satisfaction and replied, "You two did even better than I expected." Bram, pleased, asked, "What about me?" He ruffled Bram's head affectionately and said, "Of course, you're doing great." At that moment, Romantica suddenly cast a curious glance at DC, thinking to herself about the strongest magic to take them down. She was easily analyzed by him, and while she was on guard, she wondered, even though we're on the same team, something feels off. Suddenly, DC called out to her, "Romantica," with a teasing expression, and she immediately asked back, "Why are you suddenly ruffling my hair like you do with Bram?" While ruffling her hair, he praised, "You're doing really well." This action caused Romantica to switch to a state of confusion and embarrassment, leaving her speechless. After regaining her composure, she puffed up like a cat and said, "What are you doing?" Seeing her puffed up like that, DC quickly explained, "You looked at me like you wanted a compliment." Hearing this, she replied loudly, "Not at all." At that moment, DC looked up at the sky and uttered something cryptic. "It's getting late. It will start soon." A moment later, the sky turned dark and a storm approached. At a tower, amidst the trees, pairs of eyes glowed red like blood. Eerie shrieks echoed as dark clouds gathered in the sky, and suddenly, a flame erupted. Another contestant was taken out, and the one who did it coldly remarked, "I mean no harm." Gabriel turned away and said, "You're just unlucky." The system quickly announced, "One contestant has been eliminated. 24 contestants remain." At the same time, DC's group was resting. After hearing the announcement, Bram worriedly said, "Another person got eliminated." DC calmly replied, "It seems that way." Then Romantica asked him, "So what's the plan you want to discuss with everyone?" Hearing her ask about this, he suddenly remembered and listed two methods he had thought of. "There are two ways for us to reach the alpha class. The first way is to complete the mission of the Shadow World and secure the #1 spot. The second is to survive until there are about 9 people left. When Romantica heard this, she reminded him of what DC had said before, but he mentioned that the first way was impossible. DC admitted this and added, "That's right, it's impossible with our current strength. We need to complete the mission and take down the other groups at the same time." His words clearly received agreement from Romantica. He was right. At that moment, DC drew up another new method. But we have a chance with the second method. My new approach is that we don't need to be in the #1 position. We just need to stay in the top 9. According to your plan, the other groups will fight each other. Right now, there are only 24 people left. This means that while the other groups are clashing, we need to take down 15 more people. With that, he smiled and asked, "This method seems easier, right?" Bram nodded in agreement. Exactly. Romantica then focused on the sketch drawing. She drew a cute yet ugly sketch of the 3 of them that made her laugh. Then suddenly a drop of water fell on her head. That drop of water left her dazed as she looked up to see a heavy rain pouring down, prompting the 3 of them to panic and search for shelter. "It's raining, let's find a place to take cover." Soon after, all 3 of them huddled under a large tree, watching the heavy rain. DC thought this rain might last a while, making it a bit difficult to continue their plan. At that moment, he felt no annoyance about the rain and was quite relaxed. He rubbed Bram's head and said it was fun and they could rest a bit. Meanwhile, Romantica was lost in her thoughts. He wanted to secure a top 9 spot with the Alpha class, something she never thought she could achieve. In her heart, she wondered what would happen if she hid her true identity and accepted Donovan's proposal. She recalled Donovan's harsh words, calling it trash to pull such stunts. This made her feel a bit insecure about her identity, as if her commoner status was suddenly revealed. Just then, DC placed a hand on her head and gently called out to Romantica. He suddenly complimented her, telling her not to worry anymore. "You've been doing great all along, even if you might face danger." He spoke softly, reassuring her like an older brother. "But don't worry, I'm here." His words and actions made Romantica feel very flustered. He really did have that effect on her. Her face gradually relaxed, and her thoughts became lighter, made Romantica extremely flustered. His facial muscles gradually relaxed, and his thoughts became lighter. For some reason, he was very happy inside despite the group's actions of DC patting his head. But on the outside, Romantica still showed annoyance when he did that. "Don't touch me anymore." Seeing her bristle, he quickly let go. "Okay, no more touching. Got it?" Bram saw her getting noisy like always and smiled, saying, "You're back to normal." Deep down, she really just wanted to say she genuinely liked being around everyone. At that moment, in the central tower, loud cries echoed, drawing the attention of DC's group. Even Gabriel's team noticed. Espa's group was no exception. Suddenly, DC asked, "Is it time already?" This made Romantica wonder, what time is it for what? At the same time, the system sent a notification to use their knowledge to assess the current situation. The system sent an important new notification about the rules of the clock tower. The previous timer has started. This clock tower is a breeding device. Every hour, it will create a demonic creature. As it announced that a new mission had begun, Romantica was bewildered, exclaiming, "A mission?" The system indicated that the demonic creature lives within the forest. Meanwhile, Gabriel's side was still bickering and not paying attention. The system reminded the contestants to try to survive from that creature. Donovan, hearing this, was bewildered, exclaiming, "A demonic creature?" The system coldly continued to announce that the mission would not end. Until that creature is subdued, thunder roared in the high sky. Romantica was slightly panicking, exclaiming, "What was that just now? What sound was that?" Suddenly, DC instructed everyone to step back. His words made Romantica and Bram curious. They called out in unison, "DC." He didn't respond, his gaze was focused elsewhere. The rain continued to fall and a faint smell emerged. This scent made both Romantica and Bram cover their noses. Romantica anxiously asked, "What is that smell?" Bram complained, "It's awful." Just as they were questioning DC about what was happening, he was focused on something rising from the ground. His eyes immediately became alert as he exclaimed, "They're coming." He quickly turned to remind his 2 friends to be ready. As soon as he finished speaking, something emerged from the ground with a loud noise. A monster that looked like a rat appeared, causing Bram and Romantica to scream in shock. "A rat?" They rushed over to DC and yelled, "Another rat! DC, is that a demonic rat?" The rat looked surprised, but then it growled fiercely. Romantica and Bram were scared and screamed, "That monster is really angry. DC, help!" Thunder and the rat's growl echoed together. Romantica and Bram were so scared they screamed and ran. "Damn it, it's too late, run!" They ran while yelling louder than the rat's growl. "It's coming." So outside, that mouse brought its buddies, a whole pack of rats swarming towards the 2 people. Bram and Romantica ran for their lives, while DC turned back to see the leader mouse glaring at them with a murderous and bloodthirsty gaze. Meanwhile, they were busy sprinting, with Romantica and Bram adding their screams to the mix. Just then, the system sent a reminder to DC. "Use your knowledge to assess the situation right now, based on your own understanding." He realized those rats were called Kudra mice, a level 2 demon rat. They always used their numbers to overwhelm their prey, their food was human blood, and they would relentlessly pursue their target. After running for a while, Romantica turned to attack, unleashing her technique straight at the pack of Kudra mice. But she couldn't kill them, which made her panic and scream that they were totally fine against them. Seeing this, DC quickly reminded her to conserve her strength and not waste mana like that, while Romantica kept screaming that they would eat us. "We're going to die. Do something." Unlike his scared friends, DC remained calm, thinking to himself. There were ways to deal with this, but he was a bit hesitant, unsure if it was the best way. While he was losing focus, suddenly he heard someone calling him, "DC." It was Romantica, and Bram shouted loudly when they saw a huge tree blocking the path ahead. DC immediately told Bram to jump over it. Bram had no objections and quickly complied. Even though the tree was a bit large, he easily flew over it, then turned back to say, "I jumped over." On DC's side, he hurriedly encouraged his timid friend, Romantica. "Just jump." She tried to suppress her fear and replied, "I will jump." After saying that, she quickly closed her eyes and jumped, going along with the leap. However, he landed safely, while Romantica fell hard, making him gasp and yell, "Romantica!" He rushed over to help her up. "Get up quickly." Just as his urging voice rang out in the rain, the rats had already smashed through the tree and were charging at them. Both of them quickly ran away. Romantica and Bram hurriedly asked DC, "What should we do to defeat them? What can we do?" "Running," DC replied. "We just need to destroy its main body." Hearing this, Romantica asked, "Where's the main body?" DC quickly informed her it was within that group of rats. His words made Romantica panic, and she exclaimed, "What? How do we get in there?" Suddenly, DC stopped and turned around. Facing the swarm of rats, Romantica called out to DC, who ignored her pleas and went further away, suddenly taking off his gloves. He bit into his own hand hard enough to draw blood. "This is your favorite food." He unexpectedly flung his blood towards the rats. Human blood, a drop of blood mixed in the rain, finally fell right in the middle of the rats. One of them, greedy for food, leaped up just as it opened its mouth to snack on the blood, when DC turned and shouted loudly, "Romantica." The romantic opportunity arose as the leader mouse was greedily sucking the blood of DC, while Romantica prepared to unleash her **wind bullet***. One of her attacks hit the leader mouse directly, making her exclaim joyfully, "I got it." However, the leader mouse showed no signs of being ready for the chopping block. Instead, it shot an angry glare at the group. Then it screeched, realizing it was still alive. Romantica thought her magic might not be strong enough, but DC reassured her. "It's okay." It looked weak, but it was actually a level 2 demon creature. Then, he noticed the leader mouse hiding among the damn little mice. It burrowed back into the group of mice, and just as he urged everyone to run before they caught up, suddenly, Bram lunged in, startling DC. Seeing him about to attack the mice, DC and Romantica screamed loudly, "Bram!" They wanted to stop him, but it seemed too late. "Stop!" Bram had already jumped into the swarm of mice, causing them to scatter, leaving Romantica bewildered as she called out, "Bram!" Then a scream of fear echoed as Bram, inside the swarm, was falling aimlessly. However, he was still trying to calm himself, needing to focus despite the mice attacking him. He kept wondering to himself, where's its main body? Looking at the swarm of mice in front of him, he thought for sure it had been injured by the magic. The mice were still fighting each other, screeching aggressively. Even so, it didn't scare Bram. "I need to find its trace." Just then, he sensed something from outside. DC was digging through the pile and called out loudly, "Pram, where are you?" Romantica cautiously asked from the side, "I'll use magic to try to find him." But DC dismissed the idea. "Don't do that. It will cause injury." Pram was digging through the mice, angrily growling. "Damn it!" Suddenly, a surge of magic shot up from the pile of mice. Bram had skewered the leader mouse, and upon seeing him, it provoked him to call out, "Bram!" Finally, the leader mouse was cut down by Bram. After that, he safely landed on the ground, and the swarm of mice began to disperse. The system notified him, "You have defeated the Kira mouse." Pram just spotted DC. DC hurried over to him and asked, "Pram, are you okay?" He hesitated to reply, feeling weak and wanting to collapse. "I'm feeling unwell," he said, collapsing. DC, startled, called out, "Pram!" At that moment, the system announced, "Mission completed." Romantica, observing from the side, also smiled in relief as she hugged the unconscious Pram in her arms, reassuring him, "The mission is complete." "You did really well," she said, a tired smile on her face. He replied, "I guess I pushed myself too hard. Now I have no strength left," he said. DC comforted him, "It's okay, just rest." Bram, completely exhausted, fell into a deep sleep. "I'll rest a bit," he said softly. Romantica gently asked, "Is he asleep now?" DC replied in a low voice, "Yes." Holding Bram tightly in his arms, Romantica gently laid him against a nearby tree. "I'm seriously asking you to take care of Bram a bit," he said softly. "Lean against this tree, okay, Bram?" The rain continued to fall heavily, each drop pattering on the grass. She carefully observed Bram and then spoke. You've been too arrogant, Daisy. You stayed silent, just decisively turning your head, Romantica, looking at DC's dark silhouette leaving, filled with doubt. Calling out to DC, she had complicated feelings watching him drift further away. DC stood alone in the quiet rain, looking up at the sky. Inside him now were countless tangled thoughts. DC silently blamed himself. That was a mission he could have easily completed. Without putting Bram in danger, that bastard. He clenched his fist so tightly it was bleeding. The ground was muddy and rocky from the heavy rain, coupled with DC's helplessness. He thought, damn it. A wound appeared on DC's cheek. He hid his face to stay alert, his eyes flickering. With determination, he looked straight ahead, reminding himself to focus. Romantica stood, watch over Bram, who was still unconscious. She leaned on her hand, watching the pouring rain, complaining that it seemed like the rain would never stop. When she saw DC return, Romantica voiced her dissatisfaction. Where have you been? She questioned him, still upset, until she noticed something was off. What if another group shows up and attacks? Worried, Romantica reached out to see DC's wound, asking, "What's wrong with your face?" He purposely cut her off, answering, "I just went around scouting the situation. Don't worry about my face." Romantica, filled with confusion, unconsciously agreed. Okay. DC pondered, "Bram, how are you?" Soon after, Bram, well-rested, woke up by himself. Romantica couldn't help but feel joyful when she saw him wake. DC smiled at him, reminding Bram that it was time for them to go, noticing the wound on his face. Bram panicked, jumped up, and shouted, "Get away from me." Trenan reassured him that there was nothing to worry about. "You can go, right?" Bram responded, "I'm fine now." He turned to leave, speaking, "Bram is awake. Let's go." Romantica tugged at her shirt, unsatisfied, and asked, "Where are you going in this rain? You're soaked." At that moment, DC realized the issue and replied, "That's right." He pointed in one direction and said, "Let's go there first." Romantica looked in that direction. DC pointed, puzzled, and spoke, "The tower." The massive clock tower stood firm under the heavy rain, and the system's notification echoed. A new mission has begun. Stop the clock tower at the top of the clock tower. There's a source of energy sustaining the entire tower. We need to destroy that energy. Bram, filled with guilt, said, "It's my fault we're delayed like this." Romantica replied, "No, thanks to you, we survived." Under DC's thoughtful gaze, she hugged herself, shivering, and sighed, "It's so cold, let's hurry." He chuckled, saying, "It'll definitely be warmer inside the tower." He looked down at his wounded hands, silently thinking, "I won't make the same mistake again." His hands, filled with wounds, clenched tightly, showing DC's hidden determination. "I must achieve my goal." Romantica saw he wasn't moving and lost her patience, urging, "Hurry up." In the forest at night, the heavy rain continued. The cold, sparkling ice crystals appeared as Azit quickly used her magic to finish off a monster. Under her sharp gaze, the system announced, "You have defeated the Kudra rat." A classmate of Azit spoke up, "Kill the main body." All the rats fled. The weak were terrified, probing to see if any more evil creatures were left. Alay, annoyed, questioned, "Don't jinx it." As a student stepped forward to report, 2 members of the team have been eliminated. Azit scanned the surroundings and thought, asterisk, 2 people eliminated? That means only 7 are left in the group. Asterisk. A puzzled voice rang out, "What's wrong?" Percival asked in confusion. "We're still in the lead among the 18 survivors. We have 7 members now. This way, we'll easily take the top spot." Azit stepped to the center of the group and commanded, "Everyone, gather around. We're going to change positions a bit." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through. It caught her attention. Azit silently suspected something, and immediately she noticed the anomaly. Wide-eyed in horror, she thought, asterisk, "I can't wait." In just a second, Azit quickly reacted. Asterisk. Using magic, she created a protective barrier around Percival. The surprise attack from the enemy was deflected, leaving him bewildered. "What the hell?" she replied. "There's a sniper." Azet turned to her classmates, reminding them, "The enemy is here. All tankers, move to the front." Following her orders, those with shields quickly moved forward to protect the others behind them. After a long wait, Alay finally spoke up. "Team leader, it seems we're not doing well anymore." Aziz still said sternly, "Hold your position. We're going to enter the tower. Don't let your guard down." The group began moving cautiously, and she quickly calculated the current situation. "We're in a bad position. The rain is still pouring," Aegis thought, glancing around at the conditions. The students around her quietly sighed, realizing that things were not looking good at all. Aegis remained vigilant, not letting her guard down, guessing that the recent attack had revealed their position, prompting an immediate strike. She frowned in difficulty, assessing. There are no mages with advanced skills among the first-year students. Then it's AI. Ares clenched his teeth, thinking silently, asterisk, "This test is not as easy as I thought." Asterisk. Inside the tower in the forest, amidst the heavy rain, the observation room was lit up. DC stood behind Bram and Romantica, observing and speaking up. "All right, now put on the white gloves," he asked seriously. "Shall we get started?" Before the challenging battle, the DC Academy had to make the final decision. We're gonna play dirty. In the forest, the heavy rain continued to pour. Romantica used magic to illuminate the tower. She stood next to DC, anxiously speaking up. I can pinpoint their location, but the last attack was ineffective, DC said, looking outside and trying to comfort Romantica. It's fine. As long as Ajax is with that group, I don't expect our attack to have any effect. She doubts and asks, but if we keep attacking the 7 losers, won't our position be exposed? DC smiled and replied, exactly, that's the key point. He stood up straight and puffed out his chest, hinting to Romantica not to just attack the Lam group. We should attack the other teams too, Romantica exclaimed in shock. Are you even thinking straight? The driver just smiled lightly and asked back, did you not hear what I just said? Romantica anxiously yelled. Stop smiling and answer me, he calmly said. The truth is, in terms of strength, we are weaker than them. Romantica voiced her doubts, then why? She spoke softly, seeking an explanation. If this is a free-for-all, that's a different story, she said, filled with confusion, her hands flailing in a panic. Don't shout. Still, there's no reason to expose the enemy's position. We need to come up with a different plan and ensure our safety, DC firmly interrupted her. His face was serious as he said, trust me. Seeing his determined attitude, she couldn't say anything more. She stammered, okay. Romantica observed the rain outside, wondering, but do you really think they'll come here? Because we're attacking them, the driver replied firmly. They will definitely come. His hands tightened. With furrowed brows, she said, because this is the mission's destination. She looked at his expression anxiously, silently thinking. She recalled how he had become like this after Bram fainted. She slowly called out, hey. The driver also responded with a curious tone. Romantica asked, could it be that you? At that moment, Bram suddenly shouted, interrupting her words. Hey, get away. The driver looked at him curiously. What is it, Bram? He quickly reported, another group is coming, Bram said, looking down from the tall tower at the crowd trudging through the rain. They're starting to come here. He adjusted his gloves and calmly said, good, let's move. Focused on his own hands, he seriously commanded, let's get started. The heavy rain continued to pour down. It left deep puddles on the ground as Ajax's team approached the tower, their alertness heightened. Approaching the target, Alay couldn't help but exclaim, this place is quite spacious. He volunteered, saying, I'll open the door first. Alay carefully grasped the doorknob and pulled it open, revealing the teams that had stopped inside the tower. Hearing the noise attracted Ray's attention, who wondered aloud. That's the Lam and Guyet group. Janet worriedly asked the leader, what should we do? Joey, equally confused, chimed in, damn, there are too many men here. Gray shouted loudly, Janet, come here and talk to me after this. Aza's group stood at the door. With a fierce expression, Alay looked inside and coldly stated, so they're all here. The 3 opposing teams formed a triangular standoff, the atmosphere in the tower thick with tension. An angry voice rang out, catching Aziz's attention. Looks like the Lam and Guyet group just attacked these guys. Gabriel loosened his tie, getting ready to fight. He spoke up with confidence. Even if they're the strongest group in the academy, their numbers aren't greater than ours. Bray, standing beside, quickly intervened. Team leader, you shouldn't provoke them right now. Gabriel narrowed his eyes, filled with disdain as he looked at her and asked, what are you talking about? Ajax Kingscrow just silently assessed him. He ranked number 2 among the first-year students. I think his name is Gabriel Danetta. Surprised, he asked, were you guys attacked too? He laughed mockingly. He spoke with a mocking tone. Stop pretending to be innocent. Gabriel firmly asserted that the mage could cast spells like that. No one else but the Lam and Guyet group. She narrowed her eyes, silently guessing who the troublemaker was, so Judicia is the one who attacked us all. Azist, tired, closed her eyes and sighed. She remembered his scheming demeanor, thinking it seemed like his plan wasn't complete. Suddenly, Ares shouted, ordering the members of the Lam and Guyet group, I command you to locate the sniper in the DC group. Ale exclaimed in confusion, DC? Lily and the team? What about her? The team leader slowly drew her sword from its sheath, seriously, saying, I'll hold them off. Gabriel reacted as if he heard a joke. He suppressed his anger to the point of shaking and asked, what did you just say? Gabriel laughed mockingly, Jess Kingscrow, since the entrance exam, you've always had this anger boiling inside you. Gabriel unleashed his magic, furious. He glared straight at Azist, scolding, you make me sick. He summoned a fireball, questioning her. Arrogance has its limits, you know? Gabriel waved his hand, throwing the magic he just summoned at her, shouting, fireball. A massive flame quickly erupted in the tower. Bray laughed triumphantly, mocking, how's our team leader's magic now? Joey hastily reminded, you idiot, look out. She appeared before him like lightning. Bray fearfully exclaimed, Ajax. Ajax landed a precise kick to Bray's head, causing him to cry out in pain. The kick was so strong it sent Bray flying. Joey watched him get kicked away, feeling annoyed, clicking her tongue. Damn it, taken down already. While she wasn't paying attention, Ares stood right beside her, starting to chant a freezing spell. Just a moment later, Joey was buried in a large block of ice. The sudden attack made her scream. Joey gritted her teeth, astonished. Her spellcasting speed is too fast. Gabriel watched as his two teammates were taken down in an instant. Furious, he cursed. Damn it. He looked toward the pineapple group, impatiently shouting orders. You guys over there, if you're in alpha class, show your skills. Gabriel unleashed all his fury on them, saying, stop standing there and watching. His taunts struck at their pride. The pineapple group quickly formed a battle line. Chris angrily questioned, how dare you underestimate the pineapple group? Aziz didn't respond, silently acting like a powerful arrow shooting towards the group, reminding her to get there. On the first floor of the tower, the battle raged fiercely, fire and ice magic clashing continuously. After a while, only the sound of Aziz's footsteps on the stairs remained. The door to the highest floor of the tower gradually came into view as Romantica anxiously listened for any sounds. Bram was ready to attack, questioning whether it was over, feeling the same tension as the atmosphere. Fully focused, waiting for the next situation as she stood before the highest door, the sound of it opening echoed from the first floor below. Gabriel had been completely defeated by her, and his teammates shared the same fate as the previous group. Ares' power lay scattered on the ground. Her sharp gaze pierced into the room where Ares stood with a similar aura. The god of death appeared, and she spoke with commanding authority. Indeed, what a foolish plan. The massive tower loomed in the forest, covered in heavy rain, the clock's mechanism never ceasing to turn. DC forced a smile at AZ, saying that if it weren't for her, their plan would have been completed already. She coldly replied, that's right, DC, the plan is exactly as you want, as the sound of Ajax's engine rattled. However, she recalled what had just happened and calmly explained that all the other groups were focused here. Noticing your group wasn't present, I guessed the truth behind this situation. You wanted the remaining groups to fight each other, so your group could slip into the top rankings while the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the stairs. Aziz calmly stated, that's your entire plan, looking at the three people before her. She gently revealed her intentions. That's why I didn't eliminate the other groups. Instead, I just controlled and bound them. Now your group can't make it to the top rankings. Ajest's teammates have arrived, and she offered DC only one choice. The Nam and Guet group appeared confident, facing DC's group. Ajest declared the choice was to fight us. Percivan carried his sword over his shoulder, scoffing disdainfully. Donata, with an annoyed expression, was also ready to fight. Romantica and Bram watched their overwhelming presence, feeling fear. The engine gears continued to turn evenly in the quiet space, with only the sound of metal clashing echoing. As it spoke up, if you have enough skill to get into the top 9, then prove it by defeating me. As it looked directly into your eyes and said, DC Ackman, and as she finished her words, a magic circle appeared beneath DC's feet. Romantica anxiously called out to DC, while under Azit's feet, an ice platform was slowly rising. You looked at the scene before you, urgency filling your heart as you exclaimed, damn it. Two ice columns shot up, piercing the ceiling as they surged upwards. Bram worriedly called out for him to move away, while Romantica anxiously shouted to get away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura caught his attention. The two blades clash, creating a deafening sound as Percivan lunges forward to battle Bram, his crazed expression fixed on him. Where are you looking? He growls. Your opponent is me. Bram grits his teeth, blocking Percivan's sword. Watching the two start to fight, Romantica hurriedly shouts, but Bram doesn't let her distract him as Donovan slowly approaches, sword in hand. There's no escape now. Let's begin our battle, he calmly states, massaging his shoulder. I'm quite surprised your group has held out this long, Donetta comments, tossing aside her cloak, but he looks at her, confirming, it's over. With swords drawn and words spoken, Romantica's group tenses up at his declaration, and so does she, ignoring the chaos outside as the clock continues to tick. The sound of metal clashing fills the air as Percivan and Bram engage in a fierce battle, both exhibiting a wild determination. Percivan knocks his head against Bram's, smugly saying, you're not using your longsword anymore? Let's see if you can brag like last time. He glares, asking, where's that bravado from before? Bram, refusing to back down, retorts, you talk too much. This infuriates Percivan, who glares back, what did you say? He unleashes a blow that sends Bram flying backward. Using one leg as a pivot, he begins executing his body technique, Percival spinning in place to create a whirlwind. The whirlwind inches closer as Bram finds himself at a disadvantage. He calms down, stepping back to prepare for the fight. Percivan attacks furiously, veins bulging on his forehead from anger, while Bram focuses intensely. It's hard to block against this relentless assault. Both are nearly equal in speed, alternating between attack and defense. The sound of blades clashing is tense as one sword lunges directly at Bram, who quickly ducks to evade. The two swords continue to make contact without pause. Bram holds his ground, dodging and blocking for an extended period. Under Percivan's full-force attacks, he only gets pushed back slightly. He isn't truly hurt. Seeing Bram unscathed, he can't believe it, gritting his teeth, cursing this bastard as he watches his smooth, skilled movements. Filled with doubt, Percival wonders what's happening. How is he blocking all my attacks? He recalls Bram's past struggles, wondering what the hell happened to that kid who had trouble swinging his sword just as Percival lets his guard down. Bram seizes the opening, breaking through the encirclement and charging forward. Percival stares in shock as Bram rushes at him. He spins around, kicking Percival in the stomach, causing him to gag, then angrily swings his sword forward. Bram easily steps back to dodge the attack as Percival angrily curses the bastard, collapsing to one knee. Percival clutches his stomach, suppressing the pain, incredulous as he exclaims, "How can your sword skills have improved so much in just a few weeks?" Graham wonders, "Why do I have to explain this to you?" He himself doesn't even know the answer. He thinks the answer is to try to get up, but he still doesn't forget to scold that damn beta for his actions, making Bram alert. He's enduring the pain, wondering where Donovan is. What the hell is he doing right now? The clock's gears keep turning according to its rules. Romantica uses magic to shoot at Donetta, creating a magical bullet. He can easily deflect her magic with just one hand. Donetta looks at Romantica with a disdainful gaze and says, for a level 2 mage, she feels uncomfortable hearing him coldly remark that she's too weak as the dust from the recent attack gradually dissipates. The fighting atmosphere between the two is getting increasingly tense. Romantica, infuriated by Donetta's attitude, bursts out, "It's because I've been using long-range magic too much that I'm exhausted, you idiot." A sense of unease rises within her as she thinks, "It's bad. I don't have much mana left. If he attacks in close combat, I'll be at a huge disadvantage." He tilts his head, full of doubt, and asks, "What do you mean? Are you telling me to hold back because you're tired?" The giant ice pillar behind Donetta is covered in red lightning. Just seconds later, that ice pillar explodes, releasing a thick fog. He gasps, "What the hell?" staring at the hazy fog that's about to envelop him. Donovan, confused, speaks up, "This fog." He curses under his breath, "Damn it." Romantica looks at the fog in front of her, silently guessing that it's not magic from a magic analysis. Immediately, she looks up. If it's from a magic analysis, then I can see through the thick fog and look up at the ceiling, where I notice a large hole. Romantica silently exclaims, "DC." Donata is fumbling around, observing his surroundings. All he sees is the thick fog. Donna thinks his vision is restricted, reaching out to touch the fog in front of him, silently calculating. Of course, she's doing the same. Donetta turns his head, looking around, wondering what she plans to do now, while he's not paying attention. Suddenly, a magical vortex appears, created by the fog, as he senses danger approaching. Donetta's eyes widen in horror as he turns his head. In the next moment, a magical bullet accurately strikes his hand. Holding his sword, Donetta winces in pain, shutting his eyes tightly and letting out a cry. He clutches his injured hand, yelling, "My right hand!" Donetta wonders aloud, "How am I exposed?" With the unexpected attack, he quickly identifies the position. As he turns back for a sneak attack, Donata plants his foot on the ground for leverage, taking a baseball stance. He uses the sword in his hand, forcefully deflecting the incoming magical bullet. Donata is filled with tension. Focusing intently on his surroundings, he states, "How am I exposed?" She used the wind to pinpoint my location. Normally, mages are very weak. He continuously observes his surroundings, starting to think of countermeasures if he engages in close combat with a swordsman like himself, so she used the fog to hide her position. Donata raises his ring-adorned hand to adjust his collar, silently mocking her foolish plan. Romantica is desperately running around in the fog, constantly alert, watching the direction where Donetta is standing, lost in thought. Thank goodness the mist appeared just in time. All I need to do is keep my position hidden. Romantica closes her eyes to sense the movements around her. She speaks and uses a detection spell. Suddenly, bright red lightning bolts appear, enveloping the entire space where the fog is present. Gradually breaking them apart, she watches in astonishment, exclaiming at the magic revealing the sparse remaining smoke. Romantica, confused, says the fog has, and just then a surge of killing intent rushes towards her, making her alert. Donata suddenly jumps out and slashes at Romantica's position. She quickly spins and jumps to the side. Barely avoiding the surprise attack, Romantica rolls on the ground and then stops in a ready stance. He watches her series of movements, displaying a bewildered expression, and asks, "What's with that reaction?" "She's more innocent than I thought." Romantica gazes at the shimmering necklace around his neck and wipes the dirt off her face. After thinking for a moment, she says, "That necklace is a magical item." Donna touches the necklace and calmly replies, "I told you, you'll regret not accepting it." He points his sword at her with disdain. "Why would a commoner like you ever deserve it?" Romantica, annoyed, exclaims, "What are you talking about?" She grits her teeth in anger, questioning, "Why do you keep babbling about commoners, this and that? What makes me different from you?" Romantica, looking serious, states, "Whether noble or commoner, we're all students of Havian Academy." Hearing this, Donata gets furious, his veins bulging as he grits his teeth and retorts, "How are you and I the same?" She confidently pounds her chest and shouts, "That's right, we're both students. You and I are just humans, no matter how you try to show class discrimination. No matter what, that truth doesn't change." He repeats, "You say you and I are the same?" Romantica firmly asserts, That's right. What's there to be so smug about? She glares directly into Donata's eyes and says, even though I'm a commoner, I've also experienced the life of a noble. We're not different at all. He looks at her ridiculous expression and snickers, asking, you say we're not different? A noble like me is just like a commoner like you? Donata is filled with dissatisfaction. Looking at Romantica's innocent face, he questions, shut up, that's not something a commoner can decide. His eyes are filled with bloodlust as he says, that's something nobles like us decide. Donata, overflowing with self-satisfaction, spreads his arms and speaks. From the moment of birth, wealth and fame are the differences. His face darkens ominously. A low, mocking voice rings out. A commoner dares to compare with me? How? Romantica feels something is off and instinctively steps back, thinking, wait, his arrogance is making him act like this. Seeing that craziness, she reveals her fear, thinking, it can't be. There must be another reason for him to act like this. Romantica furrowed her brows in doubt, wondering what had happened to him. In Donata's mind, darkness enveloped him. A skeletal hand reached out to him, and a low, resentful voice echoed, my son, I am in great pain. That white skeleton continuously urged, your father is suffering and oppressed. Avenge me. The hand moved closer, wrapping around Donata's body, filled with resentment, saying, avenge me. For your father. He seemed to be under a spell, only able to silently listen to these savage sounds. How dare they say that our nobility is like filthy commoners? Under its influence, Donata began to shed tears. The skeleton continued to incite him. Those commoners and that filthy woman must not be spared, my only son. Donata was transported back to his painful past, enveloped by the resentment deep in his soul, continuing the brainwashing. Commoners are the enemy. If you don't want to end up like your father, then. The gruesome skull emitted a powerful aura. Carrying ultimate resentment, order them to be wiped out to the root. Romantica. Shocked by his sarcastic words, no matter how I say it, a commoner like you wouldn't understand. The air around Donata grew cold. He spoke coldly without any emotion. You say we are the same? I'll show you the difference in nobility. The killing intent radiated as Donata continued to use magic, saying, remember this well. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Romantica quickly turned and ran, dissatisfied, questioning another magical item. If you are a swordsman, then fight with your sword. Suddenly, a circle of fire appeared at Romantica's feet, starting to blaze. She quickly used magic to counter it. The ring on Donata's hand radiated powerful energy, and he decisively ordered an explosion. A horrifying explosion erupted right at Romantica's location, causing Bram and Percivan to stop fighting as well. He exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? He turned around, confused, wondering what was happening upon seeing the scene before him. Bram's face turned pale with fear, his eyes wide as he anxiously shouted, calling out for her, Romantica. Percivan turned in shock to look at him, asking Donata, did you do this? Bram worriedly called out, Romantica, wake up. The specter from that skeleton still clung to Donata's mind. It led him to say, you must kill all those commoners. The tower echoed with Bram's sorrowful calls. Romantica, he embraced her, who was severely injured, asking, are you okay? She struggled to get up, replying softly, Romantica, help me up, Bram urged. He carefully supported her frail body, reminding her to be careful as they both warily eyed their opponent. Romantica wiped the dirt from her face, thinking about the blast. If I hadn't used magic to disperse the force, I would have been in big trouble. Percivan and Donata also silently stared ahead. Suddenly, he called out to Percivan, who answered blankly with a Donita. His dark expression ominously announced, I will take both of you down. So just rest, Percivan, he exclaimed, not allowing him to refuse. Donita quickly rushed forward, leaving Percivan in shock. Bram got into an attacking stance and said, he's coming. Romantica stepped back, reminding him, cover me. I need to recover mana. He glared at the two with hostility as Donovan continued using magical items to attack. Bram sensed the danger. He quickly backed away to avoid the attack, but was immediately surrounded and trapped by two walls of earth. Romantica saw the scene and anxiously shouted, Bram. Donita timed his jump perfectly, swinging his sword down, saying, now's the time. She watched his smooth maneuvers in silent astonishment. He was so fast. At this moment, Donata had nearly lost all reason. His eyes were filled with blood and hatred as he screamed, die. Percivan, standing behind, suddenly shouted, Donata, you idiot. His thunderous shout caught Donata's attention as a sharp sword quickly closed in on him. Bram appeared from nowhere, launching a powerful attack. He barely dodged a fatal blow by leaning aside. In a difficult, evasive position, Donata still managed to control his leg, kneeing towards him. Bram matched him, nimbly performing a successful mid-air spin to escape the dangerous situation. He turned around, then slid along the ground a bit due to inertia, causing him to be pushed back a little. Donata, furious, snarled, you filthy commoner. He glanced down to see a deep cut appearing on his cheek. Blood flowed down as Bram maintained a fighting stance, warily watching him. Donata, filled with hatred, frowned. His face contorted as he said, all you commoners. Percivan, now shouldering his sword, stepped forward, dissatisfied, and said, "What the hell are you doing?" "I said Bram is my opponent. If you want to fight, we both go." But hearing Donata's cold tone made him startled. He commanded in a low voice, "Shut your mouth." Right now, Donata had lost all reason. The veins on his face bulged in disdain as he replied, "Just two useless commoners. You don't need to get involved." Seeing him respond in such a strange way, Percivan felt suspicious, thinking, "This bastard." Romantica, worried, climbed over the high ground and slid down, asking Bram, "Are you okay?" She looked at him as he hurried toward her, quietly replying, "I'm fine." Bram quickly pointed out Donata's weakness, saying, "That guy has a narrow field of vision. Stay alert and watch the front for ambushes." He analyzed what he had observed. Donata wasn't paying attention to his surroundings at all. "He's only focused on you," Romantica said. "That's how I landed a slash near his chin." She anxiously looked ahead. Fear filled her heart as she calculated, asterisk, "What should I do? I have no mana left, so there's no chance to defeat him." Asterisk. Romantica's eyebrows looked like they were about to stick together. She thought that in her current state, she was just a burden to Bram. Suddenly, Romantica spoke up, suggesting to Bram, "Can you lure that spiky-haired guy away?" He was puzzled but still agreed, saying it should be fine. But why? She clenched her fists, filled with determination, stating, "Donita is my opponent. I will take him down myself." However, Romantica's body began to tremble, a minor detail that Bram noticed. She tried to sound strong, saying, "It would be better if you fought one-on-one with that spiky-haired guy," but she didn't let Romantica finish her sentence. He had turned around, ready to help her. Bram asked, "If you say that, does it mean you're confident you can beat him?" Her face had turned pale, sweat dripping down, showing signs of fear. He sensed that Romantica was not feeling well. He immediately spoke up, saying that with such a pale face isn't convincing enough. Bram calmly reassured her, saying, "I'm just a burden to you, right? Don't worry." He still maintained a ready-to-fight stance, asking, "Did you forget?" Ram turned around and smiled brightly at her, reminding her, "We are a team. We fight side by side." Romantica began to remember the past when DC patted her head, comforting her. "Don't worry, we've been doing great. Even if you feel you're in danger, I'm sure," he affirmed to her, "I will protect you." Holding Romantica's hand tightly, filled with guilt, she thought, asterisk, how could I forget about that? Asterisk. After a moment, the grip began to loosen. Her face flushed slightly from tears. Romantica smiled and said, "He really is an annoying guy." She quickly regained her composure, placing her hands on her hips, saying, "Sorry, Bram, I was a bit weak just now." He enthusiastically replied, "Don't worry." Romantica, filled with confidence, commanded, "All right, let's fight." Bram cheerfully responded, "Okay." Outside the clock tower, the sky was still pitch black. Like a heavy rain that wouldn't stop, inside the tower, a chaotic battle was causing it to shake. On the highest floor of the tower, the battle between the two strongest continued, the floor shrouded in mist. Along with chilling ice blocks, DC lay collapsed among Ajax's ice. She took strong steps towards him. Aegis ordered, "Get up. That's not enough to take you down." After a moment, there was still no movement. She began to feel uneasy. Aegis gently approached to check on DC, who was currently in a position, lying down from her powerful attack. Suddenly, DC smirked and slowly said, "Shattered." At that moment, Aegis realized she had been tricked. Shocked, she widened her eyes and quickly stepped back. She avoided DC's direct magical attack, but as Aegis turned around, she immediately faced another attack. It accurately struck one of her arms. Aegis looked at the two snakes coiling on her arm, disgusted, and let out a cry. She quickly countered, shouting as the two serpents bared their fangs, instantly frozen. Ares, filled with disdain, had to swat them away. At the same time, DC continued to conjure red lightning bolts with magic, shaking her arms. Glancing at him, she asked what other distracting magic was this. DC stood up, jokingly saying, "That was just my greeting gift. Do you like it?" In response, Ares gave him a scrutinizing look, adjusting her gloves calmly and saying, "All right then. Now let's get started." Sharp ice crystals emerged from the ground, rushing straight towards her. He gently waved his hand, using magic to summon red lightning bolts that forcefully shot out, shattering Ajax's attack. DC looked up, watching her run along the ceiling. He casually snapped his fingers, and immediately, the magic circles beneath Ajax's feet cracked one by one. She stared in shock at DC's smug expression, silently amazed. He analyzed his magic. Ajax cautiously observed the situation, thinking there must be some limits. She lightly landed on the ground right behind him. DC turned his head, smiling at Ajax, showing his goodwill in her eyes. It seemed like a provocation. Ajax, furious, used magic to attack, and Wintercraft immediately enveloped him. Countless chilling ice blocks quickly closed in on DC, but just as they were about to touch him, DC simply flicked his hand, and the sharp ice shards transformed into flowing water, cascading down. She gritted her teeth in frustration as her magic was continuously altered. Ajax shouted angrily, "How can you do that?" She suddenly widened her eyes at the front. A blazing fire column shot directly towards Azit. She struggled to dodge to the side, leaping into the air to avoid the attack, but when Azit was losing balance, a ring of fire appeared behind her, blazing. Azit gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn it." She could only blink, realizing she had fallen into his trap. Just as Aziz fell into position, the fire column quickly erupted violently, engulfing her. He adjusted his tie neatly, unable to help but praise, "You really are amazing, Aziz." In the center of the flames, a large block of ice appeared, extinguishing them. The fire gradually faded, revealing Aziz struggling. She breathed a sigh of relief, having escaped the recent attack. DC looked at her, silently thinking, "Unbelievable." Because she wasn't harmed at all after that blow, her power truly overwhelmed her opponent, Aziz. Aziz stood up, and with her, the ice block shattered. She voiced her doubts. "I don't understand." Aziz continued, "Mana, speed, magic experience, I surpass you in all. Why can't I defeat you?" He just smiled, brushing it off, calmly replying, "You don't have to be so tense. Our battle has just begun." She was filled with questions, thinking the truth was that she was stronger than him in every aspect. Ajax observed DC, suddenly realizing, without waiting, that was not the case. Her eyes radiated a scrutinizing gaze, hard to discern. Ajax thought about something she didn't have, but DC did. She gripped her sword tightly, unwilling to admit it. But the difference between me and DC is that times Aziz times quietly confirmed DC's calm demeanor. "He has far greater knowledge and combat experience than I do," she sighed and said. "If I lose my advantage in magic, then I'll have to rely on my sword skills." She quickly assumed a fighting stance. She boldly declared, "I'll take you down with my close combat skills." He remained calm facing her. He said, "I expected this." The slick surface reduced friction as DC placed her hand on the ground, beginning to cast times grease magic asterisk. Aegis times jumped and flew toward him, shouting, "Don't even think about stalling." He quickly drew his sword. She hurriedly used magic to enhance her balance and strength, charging at him like a fierce tiger. She swung her sword down toward DC, who raised his sword to block the attack. Ares times stared wide-eyed at the current scene. DC's legs stood firm as his sharp eyes faced her. The situation now was, DC was firmly blocking times Aegis time sword right in front of her, and she was in shock, asking, "You blocked my attack?" He calmly replied, "Why? Because I'm a mage. You thought I wouldn't excel in close combat?" Aegis times gritted her teeth in annoyance, thinking she never expected he would anticipate this. Then she channeled all her strength into her sword. Successfully pushing DC back, he was slammed hard against the wall by times Aegis times strike, letting out a pained cry. She exclaimed in surprise, "I never thought you would plan for this." DC stood up, struggling to respond. "Honestly, I can only last 5 minutes." Ajax observed him, wondering why. She continued her attack. This time the attack was incredibly fierce. Ajax continuously asked, "Why?" She charged at him like an arrow. She raced straight toward him, but Aegis times couldn't understand the question. Why? A magic swordsman. At this point, she had reached DC. Aegis times wondered why she couldn't defeat him. His clothes were shredded into pieces. DC still had to struggle against Ashes times frenzied assault as she spun around and kicked. He swiftly sat down, ducking to avoid the attack. Ashes times' mood was extremely poor at that moment. She once again questioned, why? She rolled backward to dodge her deadly strike. Ajax was unwilling, thinking that even though she was much stronger than him, she landed safely in a kneeling position. Seeing the calm still present on his face, Aegis times was filled with frustration, thinking, why can't I take him down? DC stood up, smiling, facing her, saying, at least you get to enjoy the thrill, right? Aegis times was shocked, asking, I enjoy the thrill? He confidently held his sword out in front of him, saying, a worthy opponent like you is something no one would be dissatisfied with. Deep inside, he thought, a warrior who hates losing remembers her strong, solitary figure as she walks away, confirming that warrior is her. Aziz's lonely back showed him how for countless years, no one has ever beaten her. Because of that, she always felt frustrated, looking away at her dazed face, asking if she wanted to defeat him. She wanted to use everything to surpass me. Azez replied softly, I'm not sure if I'm enjoying this, but that was the truth. Facing a worthy opponent, she expressed what was in her heart. I want to defeat you, she said, while Azez pondered, but what does that even mean? You still grip the sword tightly, explaining, you see, I want to awaken your stubbornness and fighting spirit. DC smiled and said, this is a battle of strength. Azez looked at his eager fighting spirit and said, is that so? Her eyes lit up again as she agreed, all right. Azez began to use her magic, saying, if that's the case, I'll use all my power to fight you. A giant ice throne appeared at her command, the frozen throne. Someone suddenly spoke from the stands, the magic swordsman is truly amazing. This drew everyone's attention. Staring in astonishment, seeing many eyes focused on him, Lucifer felt confused. Did I say something strange? Bugman glared at him. Are you serious? You don't understand what a magic swordsman really is, Lucifer naively replied. No, I know what a magic swordsman is, but using both a sword and magic is kind of... I don't get what's so amazing about that. Bugman couldn't hold back and turned to explain. Most people see it differently. It may not seem like a big deal, but you need to understand that they don't just use magic and swords simultaneously. Looking toward Asgard under the arena, he gave an example. Just think of it like there are two types of people in this world, one who can run and one who can walk. The runners are swordsmen, while the walkers are mages. Do you think a walker can catch up to a runner? The answer is no. They will never be able to catch up, so what does that person need to do? Mages use magic to bridge that gap. They will use countless types of magic to catch up with the runners. Bugman concluded, that's how mages create the difference, his eyes lighting up. However, looking at ashes on the monitor, he posed a question. What if a swordsman could use magic? Do you think a person who can run could run even faster? Lucy realized that is the superior difference. Bugman nodded, laughing loudly. Exactly. A person can only walk faster after using magic. But if a person is already fast and then uses magic to go even faster, just like the swordsman in the example. If he uses magic, then the mage can only eat his dust. Bugman concluded, no one can catch up to them. That's the limit of a mage, and the greatness of a magic swordsman. The viewers beside nodded. I get it now. Everyone looked down at the arena. That's a magical swordsman in the arena, with smoke rising everywhere from the cold ice. Everything is surrounded by a thin layer of ice, forming a barrier. The air here is starting to freeze. As he looks around the restricted space, she's using countless overlapping spells. In the center, there's a magical core. DC recalls information from his past life. This is the kind of magic Ash frequently uses later on. She uses it whenever she's cornered. He feels excited, as the space created is just for her, and in front stands a massive ice castle named the Throne. Analyzing rationally, if she can create this space, it means she can analyze it. And she uses hundreds of different spells to combat the cold. He uses magic to warm his body, radiating heat. Then he says to his opponent, so you've played your trump card, watching her exhale mist in her own space. She gently calls him over, stepping a few paces onto the thin ice, feeling impressed. She's truly impressive, but this is still not enough to defeat him. Just then, sharp ice pillars shoot up from the ground. DC quickly jumps away, dodging perfectly. He lands and slides a long distance due to the slippery ice floor. Just as he regains his balance, a sudden strong tremor underfoot shakes him. The floor beneath him turns into small, cold ice mountains, restricting DC's movement. Startled, he gasps. The floor is. Immediately after, magical circles of frost appear in the sky. He realizes that after locking his feet, she starts to attack. Wow! The dazzling ice pillars are launched, racing toward DC. He looks up, not scared at all. Ready to face them, bam! A fireball erupts, radiating heat around DC. It blocks the cold ice pillars. The fire melts the ice that's holding him down, and intense heat blows away AZ's long golden hair. She looks serious, thinking, DC can analyze it, huh? I can't believe he can analyze so many spells at once. Her sharp gaze shifts. What can she do to defeat DC? She watches him slide down the ice. She calculates that she hasn't given him any time to prepare. She even attacks randomly. Right after his feet touch the ground, he barely manages to gather his thoughts and increase the number of attacks. It's not the right answer, just a glance, and the magic circles above are neutralized by him. Ares is stubborn and won't give up. She sets up magic circles everywhere at lightning speed, no matter how quickly she casts spells. The moment after, they are analyzed immediately. Aziz racks his brain, wondering if there's any magic DC can't analyze. Is there any way for her to defeat DC? The one thing he doesn't know, swordsmanship. She looks down at the sword in her hand. An idea flashes in her mind. That's right, swordsmanship. Aziz opens her eyes wide, trying to find a way. Is there a sword technique that can't be analyzed? I don't see her stop attacking. She's just hiding and thinking. DC smiles. Good, keep thinking. Aziz. Find a way to defeat me. I know you can become stronger, Aziz, but suddenly, white bones surround you, causing you to instinctively raise your hand to block. Then, the white bones gradually dissolve as you realize something. This isn't magic. You widen your eyes in horror at what happened. The dazzling ice magic gradually converges into one point. Aziz has found a way. She shouldn't rely solely on magic. She needs to use magic with sword techniques. The point of magical convergence is the sword in Aziz's hand. She concludes that she needs to combine sword techniques and magic into one as the ice melts away. Cold bones cover the arena. Bram can't help but sneeze as he stands in front of Romantica, protecting her. In front of them, a shadowy figure appears through the mist. Romantica anxiously asks Bram, "Are you okay?" He replies, "Yeah, I'm fine." Bram comments on Donetta. "He's quite strong, a swordsman with magical artifacts. I didn't expect them to be this strong. You're a bit apprehensive. Even though you're fighting two at once, he still seems unfazed." Donetta stands up, clutching his neck, while Percivan remains seated, holding his sword. Bram glances back at the person behind him. He feels uneasy. If that spiky-headed guy joins in, they'll be in big trouble. They need to take him down quickly. Suddenly, a shout echoes, startling Romantica and Bram. Percivan. Romantica is stunned. What the hell is that? Bram curiously looks towards the opposite side and sees Donetta asking for help. Percivan stands up from behind, showing a grin as if it's finally time for Donetta to step aside for him to shine. I, Percivan, will take my leave, he says while stepping forward, taunting. After getting beaten up, you finally remember my help. Huh. Donetta, embarrassed, angrily replies, shut up. I just don't want to drag this fight on any longer. Percivan chuckles, fine by me. Say whatever you want, I can take a break. His gaze suddenly sparkles with light. Now I'm ready to fight. Percivan dashes forward like an arrow. Romantica immediately signals Bram, I'll distract him. He's getting too close to us. But Percivan doesn't approach as the two thought. He suddenly halts, leaving Bram incredulous at his opponent's actions. Who would have guessed a swordsman would suddenly throw his sword away like Percivan? Romantica is utterly shocked. He threw his sword. Bram shouts to warn his teammates. Romantica quickly reacts, deflecting Percivan's sword with swift precision. The sword flies high, and at that moment, Romantica realizes Donetta has dashed behind her, right in front of Bram. Percivan throws a punch. Romantica quickly thinks of a way to cope in the emergency and shouts, Bram, get down. Bram instinctively lowers himself, perfectly dodging Percivan's punch, but at that moment, Donetta is right behind him. He swings his sword, don't even think about pulling any tricks. But what appears right before his eyes are two slender fingers. On the Percivan side, it's similar. 2 fingers are enough to make him stop. Those 2 fingers form a circle. The magic has been activated. If they dare to move, Romantica will fire a spell. She glanced at the two and softly spoke, checkmate. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound echoed. A layer of the tower was frozen solid by ice. The sound of the clock engine moves steadily, followed by a zapping noise like electric sparks running along the massive engine. Finally, the running engine was forced to stop, as if something had jammed the gears, returning to the arena between Ajax and DC. The frost gradually dissolved, and a chill spread. DC had just used magic and seemed a bit tired. He couldn't help but exclaim, asterisk. Unbelievable asterisk. He was trying to help Ares develop her skills further, but she exceeded all of DC's expectations. He never imagined she would progress so quickly. In Ares' hand was a cold ice sword and enchanted sword. This was the ultimate attack technique that a magic swordsman could master. Normally, it would take her another 15 years to master this skill, but now she was already using it. He couldn't believe she learned it on her own without DC's help. He smiled as sweat dripped down his face. Asterisk. Aegis, you're truly amazing. Asterisk. She stepped forward, and the sound of cracking ice echoed. Crack. The icy space enveloped the two, and the ground collapsed with a loud rumble. DC realized one thing. He understood that the magic sword technique consumed a lot of mana, so she couldn't maintain the icy throne. Ares swung her sword across her body, cold as ice. The enchanted ice sword glimmered. Her gaze was calm as water, filled with fierce fighting spirit. But right now, DC couldn't do anything to fight back. He dropped the small dagger from his hand. He raised both hands in surrender. The dagger in his hand slowly fell to the ground, accompanied by the large chunks of ice collapsing with a thud. At that moment, Aegis rushed toward him with the ice sword. The dagger fell to the ground with a faint clink, and just a second later, Aegis stood in front of DC. He held his hands up in surrender. The dagger was gone. Aegis looked excited, because she had finally found a way to defeat DC. The sword in her hand was placed against his neck, the cold from the ice. The sharp blade caused DC's neck to bleed. The blood quickly froze due to the low temperature radiating from the sword. Aegis smiled with delight. Asterisk, I've won. Asterisk, but right after that, her eyes widened in shock, because she saw him smiling. A gentle smile, while magical traces swirled around his body. Aegis quickly looked up. She exclaimed in disbelief. Asterisk, no way. The clock tower has been deactivated. Asterisk. Chunks of ice fell to the ground, and the notification sound echoed that the mission of the Dark World had been completed. After reviewing all the participants, the results were decided. The audience was surprised and buzzing. Asterisk, it's over. Asterisk. The announcement continued to echo throughout the arena. First place, DC Ackman. Second place, Asking Crowd. The audience was noisy, discussing, asterisk, did DC really win? Asterisk. So, he won while the announcement was still saying he was in third place. Suddenly, a loud curse erupted from somewhere. Right after that, a magic staff was thrown down hard, forcing everyone to quickly dodge. No one dared to touch it. The grinding of teeth was evident. This guy must be furious. Bugman's anger was clear, veins bulging on his face. I won't accept this. Impossible. In the judges' area, the old man was raging, cursing loudly. Someone tried to calm him down. Please, stay calm. But he wouldn't listen. Where's the security room? Someone reluctantly called Professor Pugin Leo to ask the principal. The principal, annoyed, said to just let him be. His behavior in this situation is just too obvious. Leo nodded in agreement. I didn't expect this to happen either. Principal Dean glanced to the side and saw Bridget almost in tears from happiness. Then he threw his head back and laughed loudly. This must be tough. His unusual behavior made Leo confused. Dean looked at the magical stone emblem in the arena and said, "We still have a lot of work to handle." After that, the professors gathered in the meeting room at the Academy of Light, light streaming through the windows. Illuminating the dim meeting room, someone slammed the table in anger. "Where's Professor Bridget?" in front of several other professors. That person was angry, shouting that she must be plotting something shady. The loud voice belonged to Pookman. He couldn't calm down. A commoner defeated a magic swordsman to take the top position? Absurd. The person next to him chimed in, "Exactly. There's definitely something fishy going on here." Dylan squinted and spoke up. Two people claimed that Professor Bridget had prior knowledge about the test and informed those students. "Do you have evidence?" The two also followed the match and there was no cheating at all. "Bookman is making baseless accusations. It proves she's up to something else to blind us." Dylan calmly asked back, "Did anyone witness any cheating during the entire battle?" Leo couldn't hold back and interjected, "That's enough. Professor Pookman, the principal is still here." Professor Pookman, furious, glared at Leo, but Leo didn't care and acted like he didn't see, waiting for everyone to quiet down. The principal winked at Liam. He smiled and nodded, signaling that he understood. He pulled out a notebook and placed it on the table. The other professors curiously asked, "What's that?" They looked at the notebook, puzzled. "What's in that notebook?" Liam slowly explained. "This is Principal Dean's record." He took a deep breath and said slowly, "It contains the list of those who received the single title." The title from Principal Dean? The professors were stunned. "Wait a minute," one asked directly. "If the principal has already made a decision, then why are we even having this meeting?" Principal Dean replied, "It's because I want to hear opinions from the professors first, even if they are baseless." Bookman stood up. Everyone was shaken to the point of trembling. A professor sitting next to the principal took the notebook and said, "Let me read it aloud." That person carefully read aloud the 9 people who received the title. The flag transitioned to the Lark dormitory. The main hall was filled with light, students bustling back and forth beside flickering magical candles. Someone exclaimed in surprise. So it had already been a little over 2 hours. DC was chatting with AS about the recent competition, which meant time had passed. Demonic creatures appeared at the same time. The machinery inside the clock stopped working. AS nodded, saying he just noticed. "I remember at that moment I couldn't hear the machines running anymore." DC friendly analyzed. "You see? The type of magic I can analyze is the type of magic used in the tower." You continue sharing about the magical tower. Freewood is a magical device to summon demonic creatures, the tower itself. It's using a type of magic to summon the demon Ares. Thoughtful, I had no idea about that. Driving, encouraging her. Direct confrontation isn't a bad idea, but she lost because she forgot the main target of the Shadow World. AZ sighed. "So you're telling me that instead of focusing on confronting me, you focused on the whole situation back then?" DC tilted her head and smiled. "You could say that." Aegis nodded slightly, signaling he understood. Then she calmly accepted the fact that she lost. Lost completely. DC comforted her. "You don't need to think like that, although I explained why you lost your confidence. If the sword had been a bit faster, I would have definitely lost." Suddenly, Bram appeared coldly, stating that if that happened, these guys would take revenge for you, DC. Romantica and Bram walked over. She felt a bit regretful. "We were so close to winning." DC looked at them. "You two are here, huh?" Bram removed his previous cold demeanor, bouncing around like a kid. DC, Romantica then pulled a chair to sit down. "DC, come over here a bit. You seem surprised, huh? Okay then." Romantica and Bram pulled their chairs close to DC, both vigilantly staring at Aegis, making him only able to smile awkwardly. Romantica asked, "Didn't you just want to meet the two of us?" DC explained, "I was asking Aegis about the development process, so I lost track of time." She clearly showed her displeasure in front of Ajax. "She's our enemy. We almost lost because of her." DC felt a bit awkward. Ajax was blunt. If that's the case, it was enough for her to lose. Then she isn't qualified to enter Alpha class. This seemed to touch Romantica's pride. She got angry and shouted, "What did you just say?" Aziz didn't bother to repeat, just coldly kept silent. "We passed the test, and we will be promoted to Alpha class, right?" Ajit just wanted to say that we qualified for Alpha class. Romantica was half convinced. "Is that what you meant?" Then she crossed her arms, smirking at Ajit. "If that's what you mean, I'll let it slide." "No way." DC turned to compliment. "But honestly, we won thanks to your sharpshooting skills, Romantica." "Thank you," Romantica said, making the girl blush shyly. Espa quietly watched the three of them interact. Romantica blushed at the compliment, saying she didn't need it, but Bram also needed recognition. "What about me? Why aren't you praising me?" The whole group may be loud, but the atmosphere is really cheerful and harmonious. Looking back, I feel so lonely without a companion. Jess sighed and stood up. "Excuse me, I'll take my leave now." Surprised, everyone noticed she was leaving so soon. Jess handed you a letter. "This is an invitation from Professor Pookman. He gave this to me because we lost. Romantica saw the letter and laughed loudly. Then DC said, "All right, let's go." The other two agreed. Hearing this, Az stopped in his tracks. She stood with her back to everyone. DC, curious, looked over. Az spoke up. "I want to ask you about something. I know it's a bit embarrassing," but she hesitated. "Can I join your practice session?" Hearing this, Bram and Romantica were wide-eyed in shock. In the main hall of the dorm, Romantica and Bram's surprised voices echoed. Romantica is quite hot-tempered. She looked at Az, who had his back to them, trying to confirm. She wanted to practice with us. Without waiting for an answer, she bluntly refused. "Are you serious?" The answer is obviously no. Romantica turned away. "Stop standing there and say something," you suddenly spoke up. Every morning at 6 a.m., DC smiled, welcoming Aegis back. "Let's meet after school at the main gate of the practice area." This suggestion was met with opposition from Romantica. DC. Aegis didn't say anything more, just nodded to show she heard. Meanwhile, DC was facing Romantica's anger. She grabbed your shirt, questioning, "Are you joking with us? You should consult us first." But you were focused on something else. Over there, Aegis left. Before going, she seemed to whisper something. DC noticed and squinted, smiling, but then there was a shout from Romantica, "Stop laughing." Bram seemed to care little about it. In his eyes, there was only admiration. "So what's your plan now?" DC sat down in the front seat. "We should wait for the ranking announcement." Ram was curious, and then Romantica interrupted, "Wait, if we enter class, we'll." She wondered aloud, answering herself, "So our group will disband?" "No, maybe not." Her words reminded DC of something. He suddenly spoke loudly. "That's right, Romantica. You plan to leave our group after a month, right?" This was the first time Bram heard this news. He questioned, "You intend to ditch me? Isn't it time to say goodbye now?" Romantica pouted. "Oh, Bram." Graham was lively as if the earlier reluctance never existed. "So now it's just the two of us. Let's do our best, okay?" DC chimed in, "Of course." "Just the two of us," Romantica said, covering her face, scolding, "You jerk." She frowned. "You know I won't leave the group, right?" You calmly replied, "Of course, I know that." She complained, "You're such a pain." DC took that as a compliment, then suddenly brought up something that concerned him. "But the discrimination against the beta class students is still there from now on. Even if our group has skills, we still proudly call ourselves commoners. You seriously made the decision." And helped the beta Romantica students stare wide-eyed at Theo, thinking to themselves, "It's always like this. He only gets serious when talking about these issues." She rested her chin on her hand. "Isn't that really our business or something? We should be worried. Bram is teasing like that, and you're still leaving us behind? Why Romantica?" She got upset. "I'm just saying we shouldn't worry about that, but I'll still help, okay? Bram is teasing her if he really feels troubled, so you can feel free to leave any time." The team is having a blast teasing each other, but DC's mind drifts off thinking about something else. "I have another goal to work on." You frowned. The shadow bow appeared at the Apocalypse event. "Until then, you need to make the group stronger." DC's mind slowly sank into his own imagination, with dust rising. A mouthful of lava and sharp teeth opened wide. You told yourself, "This time, I won't let that fire dragon appear behind me." DC was determined, "I won't lose." Suddenly, a loud voice startled everyone. "DC, is that you?" You snapped out of your daydream and quickly turned around. That voice, your gaze landed on a huge platter of fruit rushing towards you. Bridget rushed in and hugged DC from behind. "I missed you so much." Recognizing her, everyone exclaimed in joy. "Professor Bridget, wait for her to sit down." DC wondered why she was here. The professor replied, "I came because I have good news for you all." Everyone was curious. "Good news?" Bridget smiled brightly, snapped her fingers, but before that, magic radiated from the air. DC looked up as a chocolate cake gradually appeared. Romantica was astonished, her eyes wide. It was a huge cake, gently landing on the table. She was amazed. The special cake from Best One Bakery. Romantica stood up, almost drooling. To buy a loaf of bread from that shop, you have to queue for 3 days and nights, but she managed to get a whole cake. "Isn't that a bit much?" DC asked in awe. Bridget laughed and said, "Not at all," she happily informed. "Because I got to see that fat guy's face, he was furious, so it's worth it." DC didn't know she was talking about AI. You wondered? That fat guy? Bridget didn't plan to drag the students into a feud between professors, so she skipped the topic. Whatever, what's more important is... She closed her eyes, reminiscing about the past. Many years ago, at an orphanage, Bridget came to do her duty and met some kids playing together. "I'm the Holy Sword," she said while I was there too. Suddenly, a small hand grabbed her cloak. Bridget looked back in surprise. She didn't know what that little boy was holding her back for. That boy was DC as a child, hugging a thick book tightly under his arm. Bridget bent down and greeted the adorable little boy. "What's up?" DC, shy and flustered, stammered without words, but Bridget had already seen the book in his hands and asked, "Is that Grima? Are you interested in magic?" The boy nodded slightly, yes. She patiently waited for him to say, so. DC mustered all his courage to look at her. Please teach me magic. The reminiscence ended as Richard looked at the current DC. Strong yet still innocent, she was so moved that tears fell. At that moment, she looked so cute, and he was startled, not knowing what she was remembering. Bridget smiled, saying she was proud of him. Even Dad caught her hint, exclaiming together, "Wait, what does that mean?" Bridget took out Dad's badge with the letter A. "That's right, from today, you all are students of Class Alpha. You are number 217. Bram burst into joy, his big round eyes sparkling as he looked at his new badge. He closed his eyes and pursed his lips, but couldn't hide his excitement. Romantika was so excited she was trembling, a tear still lingering at the corner of her eye. Right after that, cheers erupted in the main hall of the dormitory. "We did it! That's right, no more eating bread as hard as a rock." He spread his left hand, staring at it for a long time. Then he clenched his fist, whispering to himself. Finally, he looked outside. We've taken another step forward. Outside, the warm sunlight shone on the trees and grass. The little flowers had now borne fruit in a degraded area somewhere in the Six Realms. Inside a dilapidated house, with dry trees under the flickering candlelight were sheets of paper containing intelligence information. Suddenly, a dark figure stood looking at the pile of papers on the table. The person wore a cloak that covered him completely, leading a group of people. He suddenly spoke, "Wait for me." He flashed a calculating smile as the magic tower loomed on a morning at the Magic Academy, the sound of lectures resonating. Humanity is now fighting against the world of darkness. The sound of chalk writing on the board echoed. Mixed in with the teacher's lecture, the world of darkness had a one-year cycle and continued to devour the world we live in. A group of students below yawned, some even rolling over to sleep, not caring about the teacher at all. Yet the teacher continued to diligently fulfill her duties, continuing the lesson. Because of this, the 6 realms we live in are gradually shrinking. The teacher still wrote the summary on the board, and most people found it hard to believe. But we are fighting against the world of darkness about 99.9% of the time. Freddy turned to look down at the class. "We know this is old news and boring for everyone, but there's one thing you all need to understand. We can gain an advantage when fighting against the world of darkness without taking half a century." She felt extremely proud when talking about this. "We can gain an advantage because we can use magic stones." Discovering magic stones became a turning point for humanity, and all scholars agreed on this. Some students, though bored, still tried to listen to the lecture. Only a few people sleeping were indifferent. Freddy touched the projector on the teacher's desk. "Magic stones." The projector displayed images of magic stones on the board, she explained. "They are the gems we can obtain after completing tasks in the world of darkness. These gems are not ordinary jewels. These are the gemstones we can obtain after completing the mission in the dark world. These gemstones are not ordinary gems. They are pure mana in the form of magical crystal stones created by 2 layers. The outer layer is the mana shell, and the second layer is the mana inside. The outer mana shell prevents penetration into the inner mana, making it impossible to use unless you completely break the mana shell. If the outer shell is destroyed, the inner mana will dissipate into the air. However, 55 years ago, the Magical Tower created a method to deal with that. They drilled a very small hole in the mana shell and used a special technique to condense the mana. This is a special technique patented by the Frozen Magic Tower, waving to change the image on the projector. Because of this discovery, we can enter an era where everyone enjoys prosperity thanks to magic. The screen displays tools using magic stones. She continues, "This is the age of magic." The lecture doesn't stop there. Fraser changes the image, but everything has a downside. Groups of people operating outside the law appear. They want to steal the magic stones. A symbol of an illegal organization appears on the screen. She shares that it gradually forms an organization called the Outsiders. Frozen smiles and turns off the device. But she thinks it's still a bit early to talk about that. Now, looking down at the class, she asks, "According to the rules, do you have any questions? Who created the method using magic stones?" The class is silent. No one moves or raises a hand. This makes Frederick a bit embarrassed. Does anyone know? At that moment, a brown-haired head nods off. Frederick notices and calls out to the sleepy student over there. Called out, the head jolts awake. Yes, in front of everyone. She struggles to stand up. Yes. The chair behind her falls to the ground with a loud noise. The girl is even more flustered. At this moment, a hand helps her pull the chair up. "You know," DC smiles, "you should pay attention to the lecture." The sleepyhead is revealed to be Romantica, who stands there, pouting in embarrassment. "You thought she didn't know the answer?" Ben whispers. "The answer is Jupiter." She blushes and mumbles, "I know, okay?" Romantica immediately answers, "The answer is Jupiter." Friezab smiles awkwardly. "Correct? It's Jupiter, the current master of the Magic Tower. You can sit down now." When Romantica sits down, DC doesn't forget to tease. "Sleep well, huh?" She is extremely embarrassed, quietly scolding, "Shut up." Below, Freddy continues the lecture. "Finally, although the dark world is swallowing a large part of our world, it also brings us magic stones for human development. Furthermore, it can be said that the dark world is a double-edged sword." Just as he finishes, the bell rings for the end of class. The teacher concludes today's lecture here. Below, the students stand up, buzzing as they leave the class. Finally, class is over. Where do you want to go? Free Shop still reminds, if you have questions, come up front. But then she watches the students rush out of the classroom. Like escaping from invisible restraints, she feels a little sad, wondering if anyone has questions. Just as she finishes speaking, Frederick is surprised to see several students standing at the podium, DC leading Romantica and Bram over. He introduces himself. I am DC Ackman. We are class 217 and members of the same group. The homeroom teacher smiles, teasing the sleepy student. Nice to meet you, class 217. He politely bows. We are truly honored to hear the wonderful lecture from our homeroom teacher. She was happy to have students paying attention to her lecture. Do you have any questions to share? We don't have any questions, but we have a request. Hearing that, Frezzy frowned. Did you want the teacher to recommend us to the Magic Tower? You smiled and replied casually while Pram was staring wide-eyed at the blonde teacher. She let out a sigh. Unfortunately, the nomination process this year has ended. You should come back next year and reach into your inner pocket. You still kept a polite smile on your face. I think the teacher misunderstood me. I don't want to ask her for a recommendation. Freddy was even more curious. So what do you want? You took out a letter of recommendation and handed it to her. Frozen took the letter, examined it, and wondered what it was. DC briefly explained that every group in the Haven Academy is allowed to have one teacher as a sponsor. Frozen placed the letter on the desk. That's right. Every group in the Haven Academy is allowed to have one teacher as a sponsor. She was wondering why you were giving it to her. You took out a pen and handed it to her. I really hope you can sponsor us. Frazier took the pen, remaining silent, not refusing. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became tense. DC nervously asked her if she could sponsor them, but Frazier seemed not to understand the issue. She looked confused. Right after that, you suddenly bowed 90 degrees and loudly pleaded, I sincerely hope you can sponsor us. Bram was slightly surprised to see you bowing, but quickly followed suit. At this moment, Freshop finally reacted slowly. No, that's not what I meant. She pointed to the letter of recommendation. What are you talking about regarding sponsorship? DC stood up straight and seriously assured her that she would need to sponsor them. Fresh Job frowned. You seem quite determined about this, huh? You smiled and nodded at her, organizing your words in your head. Then you shared the information. July 7 at 3 a.m., exactly 10 hours from now, outsiders will attack the Magic Tower branch Elulili. Frozen panicked. What do you mean? The purpose of this attack is to steal the level 2 magic stone that the branch has. Eluli owns it. You were serious when mentioning their target, and Reganel's tears flowed. This information is too shocking. Fresia couldn't believe it. She couldn't control her voice. Wait a minute. How did you find out about this? DC didn't answer her question but offered a solution. The important thing is that we know how to prevent this from happening. Frasier was astonished. What? She didn't understand what you meant. You extended your hand to persuade her. So please, go ahead and place your hand on your chest. The eyes of all three of them sparkled as they looked at Freshup. We hope you can sponsor us to the Magic Tower 10 hours later in the Anti-Estate City. Night fell, and every house turned off their lights, deep in sleep at the headquarters of the Magic Tower. The tower was surrounded by lush greenery, a prime location. At the same time, at the Magic Tower in Anif, a person stood by the desk, looking out at the scenery through the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind them, hurried footsteps echoed. A person burst into the office in a panic, reporting to the master that we're in big trouble. The one in the room coldly turns to look at the other person and receives some bad news. The Lou Eli branch has been attacked in the dark of night. While everyone else is deep in sleep on the quiet street, heavy breathing can be heard, mixed with hurried footsteps. It's as if they're running away from something terrifying or maybe just eager to get home. The breathing and footsteps extend through several streets. In the runner's hands is a bag of bread, carefully protected to prevent it from falling. However, perhaps due to the darkness or the speed, the person collides with someone. Their body wobbles and they fall hard to the ground, but thankfully the bag of bread is unharmed. The other person uses magic to hold them suspended in mid-air. The one who fell is actually in disguise. They struggle to get back up. The other person is a middle-aged man named Kraken. Seeing the other person looking at him, he pretends to be terrified and quickly kneels down, pleading, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Kraken takes the bag of bread from his hands. You're fine, right? You're not hurt anywhere, are you? The man grips his arm, helping him up. Here, stand up. He still appears scared and hesitantly says, thank you, in the misty night. Kraken asks in a deep tone, where are you taking that bread? DC explains, I have a little sister at home, but she can't go outside. So I bought bread for her. The man smiles knowingly. Oh, how pitiful. Kraken pretends to be kind, advising him, but I advise you not to wander around at night. Your sister will worry about you. DC, flustered, nods. Yes, sir, I understand. The middle-aged man looks into the bag of bread in his hands, lost in thought. Kraken grins. That's right. He extends the bag of bread toward DC. Here, let me return this to you. DC reaches out to take it. Yes, As his hand nearly touches the bag, DC gratefully says, "Thank you again." However, Kraken isn't as kind as he seems. He yanks the bag, causing the bread to drop to the ground. Seeing this action, DC is stunned, blinking as the fresh bread falls. Not only that, Kraken raises his foot high, then stomps hard on the loaf of bread on the ground, trampling those clean loaves. DC, nearly in despair, shouts, "No," but he can't do anything. By the time the man removes his foot, the loaves are already crushed and covered in dirt. They're no longer edible. Kraken pulls back his cloak, relishing DC's helplessness. Unfortunately, wandering at night only brings bad luck, you know? With that, he turns to leave, leaving DC dazed on the ground. "My bread." Kraken walks away with a pleased smile on his face. Meanwhile, DC sits still, waiting for him to walk far away. He turns his head slightly and smiles faintly. Shortly after, at the Enluli branch of the Magic Tower, footsteps approach the door. That's Kraken, the nasty and unpleasant guy. He took off his hat and tossed it aside, then pulled something green out from his chest. It turned out to be a green demon mask. Kraken put the mask on his face, successfully disguising himself, and transmitted a message to his allies. "Everyone, gather around immediately." A multitude of shadowy figures appeared from all directions. They gathered behind him in huge numbers. AI also wore black masks and cloaks, forming a disciplined line. They looked like a well-trained army, even in the freezing cold of the late night, their breaths visible like smoke. No one dared to speak a word. Kraken's gaze was fierce, his voice deep, opened fire. Immediately, the troops behind him unleashed countless magical attacks aimed straight at the magical tower branch Elulili. However, their attacks only struck the magical shield. The protector of the tower, Kraken, stood with his arms crossed behind him, marveling at the magic of this tower, which truly should not be underestimated. An admirable defensive magic has prepared a strategy to deal with that guy. The team is commanded to move forward with their iron tridents. Behind them, a team wielding iron tridents steps up. Under Cricket's orders, the defensive capabilities are solidifying thanks to the magic. It's quite strong, but that guy glares, realizing he can't withstand two types of attacks at once. The pursuit team strikes hard against the door. The door shakes violently. It seems like the wall is about to collapse. Meanwhile, the magical attacks do not cease. The protective barrier also trembles in rhythm with the attacks from the outsiders. The mages hold their ground. Continuously casting long-range magic, the Iron Trident team is excited, like playing whack-a-mole, hitting hard. Against the thick door, the magical tower door is gradually being breached, showing significant dents and damage. Before long, the door is smashed down by the Iron Trident team. Two pieces of the door shatter heavily, collapsing to the ground. Inside the magical tower, loud noises erupt. "Intruders! Stop them!" Kraken steps inside, complaining about a bunch of chatterboxes, then realizes something is off. But something feels wrong. He sees the defenders rushing out from inside the magical tower. Although their reaction speed is fast, this is a bit too quick. They are all already armed and ready. Kraken shows no fear and has no issues. He signals for Team 5 to advance. Two soldiers nod in acknowledgement of the order. Cricket steps forward, and right after, his feet fade and he enters a state of invisibility. Cricket is completely hidden among the chaotic crowd outside as the outsiders' army advances. They approach and clash with the group defending the magical tower, but moments later, a group of mages withdraws. They really are coming. Everyone, head downstairs. They open the door and rush down, inadvertently leading an invisible wolf inside. As the group runs away, Kraken's trio appears in the hallway. He contemptuously scolds the fools. Unbelievable that they are completely unguarded in the hallway area inside. Then he and his subordinates move along the corridor, searching for the storage of level 2 magic stones. Along the way, Kraken keeps pondering about the statement. When the magical tower's people withdrew, they really are coming. He squints, filled with danger, repeating that phrase. They really are coming. The star at the highest floor of the magical tower, the branch of Enluli, is precisely where the level 2 magic stones are stored. There is a strictly protected barrier. Kraken and his subordinates stand around examining the barrier for a moment. Then he places his hand on the 5-pointed star of the barrier, murmuring an incantation. The Earth's Wrath just finished his words. Lightning strikes down, breaking the protective barrier. His pupils contract, and his eyes brighten. This is the shattered barrier inside. Obviously, this is what Kraken is aiming for. Here lies the level 2 magic stone, the Tear of Reganel. He quickly touches the stone. Then I can get it too. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind. And you can only get this far. This made Kraken and his subordinates jump in surprise as Bram held his sword, urging the outsiders to surrender at the magical tower branch in Luli. At this moment, the lights blaze brightly as Bram firmly stated, "We will capture you. I advise you to surrender quietly." Kraken's subordinates looked at each other. Just a little brat. What's he rambling about? Over here, Kraken asked grimly. So, you all know about my attack plan and the target of this assault? The guy's eyes suddenly turned blood red with killing intent. Bram was startled, thinking to himself, Asterisk, this killing intent is terrifying. Asterisk. His expression became serious and cautious when facing this group of intruders, especially that guy with the mask. This is the outsider. Asterisk. Gryffindor Times didn't turn around and casually ordered, "Kill him." The subordinates replied, "Yes, sir." Before they attacked, the guy had already displayed his power before the wave of flames. Instantly, flames erupted right in front of Bram, and he jumped back to avoid the fire wave, creating a barrier between him and the outsiders. Bram focused, analyzing the enemy's formation. They had 4 mages and 2 swordsmen. The mages were at the same level as Romantica. The swordsmen were just like pawns, while the mages raised their hands to summon magical circles. Don't blame us for being ruthless, kid. Bram was on high alert since it was just him against 6 outsider mages. One released a fireball, and another unleashed an ice spear. Bram took a deep breath and swung his sword with a whoosh. The ice spear and fireball were both sliced through by his sword, lifting his head with fierce battle intent in his eyes. The 2 outsider mages were startled. "What the hell? It cut through our magic?" The 2 swordsmen in front shouted loudly. "That's an anti-magic sword. Watch out. All mages, fall back." However, Bram charged forward. Ignoring the 2 swordsmen, he attacked the mages at the back. "It's useless." The mages panicked, shocked. Asterisk. "He's too fast." Asterisk. Just as the opponent finished speaking, Bram jabbed an elbow into the face of one mage, instantly knocking him to the ground. Stunned, he swung his sword to attack the second mage, but suddenly heard 2 words. "Chains." The one who spoke was Kraken, who himself was a mage. At his incantation, chains suddenly appeared, binding Bram's arms and legs. He stood there, wide-eyed in shock, staring at Kraken. Wearing a mask, what is this? The magical circle in front of him looked very strange. Bram was stunned. He had never seen a mage use this spell before. Seeing himself bound, he couldn't escape in time. Kraken narrowed his eyes and continued to attack with a deadly punch. Suddenly, the ground in front of Bram rose up, punching hard into his stomach, and that ground took the shape of a fist. A powerful blow sent Bram flying back, but he quickly stomped his foot to reduce the impact. However, he still slid back a long distance before finally stopping. Kraken chuckled lightly and commented, "Kid, your physical strength is quite good." He then glared disdainfully. "But you don't think. You're a bit lacking in real combat experience." After that, Kraken used the *** binding technique *** again, but this time, Bram quickly dodged the attack. "Don't you think this technique is a bit slow for me?" The guy didn't respond, only smiling enigmatically. He realized something was off. "There's something moving to the left and right behind me. What is this?" "It's a magic wall closing in." Bram was surrounded. The only escape route had 3 enemy mages preparing to strike. He couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Bram's situation was quite dire, cornered with nowhere to go. At this moment, fireballs and ice spears were being launched at him. Bram frowned, gritting his teeth, looking for a way to cope. Luckily, the fireballs and ice spears hadn't hit him yet. Then, 3 ranged attacks zipped through, disrupting the mage's spells. The enemy mages were stunned by the magical attack. Someone shouted, "It's a marksman!" Immediately, they became alert. Looking around and taking a few steps back, there was an enemy nearby. However, before they could see the shooter, a ranged attack flew in, hitting 2 swordsmen. The 2 unfortunate swordsmen were taken down, while the others screamed in horror. "We're in danger." Even Kraken couldn't stay calm, thinking, what the hell is going on? His gaze fell on the swordsman lying in front of him. The opponent was trembling in pain. He observed the dented armor, rationally analyzing that the attack wasn't strong enough to penetrate it. It must be a level 2 mage, Kraken pondered. However, with the speed of this attack, there can't be just one marksman here, he thought, narrowing his eyes, his gaze flashing with danger. If that's the case, now Kraken activated the magic formation, shouting, "Everyone, cover me." At the same time, the wall beside Bram lost its magical protection and collapsed. He was surprised as the wall crumbled, magical light swirling around Kraken. He seemed determined. "Before I achieve my goal, I cannot be caught. No one can stop me." Bram charged forward with his sword. Don't even think about running. The marksman hiding in the magic tower also coordinated the attack with him. The swordsmen and mages shielded Kraken from all sides, facing the enemy desperately. They cried out, "Use your magic to support us. At this rate, we'll all be taken down." One swordsman was trembling, losing all fighting spirit when facing Bram. Nevertheless, he fulfilled his duty as a protector, raising his sword to block Bram's attack. However, Bram's sword was no ordinary sword. It was sharp enough to slice through that swordsman's blade. He had no way to retreat and could only call out to Kraken. "My lord, something's happening right now." The ground beneath suddenly cracked, with chunks of earth floating in the air. Somewhere, a voice gasped, "It truly is a boss. Clearly, it still holds a trump card." However, Bram didn't think so. "Something's wrong." His eyes widened in horror. That is. Instantly, Bram jumped back as the ground beneath him cracked open, forming a bottomless pit between him and Kraken. Even the ground beneath the swordsman protecting the guy was thrown up. The swordsman shouted in fear, "Wait!" He realized something was off, yelling to Kraken, "We're being pulled down." On the other side, Bram glanced at the swordsman, shouting in despair, "Please stop, leader." The surrounding earth and rocks had formed a mound protecting Kraken in the center, while the swordsman had also become part of that mound. Currently, aside from Kraken hovering in the protective mound, only Bram stood on one side. From the corner of the floor, the sound of falling rocks hadn't stopped, and the ground beneath him seemed to be shaking, about to collapse. The floor was indeed collapsing, and before he could reach safety, the Earth's gravity had already pulled Bram down. The ground where he had just stood collapsed against the rough cliff, and he could no longer see any signs of anyone else. Suddenly, a strong hand clung to the cliff to climb up. It was Bram hanging on the cliff. Looking down into the deep hole below, a dangerous magic spell made Bram hesitate to chase after, whispering, "If that's the case, this will do, right? Brother, down below the magic tower is a sewer, where the water flows trickling with a foul smell rising to the face, and there's floating trash in this deserted place." A large mound of earth fell, Kraken landing in the sewer, and the surrounding rocks gradually crumbled. Looking at the loot in his hand, he thought, "I don't know what happened, but even if it's a magic tower, they can't know this information." The sparkling magic stone in Kraken's hand was at least something he wanted. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. "Did you mention something about once you completed your goal?" He startled and turned around to see someone in ragged attire, but with immense confidence standing there. Kraken warily asked, "Who are you?" He didn't answer the question, but demanded the payment for the bread. Mentioning the bread made Kraken's pupils constrict as he heard the young man in front say, "I came here to demand you pay for it." "Dear sir," Kraken said kindly, stepping back while casually putting the magic stone into his pocket. He wondered, "How do you know my location?" DC did not hide anything. "I tracked you using the magic detection on your body, because I marked you with magic." He recalled the moment he collided with him, piecing together everything that felt strange. "I get it now. So it was you who set up the trap for the magic tower to react abnormally. A rookie without combat experience and a marksman too? How dare you?" The guy, furious, uses magic. "You will regret challenging this great Kraken." However, just a second later, the guy freezes in shock as his magic circle gets destroyed. Kraken stares wide-eyed, unable to believe what just happened. His hands tremble, fear wrapping around him. What the hell is happening? He stands back, arms crossed, watching the panic-stricken Kraken. "Why didn't my magic trap activate?" "Come on, explain it to me. Do you really think you can activate your magic trap when it's so simple and easy to analyze?" How could DC's words leave him speechless for a few seconds? Kraken is sweating bullets. He can't believe it. "No way, that's analysis magic. He can analyze my magic? How?" Seeing you advance makes him even more panicked. "Impossible. A level 1 circle mage can't possibly analyze my magic." Kraken wonders if this bastard is really AI. DC wades forward. "We have a debt to settle, right? You stepped on my bread. You remember?" The guy hurriedly reaches into his pocket for the magic stone he had stored earlier. Right now, he can't do anything in this situation. Kraken shouts urgently to stop DC's steps. "Don't come any closer." He holds the magic stone in his hand. "You're here to get it back, right?" Kraken threatens loudly. "If you come any closer, I'll destroy it. I'll smash it to 1,000 pieces." He warns, "If you want it back in one piece, then don't come near me." He scratches his head and sighs, then stands confidently, encouraging the guy. "If you want to smash it, go ahead." Seeing you act out of script, Kraken is stunned. "Did he think I didn't hear?" "Go ahead. Repeat that." "I said smash it." Then you calmly step closer to him. "A guy like you can never break the magic stone." Kraken yells, "Don't come closer." You don't care, and keep stepping forward. Many have sacrificed their lives for you to have it. So think about what will happen if you come back empty-handed. He squeezes the magic stone tightly in his hand. "I told you not to come closer." He stubbornly takes a few more steps before finally stopping. Not because he fears Kraken, but simply because he realized you were right in front of him at that moment. He is a bit startled, stepping back half a step. Kraken clenches his fist. "This bastard dares to underestimate me, the great Kraken." He grits his teeth, a ferocious smile beneath his mask. "I'll make you regret underestimating me." Kraken swings his fist. Confident that at such close range, DC won't be able to dodge. "I will kill you." However, as he swings his fist, the magic circle lights up. Immediately, he feels his fist way down. His fist that was high above has now dropped to DC's chest. While you show no fear of Kraken's fist sinking into the ground, he can barely lift his hands. The reason is simple. It's not that he's hallucinating, but he's been hit by a gravity control spell. Powerful gravity like a mountain weighs down on Kraken, making it impossible for him to stand firm, forcing him to brace himself on all fours. He shouted in anger. How could he not, with eyes wide open, unwilling to accept it? His analysis speed was terrifyingly fast. Kraken assessed the absurd situation before him. This bastard was definitely a level 1 magic circle wizard, but he could use level 4 magic to control gravity while Kraken was distracted. Just then, the powerful gravity caused him to crash face first into the water, the magic stone flying out of his hand. Kraken moved away, grabbing the magic stone. Declaring he would retrieve it, He trembled as he resisted the mountain, like gravity. He wanted to grab something else, but Cryogen noticed something that left him stunned, making him forget his words. He felt the mana inside boiling. He couldn't comprehend it. Wait, that stone hasn't been polished yet. Why is it reacting to him? Kraken regained some composure and loudly questioned, "How can you use the mana inside the magic stone?" DC retorted, "Are you shocked?" "You're quite surprised, huh?" "I'm just as surprised as you are the first time I saw this technique," he said with a harmless grin, teasing his opponent. "Did I pique your curiosity? If you want, I can tell you what this technique is under the pressure of gravity." Grayson glanced at DC as if pondering whether he would really share that technique with him. Then, he nodded slowly, signaling his curiosity he wanted to know. DC smiled wider, looking like an easily fooled boy. "All right. First, you seem cute, but don't be fooled. I've increased the gravity several times. I'll crush you," Kraken, his calm yet commanding voice, said. "Pay me for the bread." Afterwards, the drainage system became quiet. The outsiders were captured, and the mission was completed perfectly. Back at the magnificent Magic Academy, he said, "Thank you so much, DC, and all the members of your team," laughing heartily. "It's nothing, really." Bram silently thought. At first, she didn't believe in him. DC Fraser sighed and bowed deeply, showing profound gratitude. She couldn't imagine what would happen if the magic stone fell into the hands of the outsiders. She truly thanked them once again. Ram politely replied, "We're happy to help you," then asked about the reward. "As for the bonus for this assignment, how about it?" She then remembered. "Oh right," Frozen smiled. "You'll be rewarded with 120 gold for completing the mission." Romantica exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I'm so happy," poking her elbow into Dixia. "That's awesome, Dixia." Recently, he had been complaining that our treasury was running low. He smiled awkwardly. "Why is it that you're acting cold now? We know you're the happiest person." Bram also drowned in happiness. With 120 gold, we don't have to worry about the treasury anymore. So, Freeshop sat down and shared that she initially intended to reward you with 100 gold, but at first, she didn't believe you and treated you rudely. So she added 20 gold as an apology. She took out a big pouch of gold and placed it on the table. Even though this reward isn't huge, being recommended to the Magic Tower is still a pretty generous reward. I hope you all accept it. Sirius sat in the car and asked, "Fresh, do you remember what I said to you after that class?" She recalled. "At that time, you said that we weren't here to ask you to recommend us to the Magic Tower." So she replied, "I remember, but why are you asking that?" "Speaking honestly, I want to refuse this 120 gold." This surprised Bram, and it left Romantica stunned. "Wait, you want something else?" "I didn't think I would get gold. Instead, I hope to be rewarded with something different." Frederick was equally astonished and curious, asking, "What could be worth rejecting 120 gold?" DC smiled and made a request that seemed very simple. "Let me play a game of chess with the master of the Magic Tower." In the afternoon, the sky was covered with a shiny golden hue in the city of Alethea, the center of technology and magical development. In the middle of the city stood a tall building, which was the headquarters of the Magic Tower. Inside the building, the Magic Tower was surrounded by massive ancient tree trunks. DC walked forward while tilting his head to glance around at the scenery. You followed in front, while behind you, Freddy passed through a corridor filled with huge roots. At the end of the long corridor was an elevator. Hidden in a tree trunk, Freddy extended a hand to use magic to press the floor number on the control panel. The two of them entered the elevator, and the entire space was enveloped in silence. Not knowing how long it had passed, Frejop spoke up to ask DC. "That's all I really want." DC didn't understand and asked back, "What do you mean?" Fresno quickly turned to look at him. "She talked about the chess thing. It's really hard to understand. After achieving something great, I just want to be rewarded with a chess game." DC calmly replied, "Well, everyone has their own thoughts." She still had her doubts. "But I feel this is worth more than 120 gold. In his mind, Freddy recalled how confused he felt when he heard the words on the phone. Playing chess? That student wants that? Fine, bring that student here. She closed her eyes and sighed, feeling a bit confused when the master of the Magic Tower agreed to this. Sirius smirked and commented, "Adisat, you're always such a strange guy." Freeshop turned around, agreeing with him. "You're right, the master of the Magic Tower is always like that." Suddenly realizing something unusual, she asked, "Huh? Wait, what did I just say?" Sirius pretended to be innocent, denying it. "I didn't say anything." At that moment, the elevator chimed, signaling they had arrived. The golden doors slowly opened, and the lights on the bookshelves turned on. The lights on the wall of the room also emit light, but Freysoft looks at the person standing far away, announcing the master of the Magic Tower. We finally arrived holding a book, glancing at the two people. I announced that I brought the student I mentioned earlier. Joseph replied, "All right, thank you. Just let him stay with me." DC looked at the book folded in the man's hands, beginning to reflect on the information he knew about the master of the Magic Tower, Joseph Syrian. Although he was nearly 90 years old, he looked like he was only around 40. He frowned, thinking to himself, whether in the past or the future, Jot Zarian is the strongest wizard among wizards. He is the one who led humanity into the great magic era, his hands tightly gripping the tie around his neck, muttering to himself. Despite being someone who achieved countless contributions, he looked at the chess piece in the distance and silently came to a conclusion. To me, he is simply a friend. In the vast room filled with bookshelves, a voice invited him to sit down on a chair. Seriously, placing his hands on his knees, he said, "If I weren't pressed for time, I would have brewed some tea for you," and slowly played chess with him. He explained the reason. "In about 27 minutes, I have to attend a meeting, so please forgive me if I seem a bit negligent." Sitting across from him, he shook his head in response. "I really appreciate it." Because he accepted my chess invitation, he finally smiled at him. "Thank you for understanding." "Let's get started, then." He closed his eyes and nodded in agreement, finally picking up a black chess piece and asking, "Do you prefer to play by the royal rules or the Western Kingdom rules?" He replied, "I prefer the Northern Sea rules more." The hand holding the chess piece suddenly froze in mid-air after hearing his words. His gaze behind his glasses became serious, focusing on the person sitting in front of him, looking at him as if he didn't quite fit the background from that area. He relaxed in his seat, leaning back and smiling. "That's right. But a long time ago, I had a friend there. Thanks to him, I could understand the Northern Sea rules." Finally, a guess emerged. "The way you speak makes me feel like you were forced to learn the Go rules." "The Northern Sea rules are the hardest chess rules you've ever had to learn." DC laughed twice, confirming that it was indeed so. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted upon hearing him affirm, and finally, his voice echoed in the room. "All right, then let's play by the Northern Sea rules." A bit of information about the Northern Sea chess rules. The board is wider, as there are more pieces on the battlefield. The special feature of this chess rule requires countless different strategies, almost like warfare. And the difference is, instead of having one piece, you can use two battleships, one key point. Another key point is if a pawn doesn't move in one turn, it creates a supply line for any of your pieces that enter the supply line. They can move twice in one turn. One more thing, you have 4 statues and 4 horses to use. The clock points to 4 o'clock. Xian said a phrase to kick off the match, "Have fun. Allow me to go first." Bowing his head, he focused on the pieces on the board. Riding over there is just like him, with an extremely focused gaze on the board. The black and white pieces are placed in different positions. Finally, Jot picks up a black piece and moves it. Next, DC also picks up a white piece and begins his move. Time passes for a while. A few black pieces have been captured and lie outside the board. Jot's gaze gradually changes as he silently praises DC. "He's pretty good, isn't he?" Then he moves his black piece, but several white pieces get captured. Placed outside the board, DC's eyes widen as he stares intently at the board situation. Continuing to use his black piece, he knocks over a white piece, silently assessing the situation. "You're still too hasty with those moves." At this moment, beads of sweat roll down DC's face as he looks up and suddenly makes a suggestion. "Do you want to bet with me?" He repeats the word he just heard, asking back. "I get it, so this is your main goal." "Fine, what do you want to bet?" DC states his conditions. The loser has to follow the winner's requests. He thinks of something and preemptively warns, "If you plan to ask me to accept your recommendation, then I will refuse." He analyzes to let you understand there are some rules for this, so I am the master. "I won't allow any exceptions," DC directly denies. "I don't want that, so don't worry." Finally, he curiously asks, "If your request isn't that, then I'm starting to get a bit curious. Is there something even more beneficial than a recommendation? How could a student like you offer me something advantageous?" DC directly states what he can do. "You can assign me some odd jobs around the Magic Tower, just like this. But I'm ranked in one of the competitions at the Academy, quite impressive, right? So after you graduate, I will ask you to join my magical technology department." DC smiles and continues. "As for my request, I'll send it later. I've always been taught to save the best gift for the last moment. Your words are also correct, but that's something you should say after solving this chess puzzle." DC slightly parts his lips, uttering 3 words before pausing for a moment. If so, then Rhoda is startled by the expression of the person in front of him, hands reaching towards the door. "Like reflecting your image in your past life, I will do my best." The image of the past life appears behind DC. He smiles, promising, "I will use everything I have to send you a gift." The high ceiling is covered in a shimmering gold. The whole room is sinking into silence. The glasses gleam perfectly, hiding Adder, the eyes observing the chess situation of Rote. He follows the hand raised in the air. Holding a white piece of DC, he thinks silently, suddenly pulling out the white piece. It was placed firmly in a position on the board, whispering to himself, he has become a completely different person. DC waves his hand invitingly at the person sitting opposite, while waiting for his turn to draw without saying anything. His hand involuntarily raised to push his glasses up the bridge of his nose, narrowing his eyes as he analyzed everything in his head whenever he felt anxious. It was a habit of his, so it was no surprise he felt uncomfortable at that moment. He closed his eyes and smiled happily. "I've been playing chess with him for 6 years now. Those games in that terrifying world were truly..." The sounds of past arguments echoed in DC's mind. "My turn again? You don't feel there's a problem, do you?" Come on, you're just looking at DC like you can see the scene. Everyone was gathered around watching their match, chattering excitedly. Priscilla, you're making DC embarrassed. Place your bets on who will win. I bet that idiot will win. Back to reality, DC's eyes were still tightly shut. The corners of his eyes were misty as he whispered, "This is really fun." Suddenly, a voice reached him, startling him. Opening his eyes, he felt like a completely different person. He smiled and asked, "What do you think?" He confidently nodded his head. From that moment on, I was still just myself. The corners of my lips slightly curled up in agreement in my mind. That's right, he was focused on the person in front of him, thinking to himself that from the start, he was still truly himself. Many black pieces had already been taken. Lying scattered across the table, not knowing how much time had passed, DC moved a white piece to a position close to the Black King and shouted, "Check." Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the chessboard, reflecting, "The longest 25 minutes of my life." He glanced slightly at the clock hanging on the high wall, then directed his gaze back at DC. Finally, he announced, "I lose." On the chessboard, there was only one Black King left and 5 white pieces. He spoke up, evaluating, what a completely new experience. At that moment, DC's computer on the desk nearby also emitted a notification sound. Turning his head, he guessed it was his secretary calling, saying, "Don't worry about me, just answer it." A few seconds later, a voice announced, "Time for the meeting." DC touched the screen of his computer. "I know, I'll be there soon." After ending the call, he looked back at the chessboard, saying, "I didn't expect to lose." He modestly added, "If you weren't busy with work, you would have won easily." Leaning against the desk, hearing him say that made him feel even worse. DC could only smile lightly and look up, asking, "All right, tell me, what's your request?" DC directly stated his purpose, saying, "I want to discuss something with you." He followed up, "What do you want to discuss?" DC directly approached Ra with his goal, "I want to negotiate with you." Then he asked further, "Negotiate what, exactly?" DC began to explain, "I will present my idea to gain sponsorship from you. There are 2 things I want to negotiate." His brows furrowed, and his gaze became serious. "That request seems a bit difficult. Remember, you lost the bet." Ra bowed his head and slowly explained to you that it's not a problem. "You said you wanted to negotiate with me. Negotiation only happens when both sides benefit equally." He raised his face and concluded, "You're saying that the idea of a student like you is enough to deserve support from the greatest magical organization? How can that be called a negotiation?" DC stood up straight, hinting with a question. "You're saying that if it's equal benefit, then negotiation is fair, right?" You confidently continued, "Let me show you this." Rote's face showed suspicion. He crossed his arms, curious about the back and forth actions of the person in front of him. "What are you looking for?" DC didn't answer but tilted his head, focusing on the magic stones on the table. He then asked, "Can I borrow a magic stone for a bit?" Rote casually agreed. "Sure," DC said as he walked over to the magic stones, thanking him. "However, these magic stones haven't been enchanted yet, they're just useless stones." His hand touched a stone and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is great." Rote couldn't understand what he meant. "You're really a strange one." DC could only chuckle. "Everyone says that about me," he thought to himself. "You can't use magic stones without enchanting them. What do you plan to do with them?" The magic stone in DC's hand started emitting a beam of light, blinding Rote's face in shock. The light from the magic stone grew stronger, making Rote's eyes widen. He was completely captivated by the light from the magic stone, and his arms, which were motionless, slowly began to move. DC smiled and announced, "It's ready." Rote's eyes showed a hint of bloodshot as he muttered in his head about the magic stone reacting, even when it hadn't been enchanted. He reached out a hand. "Can I see it for a moment?" DC handed the stone to him. "Here you go." Rote took the glowing magic stone and thought, "It's really reacting." He curiously asked, "What did you just do to it?" Suddenly, a voice came from the stone. "Sorry, is there a problem?" Salmatter pointed at the magic stone and explained that the magic stone could be used as a signal transmitter. Rote's face was drenched in sweat, stunned, with his mouth agape. He seemed to be lost in thought, slightly pursing his lips. Rote placed the stone back on the table and replied to the person on the other end, "I'll be right back." The person replied, "Okay." He turned to face DC and asked, "Explain it to me. What have you done?" You didn't answer the last question but just smiled and asked back, "So, do you want to negotiate with me now?" Rote turned his head, staring at the stone on the table. He rested one hand on his hip, smiling as he looked away. Only a fool would refuse a negotiation like this after what I just witnessed. Outside, there were tall buildings standing closely together. The sun above shone with blinding rays at an ice cream shop somewhere in the city. Inside the shop, Romantica and Bram were sitting at a long table, focused on eating ice cream when they heard someone ask if they were having fun. The 2 of them saw the newcomer and simultaneously shouted, "Go away. Why are you smiling like that? It's so suspicious." Romantica curiously asked about the chess game, and DC replied to her, "It's great." Meanwhile, Bram had scooted over and was continuously tapping on the chair. "Earlier, I gestured, 'Here, sit here.' After getting off the ride and sitting down, Romantica praised the shops here, saying they were quite beautiful. Bram chimed in, "The pig theme is really cool." Romantica asked him, "Are you talking about the amusement park?" Bram excitedly confirmed, "That's right." After a while, DC stood up and suggested, "After we finish eating, let's have some fun, go shopping, and then head back." Bram, teary-eyed, complained, "But we don't have any money." DC confidently declared, "We don't have to worry about that." He pulled out a black card, saying, "I have Jose's credit card." Bram couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Huh." Romantica, like him, asked, "How? By car?" DC recounted the reason to the two of them, saying we should enjoy ourselves and relax a bit. "Since we made the effort to come here," he continued, "plus he said he would cover everything." Romantica excitedly spread her arms wide. "I want to buy clothes first and a couple of nice shoes." Bram also listed his desires. "I want to go to the amusement park and ride the gondola and monorail." DCS smiled and took a few steps forward, saying, "Let me get some more ice cream for you too, Bram and Romantica." With lightning speed, DCS finished the ice cream in his hand and turned around to look at them. The two reached out to pull him along, saying, "Ice cream can wait." DC ran ahead while complaining, "Why are only you two getting ice cream?" Romantica explained, "We don't have much time left." Bram chimed in, "We can eat later." DC could only helplessly shout, "Even you, Bram, come on." Looking at the two of them happily ahead, he thought, asterisk, well, a little relaxation won't hurt anyone until the day the world of shadows opens, asterisk. In the evening at Raven, the capital of the Haven Empire, at the mansion of Duke Nefleka, the banquet table was set, with a lot of dishes prepared in a noble style, colorful and delicious. Inside the grand hall of the mansion, many elegantly dressed people were gathered together, chatting lively. A sound rang out, causing the glasses raised by those present in the room to halt. "May I have your attention, please?" Everyone turned their gaze to one side to listen. "Today's a special day." Bookman smiled and announced. For 3 consecutive years, Lam and Juet has always been regarded as the strongest group in the academy. Ha, Vien. Under the Magic Tower, even the people from the Magic Tower were silent, focusing on what he had to say. And this year, once again, we will receive support from the Magic Tower. Bookman raised the glass he was holding and declared, "This is just the beginning. We will continue to grow as a strong group. Our legacy will be passed down through history." After he finished speaking, everyone standing in the hall raised their cups high and shouted in unison, "The greatest and most powerful noble group, Pugman!" From above. Looking down with a smile, he cheered, "Raise your glasses for our great empire. Cheers for the noble lineage." Aziz remained silent, standing in a corner, quietly observing everything. The nobles below clinked glasses with those around them and excitedly shouted, "Cheers! Long live the empire!" Aziz frowned tightly, closed her eyes, and suddenly, someone approached from the side and asked her, "Aren't you Lady Aziz?" 2 men behind her exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, it really is Lady AZ." The man in the black suit placed a hand on his chest and warmly greeted, "Nice to meet you, miss." Shortly after, at the column where Aziz was standing, a large group of men surrounded her. The man in the black suit extended his hand, inviting, "Miss, would you like to go somewhere to talk privately?" At that moment, a contemptuous voice came from somewhere. What a bunch of losers surrounding the girl. It was an eyesore. A group of men, hearing that mockery, angrily turned to look for the source. "Who the hell said that?" The man with long blue hair smirked and introduced himself. "I am Alfim Chikisi. You will escort Miss Aries tonight," said the man surrounding Azist. Upon hearing that name, they began to chatter. "Is that Chikisi? Anfe, is that right? We agreed to meet earlier. As an advisor in the entrance exam, we need to catch up on recent events." Aziz didn't respond and merely bowed his head, walking past the group of men, slowly approaching the guy. Next, the two of them moved outside to the balcony of the mansion. Alfheim turned his back to Aziz, speculating. "You seem uncomfortable with the party." She hesitated before answering. Alfheim continued, "I'm not here to blame you. I feel the same way," Aziz said. Moving next to him, surprised, "I thought you hated commoners." Alfheim explained, "On a personal level, yes, but I don't like to show that in front of those guys." He shook the wine glass in his hand. "Honestly, I don't understand what Professor Nifleka is thinking anymore." Ajiz leaned against the railing, arms crossed. "I bet he has countless ulterior motives behind this." Alfheim tilted his head, looking at her. "The ulterior motives you're talking about," Aziz looked up at the night sky above. "The honor of the nobles and the fear of being overthrown one day. Those feelings are easily manipulated. If you mix those emotions together, they'll soon lose control." She shifted her gaze back inside the room. Because of the events that happened then, Alfred continued her thought Donovan had done. Aries looked at Pullman and the people in the room, filled with suspicion. No matter what had happened, "I bet he has countless ulterior motives behind this." Alfheim winked, asking, "Is there something important the professor can exploit?" Aegis tilted her face towards him. "I bet you know well what the professor needs." Alfheim moved his finger, rubbing the rim of the wine glass. "Of course, I know. Just not sure if he intends to make the past events happen again." The Niflika clan, 12 years ago, when the empire was in turmoil due to war. The Niflika clan was one of the 5 clans that supported the empire back then, Juten, Jega, F. Roju Palace. At that time, the lord of the Niflika clan was Bram Nifleka. Numerous coups took place in the capital, but thanks to his support, he has now become a duke in the war. He executed 80,000 commoners. Anyone suspected would be publicly executed. Regardless of age or gender, the Felika tribe is known as the mass murderer. Just as Alfheim and Asgard were lost in their own thoughts, another person appeared. Startling both of them, "I'm looking for you too." Bugman raised his hands with a grin, calling out their names. Bugman's tone was like a reminder, saying to Alfheim that he shouldn't just leave the party like that. There are many distinguished guests here. They want to meet you, especially the girl from the Red Wanga tribe. She's been looking for you. Alfheim put his glass on the railing, laughing a coarse laugh. How rude of me to keep a girl waiting. Bugman urged him not to linger outside any longer, to go inside and talk to the guests. Alfheim nodded in agreement. All right then. His feet slowly moved forward, approaching where Bugman stood. The distance between them shrank, about to pass each other when suddenly, before Alfheim entered the room, a hand clapped firmly on his shoulder. Alfheim immediately reacted, turning to see who had tapped him. Bugman had veins bulging on his forehead, grinding his teeth, warning it would be wise to think before speaking. Shikizi and Pham smirked, thinking to himself, "You say that because I revealed your tribe's true face." He shoved the hand off. "I remember now, so excuse me." After Alfred walked away, Bugman lowered his head, assessing him as an arrogant guy to speak about that. Aziz had been silent until now, finally speaking up. But he's speaking the truth. Bugman raised his face, grimacing and asking, "What do you think?" before starting to raise his voice at me. "Think about the relationship between us. I'm talking about the relationship between the Niflika Empire and the Rojubala's tribe." In the space echoed his voice, "Do you understand what I'm saying, Ajax King's crown?" "Sorry, I shouldn't have called you that, Ajax Rojubala's." The name he just called drifted to Ajax's ears, but she said nothing. Ajax's eyes narrowed, showing her discomfort. Bugman continued, talking about the family's reputation. "It will also cling to you no matter how hard you try to shake it off, status, relationships, all that stuff. All because of the reputation of the Azit family." Azis crossed her arms and turned away, as if she didn't want to care. But he brought up a point, like how marriage had been arranged even before she heard Pullman. Mentioning that, Azis' eyes completely changed, filled with anger. Her whole body glowed, releasing an enormous amount of power, creating a cloud of dust. Bugman, unfazed, questioned if her mana was rising too high. "Your family and I are quite friendly, so don't carelessly bring personal issues into this." Seeing Ares glare, he asked, "Nothing good comes from discussing those things. Who will take responsibility for ruining the party?" Finally, she calmed down and closed her eyes, lamenting a meaningless party while Bugman loudly wanted to rebut the pointless gathering. Today's party is Aziz not giving the old man a chance to continue speaking and cutting in to celebrate. Lamguayet received support from the Magic Tower, but in reality, the DC group missed the submission day for the recommendation letter and couldn't get help from the Magic Tower. Pogo Man's face showed worry as he tried to deny it, claiming he didn't know anything about that group, saying she should pay attention to those useless people. Ares shot a sharp gaze at him, pretending not to know, but he was the one who changed the submission date for the recommendation letter. He also failed to inform about the DC group's details. Pogo Man's face was drenched in sweat, hesitating, while Aziz didn't want to hear his excuses anymore and just closed her eyes. Bugman, driven mad, yelled at her, pointing a finger at Aziz, starting to blame her for everything being her fault. If she had defeated DC, none of this would have happened. Pugman's face twisted, asking her if she didn't realize it was all her fault, and she said she was afraid he would once again scream, calling her name Ace Troju Palace. She had no right to say that to him, a 7-time loser. Aziz thought to herself, a leader of the group. After everything she had done for him, Bugman cursed so hard that water splattered everywhere. If she continued to provoke him, then she could leave Lam and Gaiet immediately. Aziz closed her eyes, recalling what he had said about family reputation. It would cling to her no matter how hard she tried to shake it off. In her mind, she wondered why he called it a group. A group should look like. Then the images of the 3 people in the DC group suddenly appeared. Bugman confidently asserted, "See." Even if she wanted to, she couldn't leave that group because of the relationship between her family and him never. Aziz looked down at his hands. Indeed, this was not a group, and Bugman was stunned. Not understanding the meaning behind her words, Aegis tightly grasped the blue badge pinned to his chest. "If you want me to leave Lambing yet." Bugman saw her actions and began to panic. Aegis forcefully threw the shiny blue badge to the ground family reputation. She also reached out to pull the string that was tying her hair, power, and status. Aziz decisively walked past Pookman to leave, leaving just one sentence, "I don't care about that stuff." Bookman furrowed his brows, his expression becoming extremely angry, silently yelling in his mind. While he wasn't paying attention, someone approached and called out, "Professor, we are looking for you." Upon hearing the call, in an instant, Bugman's expression changed. "Oh, people from the Magic Tower have arrived." Kama led the group from the magic tower along with two others, smiling as they approached him. "So it turns out you were here," he explained. "We have a bit of an issue that needs immediate handling. So before leaving here, we wanted to say hello." Bugman crossed his arms, looking regretful. "So, SAO, unfortunately," Kama smiled with great satisfaction and said, "But we really enjoyed the professor's party. Next time, we will definitely come back, Professor. Remember to organize it soon, okay?" Bookman nodded with eyes closed and replied, "It's my honor." The representative of the magical tower bid farewell to the old man. "Now, may we take our leave?" Just a few steps away, he suddenly shouted, "Oh right, I almost forgot." Bugman looked up in confusion. Kama spoke up, asking if the magical tower was selecting a new technical advisor. "I wonder if the professor knows anything about this issue." Bugman waved his hand in denial. "How could the people from the magical tower know about internal information?" "Less than I do," Kama continued. "The reason I asked the professor about this is that it's not just a very special event. The master of the magical tower personally chose this person." He added another piece of information. "Someone from Haven Academy." Bugman was startled, his eyes wide when he heard him say that. He hurriedly inquired, "Someone from our academy? Which former student is that?" Kama turned back and signaled to the person standing behind me. "I heard this person hasn't graduated yet. Still a student of the academy. Wait, it seems we have recorded his name here." Ina quickly opened the screen in her hands to search. "Wait a moment," Bugman asked urgently. "A student? What's the student's name?" Ina was still looking down, searching for information. "Where is it?" Bugman, unable to wait any longer, shouted loudly. "Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me right now." Ina joyfully exclaimed, "Found it. The student's name is..." She clearly read each word. "D.C. Ackman, a first-year student from Haven Academy." Bugman froze in shock, repeating the name he just heard, D.C., from somewhere else. A plush toy resembling a cat was sitting quietly to one side in the space, and a voice rang out. "Does this doll remind you of AI? Especially those eyes," Bram, sitting on the chair, remarked. "It's quite pleasant, isn't it? The amusement park is definitely awesome." Romantica turned to glance at the plush toy, praising how cute those dolls are. Bram excitedly agreed, "Of course, they're adorable." Over there on the table, there was a plate of cookies and several steaming cups of tea. At this moment, DC seriously said, "We've rested enough, let's get back to the main topic. I'm sure you two have realized we're missing something." After facing the outsiders, Bram tilted his head and hazily asked, "What are we missing?" He drove straight to confirm. "That's right, Bram. You raised a finger to point out a few things, but you're still lacking a lot of experience. Your ability to locate enemies is still weak. If Romantica wasn't there to support you, you would definitely be in big trouble." Bram recalled the image of himself being knocked away in the past and shuddered, responding, "Exactly." He recounted how that scary masked guy told him the same thing. My situational awareness wasn't that great, so DC gently comforted him. "It's okay, Bram. Just understand that, and take your time to find a way to improve." Bram bowed his head and replied, "Okay." Romantica, sitting across from them, was carefree and smiling until DC suddenly called her name, startling her. DC looked at Romantica, who was bowed down, and remarked that she didn't seem worried. He meant that she had done everything she could to fight against them. Romantica clenched her fists and raised her head excitedly, declaring, "Of course. You have no idea how hard I've tried to take them down." DC explained that it wasn't a compliment, he was just saying that. "You've done everything you could at your current level, Romantica." She sighed, knowing it all too well, and DC continued to analyze. "Now that you have the title of single, you need to become stronger." Romantica pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. "I know, but it's easier said than done." Bram, seeing her like that from the other side, waved his hand to comfort her. DC's voice echoed in the room, "All right, I've pointed out your weaknesses. Now, I'm going to ask a question." Someone questioned back, "Huh?" Afterwards, Romantica and Bram couldn't hear his question but saw DC completely immersed in silence. He just leaned both hands on the table, bowing his head, motionless, not knowing how long it had passed. The corners of DC's mouth began to slightly curl up. Romantica stood up abruptly from her chair. He just smirked, and Bram looked at her in confusion. DC also spoke up, asking, "Now that you know your weaknesses, the most important thing is to fix them, right, Romantica?" As if sensing something, she turned and ran away. "Hurry up, Bram." He still stood there, dumbfounded, while DC didn't stop talking. That's why Romantica interrupted him. "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear what you have to say." Finally, DC finished his sentence, suggesting ways to fix their weaknesses. He didn't expect to wear a devilish smile, saying we should. He spoke with each word interrupted, with a frightening gaze. "Should we train or not?" Romantica completely fell to the ground. It was too late. We heard what he wanted to say. Bram supported, saying it was true. We should train. The teacup on the table was knocked over, spilling water everywhere. DC declared, "Great, let's start our training session today." Bram's voice trembled in response, "Oh, okay." Romantica could only helplessly accept, "Do whatever you want." Outside on the field, two hands are pressed against the ground. doing push-ups as drops of sweat continuously fall down. Romantica grits her teeth, trying to keep her body steady, while DC guides Bram on jumping rope and observes her. The next day, sunlight shines down on the lecture hall of Havern Academy, where the professor is focused on solving problems. Below the seats, the students are attentively listening to the lecture. DC is intently following the lecture, but Romantica and Bram on either side are yawning due to fatigue. In the afternoon, the sunset paints the sky a shimmering orange-yellow over the running track. DC runs alongside Romantica and Bram to cheer them on as they train, while the sun sets and the orange light gradually fades. A book is slammed down on the table, accompanied by a shout, "Just listen." Bram is slumped over on the table over there, while on this side, Romantica is going crazy, flailing her arms and legs in protest to DC. "It's night already. Do we still have to train? Why is this training not for humans?" She points at the table over there, looking at Bram as he seems to be melting down. "He's about to die," Bram weakly explains to her. "I'm not slacking off. I'm resting." Romantica loudly demands, "At least we shouldn't have to train at night." DC doesn't hesitate and immediately declines. "No way." You shout her name, Romantica. She responds angrily. "What is it, you blockhead?" DC then asks, "What's special about wind magic?" Romantica answers, "It's very fast and can unleash long-range attacks." DC begins to analyze. "Exactly. That's why all wind mages are most suited for the archer position. However, it's limited to level 2 mages." Finally, you conclude. "Before, your attack was nothing against a level 4 mage." Romantica folds her arms, closing her eyes in thought. "That's true, but I can't become a level 3 mage instantly unless I'm a genius. It will take a lot of time." You dismiss her, making her widen her eyes in surprise. "No, Romantica." You look at her and assert, "You need to become a level 3 mage." Romantica's mouth drops open. Her entire face goes stiff as if she heard something incredibly shocking. She looks up at the sky and cries out several times, "Get up from your chair. I know it's tough, but I'll show you how to achieve it." You take a few steps forward, trust me, and follow my lead. Romantica walks over. You reach out and pat the head of the person slumped over the table, instructing, "Bram, just stay here for now." He happily replies, "Okay," as you head out to the competition field. In the space, DC's voice rings out, "Your goal is to reach level 3. You hold a blue bag facing Romantica. You need to learn how to enhance your magical attacks to penetrate the magical defenses of level 4 mages." Romantica speaks up. "I said it before. It's not easy to reach level 3. You have to understand countless spells and their intricate details." DC confidently said, "That's the traditional way." You turn around and grab something from the blue bag. "The way I'm about to teach you is completely different. Riding a bike, grabbing a can of soda, I bet you'll like it too." A memory from the past flashes in my mind. Romantic. "You think I like your workouts?" I'm feeling deja vu. DC pushes the soda can towards her. "I'm going to teach you how to reach wizard level BA in a short time." Romantic extends a hand and sighs. "Do you know you're still a level 1 wizard, yet you know how to teach me to level up to BA? Are you kidding? Are you telling me to move something? Anything works, just give it here quickly." DC smiles and retracts the hand that was extending the can towards her. "No, this time I'm going to hold the can." You stare at the can and shout it out. Just like that, the can in DC's hand begins to tremble lightly. Then an unknown force acts on it, causing the can to crumple. Another force distorts the shape of the can, and finally, that strength crushes the can into a crumpled mess. Romantic sees the scene before her, sweating in shock, speechless. DC just raised a finger, spinning the sphere created from the soda can, asking, "How's that? Looks simple, right? This is the advanced exercise of the ball exercise. This time, it's a bit different. Instead of moving objects, you'll control the force. Slowly guide and coordinate the force from multiple directions to compress them." Learning to control force, Romantic's lips twitch as she silently wonders what this idiot is talking about. She looks at DC, who is tossing the ball into the air to play, whispering and screaming, "What the heck is that?" Meanwhile, inside the room, Bram is still sprawled over the table, sighing. The entire space of the arena falls into silence, not a sound to be heard. Romantic's mouth drops open in shock, silently screaming in her head. No, there's no way that's happening. This makes no sense at all." She looks at DC, who is spinning the ball with a finger across from her, silently thinking, "He isn't even a wind element wizard, and he's not a high-level wizard either." Romantic observes the red ball in his hand, wondering how he can create that perfectly shaped sphere by utilizing air pressure. This makes no sense at all. DC swings his hand, throwing something forward while shouting, "All right." Romantic hurriedly extends her hands to catch the soda can flying towards her. Romantic looks at the soda can she just grabbed, hearing DC's voice. "You can start now." He reminds her, "There are plenty of cans, so don't hold back." Romantic, hearing this, looks up at a pile of cans and in the blue bag. Romantic helplessly closes her eyes and lets out a long sigh. In her head, she silently curses him, thinking he's crazy. Then she opens her eyes, frowning tightly, thinking, "But he is also a trustworthy person. Romantica glanced at the can in her hand, telling herself she needed to use her wind power to compress it. Her eyes became extremely focused as she silently mouthed the words, and her entire body emitted a beam of light. A source of power appeared around her, and DC stood to the side, hands on hips, nodding in satisfaction. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the can began to change shape, slowly being deformed by an unseen force. No longer resembling its original form, Romantica widened her eyes, extremely excited, and shouted, "I did it! I get it now! Look, DC, I can do it!" She waved her hand to remind her, "Wait, Romantica, if you lose focus." Romantica was still dazed, looking up at him, and at that moment, the can in her hand had turned into a round shape. Flattened, her face showed a question mark as she looked at the object in her hand, while DC on the other side burst out laughing. He laughed while taking the thing Romantica was holding. "I want to ask you this for sure," DC smiled, holding up the deformed can. "You know the difference between a circle and a sphere, right?" Romantica didn't answer, just raised her fist. Using too much strength made her body tremble, and eventually, her scream echoed across the space. "Of course I know." The next day at noon in the outdoor arena, DC took a wooden sword and said, "We'll start some close combat training." Bram turned his head and repeated his words. "Close combat training," DC explained. "The only way to make up for the lack of fighting experience is to engage in more fights." Bram ran behind him, asking, "If there's a duel, do I have to find someone of the same level?" "So, I have to fight with Percivan?" DC replied while walking forward. "No, he's not strong enough." He stopped, affirming that he needed to fight someone stronger than Percivan. Bram, still confused behind him, muttered, "Stronger?" Turning his head to the side, he exclaimed, "Oh, perfect timing. Do you see Kyria?" Kyria, with his eyes closed, approached him, calling out, "Bram, may I introduce?" DC continued, "He is the captain of the Magical Tower's security team in Luli Branch, Korea." Hearing his voice, Kyria opened his eyes. He casually scratched his head. "You don't need to introduce me in detail. If the technical advisor of the Magical Tower praises me like that, it makes me feel shy," DC replied, "but I'm just stating the truth." Bram, worried, hugged him from the side. "He's a scary guy." Kyria exhaled. "I really appreciate that you helped us during the incident at Alulili. Since Alulili was attacked, I accept this as a thank you." His gaze fixed on Bram hiding behind DC. "But my opponent?" Bram's eyes widened upon hearing Kyria's assessment of him as a weak little girl. "I lost interest," and he immediately made a face and growled a few sounds expressing his dissatisfaction. Kyria rubbed his chin as if pondering, assessing the opponent based on their appearance. Asterisk. Why is Bram's hair sticking straight up? Asterisk. The corners of his mouth twitched in annoyance. Asterisk. How dare he underestimate me? Asterisk. Kyria suddenly realized. Whoa, wait, you're a boy? Your limbs are so slender that I didn't realize you were a guy. Sorry for mistaking you. Right now, Bram's anger has reached its peak. His whole body is trembling. He turned around and used his strength. He yelled to the person standing beside him, "DC, can we start the sparring yet?" DC was startled by his loud volume. "Can you answer?" Bram's eyes now radiated determination. DC replied, "I'm so glad you're this eager." Bram over there, Kyria raised both hands high to show he had no objections. DC continued, "Before we start," he reached into his pocket, searching for something. "Can you both wear this?" A red badge was pinned on Bram's shoulder. DC introduced, "This is a badge infused with sensing magic. When the wooden sword touches the opponent, it will sound." Kyria also pinned the badge on his shoulder, and DC's voice reached his ears. "The person who triggers the opponent's badge first is the winner. That's the condition for today's training." Kyria put his hands on his hips, chuckling. "It feels a bit unfair for the little guy." Bram felt underestimated, so he retorted angrily, "Who knows?" DC stood in the middle of the two, only able to force a smile, secretly wondering why he used to be a veteran. He was quite good at provoking his opponents. Time passed, and Bram stood opposite Kyria. He raised the wooden sword in a fighting stance. Kyria was still teasing, calling out, "All right, little guy," Bram quickly replied, "Don't drag me into your jokes." DC raised both hands, signaling, "Are you two ready?" Kyria stood straight, smiling without objections. Bram puffed his cheeks, fully prepared. He could attack at any time. The hand signal was lowered, and he shouted loudly, "Start!" Bram lifted his foot and then gathered strength to leap, swinging his sword toward the opponent standing across from him, executing a move. Kyria just stood still, eyes slightly narrowed, staring ahead. In a flash, he struck. He was able to deflect the wooden sword aimed at him. Bram crouched low, pushing his legs hard against the ground. Kyria showed no mercy. He continued to slash again at the position where Bram was standing. Bram used lightning speed to dodge to the side. He braced his hands on the ground to stabilize his body, then used extreme speed to lunge forward. In just a second, Bram had flown behind Kyria, stepping forward once more to attack Bram. Moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye to unleash an attack towards Kyria, but every strike he makes is effortlessly dodged. Kyria's gaze shifts as he evaluates me. I have to admit, he's also skilled. He just leans back to evade Bram's attacks. He comments on the speed and precision of the sword's strikes, saying, "I'm at a pretty solid level. It's not wrong to say that I play a key role." In capturing the intruders, Korea looks at the person in front of him and asks, "But don't you think you're a bit too excited?" Bram doesn't respond but shouts loudly, launching himself at Korea, aiming with one eye. "It's because you're too excited." He points the tip of his wooden sword straight at Bram, saying, "You're leaving yourself too exposed at this moment." Bram's eyes widen in shock as he realizes the sword tip is just millimeters from his face. Wow, quick reaction. He jumps behind Korea to dodge the strike, exclaiming, "What are you doing? So immature." Bram still doesn't get the hint from his words and asks again, "What did you say?" Korea tilts his head, glancing back. "When you're fighting a magic swordsman," he says, curling his middle and thumb fingers to activate a spell, "keeping your distance is crucial. Staying that far away isn't a smart choice." Seeing his actions, Bram becomes extremely cautious. Korea praises Bram for his quick movements, but adds, "It's still not enough." He shouts, "Ice Blast." A beam of white light shoots straight at Bram, the power from the beam. Blinding light explodes and spreads everywhere, enveloping the space around Bram in a thick white haze. He is surrounded by the dust cloud, turning his head to search everywhere but sees nothing. Korea, hidden in the dust, speaks up. "When your vision is obstructed, you should think about your next move. If you keep panicking and looking around like this." Bram seems to sense something, turning around only to find a wooden sword pointed right at his neck, accompanied by Korea's voice. Death could come at any moment. He didn't know how long Korea had been standing next to him, smiling as he concluded, "You still have a lot to learn, kid." Until the first day of the Dark World begins, at a restaurant for the Alpha class. At a dining table placed right next to the window, Bram and Romantica are sitting together. Romantica closes her eyes and tilts her face up to the sky, sighing, "I'm so exhausted." She looks at the person sitting across from her. Then she slams her hands down hard on the table, questioning, "Practice, practice, practice. Are you trying to kill us?" Bram folds his arms and smiles. "But I let you two rest a lot. Just 10 minutes after each hour of practice." Romantica frowns and bluntly replies, "That's too little." Bram shuts his eyes and thinks to himself, he understands your point. He knows the training intensity is pretty high. But the issue is, we don't have much time. Until the first day of the Dark World begins, Romantica leans her head and asks the person beside her, "You're also really tired, right, Bram?" He replied, "Yeah, it's okay." DC was lost in thought. "My plan to deal with the Dark World this year feels hopeless with our current abilities," he thought. "But I can't say that to them." Then, smiling, he spoke up, "If you two can fix your weaknesses, then I'll reward both of you with a break until then. Please bear with me." Graham had drifted into a daze, so he didn't respond. "I'm so sleepy, and now I'm full." Romantica shrugged and replied, "I promise." DC smiled, affirming it. "Of course." Romantica looked at him and said, "All right, I'll take that as." Before she could finish, a loud scream echoed in the space. The three of them turned their attention to the source. In the distance, Azist was carrying a tray of food, surrounded by a crowd of people, excitedly shouting, "It's Azist! It's Azist!" A girl in the crowd suggested, "If you don't mind, join us for a meal." Azist. Azist didn't care and walked past them. The girl, noticing this, wondered, "Call her again, Azist." Bram widened his eyes at the scene, amazed. She's really famous. Romantica, sitting beside him, had been observing and took out her tablet from her pocket, seeing it was a call from Korea. At that moment, both Romantica and Bram jumped and turned around while they weren't paying attention. A beautiful plate of food was placed on the table. Azist silently sat down on a chair, both hands neatly placed on the table. The three of them, DC, Bram, and Romantica, were shocked to see her sitting at their table. In unison, they exclaimed, "Huh." DC couldn't believe it, directing his gaze toward the person sitting next to him, Azist. She maintained a calm expression, saying, "It's strange how no one wants to be near your group." DC looked at the empty tables around them and explained, "Because we're just regular folks." Romantica placed her hands down on the table and asked, "Why are you here? What's going on?" Azist countered, "Is there a reason I can't sit here?" Romantica's face twitched slightly due to the group of people discussing behind her. She couldn't believe she was sitting next to DC. "Don't you see you just turned us into the center of the universe? How can we eat comfortably with so many people staring?" Azist closed her eyes and let out a long breath. "Sorry about that. So what do you want me to do?" Romantica gritted her teeth, bluntly requesting, "Just go sit at another table." DC noticed her attitude and called out loudly, "Romantica." Romantica pointed at Azist, reminding him, "You forgot her," making the whole group suffer. "How is that fair? It's all thanks to Professor Poopman's Lam and Gouillet group that we've gone through so much to get here." The magical tower. DC couldn't argue back, helplessly leaning against his chair. Despite that, Azist stood up, "I'll go sit somewhere else." Hearing her say that, DC quickly stood up, following Azist. She unexpectedly turned around. "But before I leave." Her face was full of romantic tension as she stared at him, then turned to ask, After eating, can I meet you in the room? He confidently made his proposal, just the two of us. I want to discuss a private matter without AI's presence. The sky above during the day still looks clear and breezy. Below, skyscrapers with shiny glass facades stand tall. This is the dormitory. She stood in front of her room, raised her hand, and knocked lightly on the wooden door. Calmly, she saw the door slowly opening from the inside. Sorry for keeping you waiting. My room is a bit small, but make yourself at home. He walked in while replying, opening the glass window. Letting in a gentle breeze from outside, he smiled and asked, There's nothing interesting in this room, huh? He tilted his head to look outside. I won't say that's necessary. He walked to the wooden table, gently picked up the teapot, and poured tea into 2 porcelain cups. All right, I brewed some tea. Come sit down. The tea in the cups was steaming. He pushed it forward, introducing it as plum tea. She took a sip and praised the wonderful aroma. He also sat down in the chair across from her. Right? Finally, you voiced your curiosity. So, why did you say something so easily misunderstood before? She answered nonchalantly. Did I say something wrong? I didn't lie. Feeling a bit helpless, he sighed. Yeah, but it took a lot to get her out of here. Aziz sipped his tea with his eyes closed and replied, Sorry about that. She placed her teacup down and seriously asked, I want to talk to you. Do you think you can give me an answer? He closed his eyes and picked up his teacup. If it's something I can answer, then of course. Hearing his answer, she directly asked, Can you apply the sliding magic to the 3D object? He looked a bit confused, sitting up straight. That? She looked at him with hope, asking, Can you teach me? He smiled and stood up. That's definitely teachable. He walked over to the study desk on the other side, reaching out to grab something. He pulled out a blank sheet of paper from the stack on the table. He turned it around and held it up. I used sliding magic on this paper. He then placed it back on the table, pressing it down. He gave it a push, making the paper fly straight away, glowing brightly as it ascended into the air. He introduced a very simple magic, sliding. She watched as the paper fell to the ground. He explained it as a type of magic that eliminates friction and envelops the surface of objects with magic. He picked up the paper and continued. This type of magic is often used when casting directly on the ground. He waved the paper in his hand. If I do this with the paper, I will use the sliding magic next. You move your hands as fast as lightning, crumpling the paper and tearing it into many pieces, leaving behind the intact sheet from earlier. Now, it has turned into a pile of unevenly shaped scraps. DC dips a finger into the tea inside the porcelain cup. You use the tea to stick those paper scraps onto the sides of the teacup after completing a series of actions. DC looks up in awe, then points to the teacup that is moving. This is the answer she has been searching for. DC snaps his fingers and the teacup is shot away. A jet looks down at DC's cup as it collides with his own. It then veers off to the side. I understand now. She raises her gaze towards the person standing next to her. He deduces that he's breaking it into smaller pieces for easier control of each piece. DC confirms without hiding anything, saying Ajat is exactly right and he shares more information. The easiest way to use it is to apply it to a hexagon, but she needs to be careful. Just as DC mentions this, Ajat suddenly closes her eyes and stands up straight. When he sees her moving to the side, he curiously calls out, Ares. Her foot spins around and then stomps down on the ground. Ares' whole body is enveloped in a layer of golden light. She closes her eyes and shouts, Reese. Ares slowly analyzes, I get it now. The way to break each piece down and use them is quite clever. He needs to focus more on maintaining and controlling the magic than usual. She glances down at her fist, assessing, feeling quite intrigued. A jet stands on her toes, gathering strength into the balls of her feet. Next, she changes, lifting her toes and channeling the strength into her heels, while DC looks on with panic. You hurriedly extend your hand to remind her to be careful. A jet's eyes widen as they move around. The teacup with DC's paper stuck to it on the table shakes violently from an impact. DC furrows his brow in worry and tightly shuts his eyes. A jet, on the other hand, is completely calm. She stares ahead. It feels like a long time has passed before DC slowly opens one eye. He stares blankly when he sees himself face to face with a jet, very close. She has her hands braced against her sides. It seems I need to practice using this magic better. Sorry about what just happened, DC. Are you hurt anywhere? DC's face is dripping with sweat. He stutters, struggling to speak. No, but... He hesitates to ask, could you step back a bit? A jet doesn't respond but just smirks. Suddenly, she calls out his name, DC, making him jump and look up. One of a jet's arms is firmly braced against the wall behind him. DC jolts. Age's face now shows sincerity as she asks, will you accept me into your group? DC's face is drenched in sweat. He is dumbfounded, mouth agape. The night is quiet yet slightly dark in the training area. Today is the 7th day of training for Romantica. DC smiles, standing amidst the white dust, observing the scene. The can in Romantica's hand is glowing with a white light. She stares intensely, extremely focused. Looking at the can I'm holding, there's a force from the outside making it start to bend. Riding the bike, I keep a smile on my face, silently standing beside Romantica, closing my eyes and taking in my surroundings. A surge of power bursts forth, and after a while, the white dust completely dissipates into the air. Romantica, still frowning, is trying hard to keep her eyes shut. She's worried and slightly opens one eye to take a look at what's happening. In my hands, Romantica screams loudly, and DC smiles back at her. Romantica, excited, raises the round sphere in her hand, saying, "Look, I did it." She joyfully jumps up and down. "I succeeded." I praise her, clapping my hands. "Well done, Romantica. You sound surprised." Now, Romantica is still lost in excitement, looking puzzled as DC smirks and asks, "Let's move on to the next stage of the training, shall we?" The next day, during the day at the Academy dormitory, Romantica is walking behind DC in the long hallway, asking, "Do we have to train more?" DC simply explains without turning around. "Because you passed the test for the Mage, level 3 magic circle. Now you really need to become a mage." Level 3 magic circle? Romantica raises her skeptical face. "You want me to become a level 3 mage so soon? Why? Is that even possible?" I tilt my head, affirming that with your help, it can be done, while moving forward and analyzing. "Now we can use mana to create a level 3 magic circle, but you need determination for this." Romantica, confused, asks, "Huh? I don't understand why I would refuse it." DC stops in his tracks, leaning one hand on his hip, looking at the person next to him. "To create a magic circle, you need to make direct contact with certain places on the body, and it's a bit." Romantica's eyes widen, repeating his last words. "A specific place on the body? To connect with the magic circle," she thinks, lowering her head to look at herself. "Ah, the magic circle is near the heart?" Suddenly, thinking of something, both DC and Romantica jump in surprise. From inside the dormitory building, a scream echoes out, "You bastard," from Romantica. DC closes his eyes, covering one ear. "Damn it, my ears." Romantica's whole body trembles as she angrily hugs herself, yelling, "You jerk," she gasps. "Why do you think I would say that?" Romantica's face turns red, gritting her teeth fiercely. "Once again, you shameless idiot," she angrily questions him. "So you can touch me, huh?" While riding, I wave my hand, explaining, "If you don't go through this, you can't become a level 3 mage." Romantica leans back, terrified, and yells one more time, "Pervert." DC helplessly waves his hand and turns away. "If you want to become a complete level 3 mage, this is the only way. I understand that exposing your back is not easy at all." Romantica bares her teeth, her face now extremely fierce, but in an instant, it seems she realizes something. But her expression has changed. "Huh?" Romantica seems uncertain, muttering a word while glancing at her, feeling a bit confused in response. "That's right, that back is." Romantica shyly closes her eyes and whistles, saying that if it's about the back, there's no problem at all. She turns her head to the side to hide her reddening face. At this moment, DC also notices Romantica's unusual expression. "You didn't tease me just now, did you?" Romantica thinks angrily, wanting to walk away from that jerk. DC just smiles, listening to her scold him continuously. "He thought I misunderstood him earlier, huh? Sorry about that." DC teases her again, asking if she really misunderstood him. Romantica hurriedly denies it, her hand reaching out to pull away. The blue curtain covers the glass window of the room. DC silently adjusts the blue curtain. It hangs in front of the window to prevent anyone outside from seeing inside the room. After checking, he turns back to call Romantica, asking if she's ready. She warns him not to look this way. DC gently replies, Okay. Romantica grinds her teeth, glancing back at him. DC turns his back to her, urging her to hurry up. "I still need to check on Bram." Romantica shrinks back, saying it's fine, not knowing how much time has passed. In this space, this voice calls out. DC responds to her. He closes his eyes and clasps his hands, asking, "What's up?" Romantica lowers her head, her gaze becoming unfocused as she asks, "Do you think I can do it?" Seeing her ask this, he falls silent. Slowly opening his eyes, he glances back. Romantica hugs the clothes in her arms, pondering, "Can I really become a wizard? Level BA in such a short time. I really believe in you, but..." Not letting her finish, DC cuts in, saying he knows she can do it. Romantica turns back to see DC with his hands on his hips. Full of confidence, he assures her not to worry, he knows she can. Romantica smiles softly, responding, "Okay." The space inside the room becomes quiet for a moment. DC's hand gradually moves closer to Romantica's back. He begins, "All right, focus. Close your eyes and concentrate, okay?" Romantica flinches slightly, responding, Okay. His hand fully touches her back. Then he starts guiding her. "Take a deep breath. Good, just like that." His voice echoes in Romantica's ears. "Now try to move the mana in your body. Imagine, as if you are using mana, to paint a picture outside." Below her, streams of light begin to spread around her. A huge surge of power bursts from Romantica's back. She bows her head in fear, saying, "I can't hold it anymore." "It's being scattered," he reassures her. "I'll maintain it. Don't panic. Just push the mana out towards this power." DC looks at the hand resting on Romantica's back, thinking to himself, asterisk, she has more mana than I thought, asterisk. If I lose focus for even a second, Romantica will channel it into her hands so the mana doesn't get scattered. I have to grip it tightly and guide her. She can create a zone with her magical power. Thanks to the magic circle, Romantica closes her eyes and a magic circle appears around her. Okay, what should I do? I can still maintain the protective magic circle. Now it's your turn. Keep that mana steady. Romantica responds, and just as she finishes speaking, a great force impacts her, making her body jerk violently. Romantica tears up. It hurts so much. Shouting loudly reminds her, you have to hold on. The power from my arm is channeling into Romantica. She thinks to herself, the mana must be carefully refined. Enhancing the mana will cause it to react and become chaotic. In the palm of my hand, a bright, round ball begins to form. This will create the original mana. In my mind, I analyze. If the size is too small, the magical power will be too weak, but if it's too big, it will not withstand the stress and shatter. I have to ensure I don't mess this up. My brows furrow in concentration. I remind myself to calculate Romantica's mana limits to create a BA-level magic circle. I see Romantica in pain, biting her lip, whispering reassurance. I know it's tough, but hang in there a little longer, Romantica. Right now, she's screaming in her head. It hurts so much. I don't think I can take it anymore. She seems to curl up in a violent spiral, helplessly pleading, someone, save me, right now. A beam of golden light flashes, stepping out of it and reaching out to Romantica. You're doing great. I know you can do it. Romantica just needs to extend her palm forward, and my voice echoes by her ear. Trust me, that's enough. Their hands tightly clasp together, and she is pulled out of the spiral. A tremendous power envelops her, and finally, a radiant mana sphere is created. Everything dissolves into the space. The entire room returns to normal, and beads of sweat fall from my face. I gasp for breath. Haha. Romantica looks just like that. Her face is drenched in sweat. Her breathing becomes rapid as a white coat is draped over Romantica's back. She jumps, glancing at my hand, gently rubbing her head. She compliments, you did great. I declare, congratulations, you are now a BA-level Magic Circle Mage. Daylight shines down from above into the arena. Today marks the 7th day of training for Bram, the long-haired boss from Korea, swinging in the air. On the other side, Bram's head moves continuously as he crosses his arms, standing near the wall, silently observing the battle. I watch the wooden sword fly by, thinking to myself about the time Bram won during the training. In the match, as Bram jumped up to launch an attack, Korea was able to accurately block his strike. He looked up at the person charging towards him, gripping the wooden sword tightly, making the veins on his hands stand out. He bent down and slashed back at Bram, but Bram reacted in time, flipping back to avoid it. Bram quickly jumped far away and landed safely on both feet. The hand holding the sword was now trembling. In his mind, he thought how terrifying his strength was as he looked at Korea standing in the white dust, telling himself to try to block all of his attacks. But I don't have the strength to lift the sword. His foot shifted slightly as he silently decided that he should dodge instead. And he didn't know when Korea's foot had appeared right in front of Bram, accompanied by a voice. He thought he was standing just a short distance from Bram, lowering himself slightly and exclaiming, too much. Korea's gaze became dangerous as his arm holding the wooden sword swung up in a life-or-death battle. If he hesitated for even a second, it would be enough to lead to death. Bram was stunned, mouth agape in his thoughts. He silently reminded himself to avoid it. Suddenly, his gaze changed. As if realizing something, he thought, wait, I should start attacking him again. Bram didn't dodge but directly used. The sword lunged forward, counterattacking Korea. He didn't get hit by the previous attack and was able to glide past him quickly. Bram didn't stop moving, turning around and aiming the tip of the wooden sword at Korea, moving at lightning speed. He slashed continuously at him as Korea defended while commenting that the attacks were getting better. You won't give me a chance to swing my sword. Bram remained silent, focusing all his strength. He kept attacking him, the corners of Korea's mouth slightly raised as he analyzed, you won't give me a chance to swing my sword, huh? If so, Bram glared and shouted loudly as Korea swung his sword, pushing him back. Bram's face was shocked by the recent situation. He thought to himself that his strike was getting weaker. Kira glanced and asked, shall we change it up a bit? His eyes sparkled, gradually becoming serious, followed by a series of consecutive attacks as Bram and Kira faced each other head-on. He attacked while Bram defended, continuing to fight like this. DC, standing outside, was also stunned, mouth agape. He moved in strange arcs, watching Bram and Kira on the other side, feeling amazed in his mind. I can't believe he knows so many sword techniques. A drop of sweat fell from DC's forehead as he smiled, guessing. At this rate, Bram will have a hard time keeping up. Bram took a few long steps back once again. Korea, unhappy, raised 2 fingers to cast a spell. Not this again, I told you. Never keep too much distance when fighting a swordsman. He shouted loudly, road hole. Immediately, a small hole appeared on the ground behind Bram, and his foot was sucked strongly into it. making it impossible to move. At that moment, Korea rushed in with his sword to catch Bram, who was frozen, looking down at his feet. Korea smiled smugly, preparing to unleash his final move. Looks like I'm winning again. Bram just lowered his head, no longer trying to escape the binding at his feet. He looked up, his gaze had changed, becoming unpredictable. As Korea's sword descended, Bram slashed at his shoulder. Then he flipped over, spinning in the air. Korea was startled and turned to look at the person hovering above. A badge that DC originally gave him was knocked away, soaring through the air, finally crashing down hard in front of Bram and Korea. Seeing the badge fall to the ground and a tear in his shirt, he shouted, "You tricked me and caught me off guard." Bram scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, confirming, yeah, luckily it worked." Kira's expression darkened slightly as he thought to himself, "What do you mean lucky? You moved at a speed that the naked eye couldn't keep up with. You attacked me continuously at that speed. If you had a katana at that moment, DC would be overjoyed." Bram jumped in surprise, standing up straight, replying, "Yes, DC." DC walked up to him and declared, "You won." Bram excitedly said, "That's right, I defeated you, Korea." DC ruffled his hair, praising him, "Good job." Bram's face flushed, smiling shyly as a voice from beside him asked, "Are we done practicing?" DC turned to look and smiled, calling out, "Mr. Korea." He responded enthusiastically, "Hello, Technical Advisor DC. Thank you so much for your help." Korea waved his hand at him. "It's nothing. I also got to practice for myself." He humbly remarked about himself. "It seems I still need to work hard," he chuckled, asking, "Where do you think I need to improve more?" Bram stood between the two, still bewildered, hearing Korea's praise directed at him. "Well done, kid," he bent down decisively to ask. "I'm sorry for insulting you before the practice. Can you forgive me?" Bram felt flustered at the scene. Not knowing what to do, he replied to Kira, "Of course. It's not really a provocation. It's just the norm in every battle." Bram smiled and said, "You don't need to apologize. The truth is, I'm really grateful for what you did to help me." Korea kept his bowing posture and thanked him. When he straightened up, he expressed a sigh. "My neck hurts a lot. You little brat make me bend down so much." The kid next to them burst out laughing. "You're really tiny." Korea still hadn't stopped, saying, "But I'm quite curious." Bram puffed his cheeks in anger, asking him, "What do you mean?" The scream of Bram echoed throughout the arena the next day at Haven Academy. The students of the academy were distracted by the static noise. The static from the school's loudspeaker caught the attention of those in the dining hall. It is now July 17th, 6:20 a.m. The formation of the Dark World is beginning from the loudspeaker mounted on the wall, broadcasting a voice. The time for the Dark World formation will be 3 days starting today. Haven Academy will be in a state of readiness. Gabriel, in one of the other rooms, also heard the announcement. "We will distribute clothing to first-year students. To receive supplies, stand in one place." Donovan, not pleased, tilted his head to the person behind him and asked, "Why are you following me?" Percival stretched and yawned, answering him, "Because I'm bored." The announcement was still providing more information. Each team leader needs to go to the storage room to collect supplies. Janet looked at the person next to her and asked, "Have you worn those outfits before?" No, all the students began to discuss excitedly after hearing the announcement. But at that moment, someone leisurely walked through the crowd towards the front. The box behind that person attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Everyone looked at it. One side of the shoulder carried a large box while the other hand held a blue bag, and everyone felt curious. What's that? The sky above was still blue, with white clouds drifting lazily. Inside the academy dormitory, a pair of black leather shoes was walking quickly down the long hallway. Meanwhile, in the room, someone was pouring tea into a ceramic pot while asking Romantica if she wanted more tea. She replied, "Sure," while the man's legs were still running quickly ahead. Romantica smiled, raised her teacup, and praised, "Thanks to Bram's tea, I've been much happier lately." Just then, someone entered the room and spoke up. "Is anyone here?" Bram, hearing the voice of the newcomer, joyfully turned around and called out. He placed a large blue box down forcefully on the ground. Leaning on one hand against the box, he asked the two people in front, "These are clothes for single rankers. Do you want to try them on?" The large box on the ground had been opened, and the items inside had already been taken out, leaving only the empty box. Romantica turned around to admire the outfit she was wearing. Bram also excitedly asked, "These are clothes specifically for single rankers, right?" Romantica stood straight and listened to DC add more. "Although they look similar to other outfits, they have been slightly changed to fit us." Bram's eyes widened in curiosity as he repeated the two words he just heard. "Changed?" DC held a white egg in his hand. Instead of explaining with words, "Why doesn't everyone just try?" Romantica looked confused at his actions. "What are you doing?" Bram couldn't understand either and asked, "Why hold the egg?" DC didn't answer them but raised his hand to conjure a flame. The fireball had someone panicking, calling your name. You continued to swing your fiery fist, charging straight ahead. Riding towards the position of the egg inside the outfit, another scream echoed in the space. "Wait, don't tell me that." The entire room fell silent, and the surrounding space was enveloped by the orange-red glow of the flames. Not sure how much time passed, Romantica and Bram gasped, opening their eyes to look at the outfit on the table. The outfit in front of them was still intact. You spoke up, explaining that this outfit was developed by the Magical Tower. Exclusively for this year, it has some very interesting abilities. It not only reflects physical attacks, but also spells. You bent down, placing your hand inside the outfit while analyzing. If the magical attack isn't at the same level as the magical stone here, the magical defense won't be broken. This outfit is the second improved version. You took the egg from earlier and placed it inside the outfit for Romantica. Bram saw it was still intact. You stood up, placing your hands on your hips, asking Bram if he brought his rapier with him. Bram replied, vaguely pulling out the rapier. Here it is, but why do you need it? You pointed, starting to guide him. Just imagine putting your rapier somewhere else. Bram looked confused at the person in front of him. Imagine what? Then he followed your instructions, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, Bram jumped when he saw the rapier in his hand had vanished. He panicked, yelling, "It's gone." My rapier disappeared. You calmly reassured him, "There's nothing to be surprised about. This is called a virtual storage box." Bram still didn't understand, repeating your words, "Virtual storage box?" You continued to explain, "That's right, a virtual storage box along with magical stones. If you want to pull out the rapier, just imagine the action of drawing the sword." He analyzed. Although the material of the bransom itself isn't heavy, its casing has some weight. Using the virtual storage box to lighten the load is quite good. Now, try calling the rapier back. Bram bowed his head, wide-eyed, staring at the stone on his chest. A blinding light enveloped him, then the rapier reappeared in Bram's hand. He joyfully exclaimed, "The rapier is back." Romantica beside him also smiled, complimenting, "Awesome." Next, you turned your gaze towards her. "It's your turn, Romantica." Romantica looked surprised, confirming, "Me? But I don't use any weapons." You simply smiled, suggesting, "Why not try imagining pulling something out?" Romantica refused, saying, "What should I pull out?" "I told you, I don't have any weapons to draw." You didn't give up and nodded, signaling her to give it a try. "I've left a gift in there for you." Romantica raised both hands, looking at you. "A gift? All right, let me try." A long yellow gun of considerable size appeared in her hands, emitting light. Romantica slightly crouched down. "What is this? It's too heavy." DC introduced, "This is a sniper rifle." Romantica observed it, judging, "A sniper rifle." DC next to her spoke up, "Let me tell you how to use it." He slowly shared some information. The sniper rifle is synchronized with magical stones and is enhanced with great magical power. You can use magic to aim from further away. If you use that sniper rifle, you can pierce through the shield of a level 4 mage. Romantica stared at the gun in her hand, pondering. "How can something like this exist?" DC smiled at her. "Because I can use magic without incantation. If I combine that speed with the sniper, I'll be a formidable opponent. This is a gift from me to you for becoming a BA level mage of the magic circle." Romantica still seemed a bit stunned, replying, "Thank you." Bram stepped closer to her, commenting it suited her well. Romantica responded, "Really?" DC's eyes sharpened as he thought, "Asterisk. I'm so glad I asked about the composition of these items in my previous life. Asterisk. I just need to tell Josh what I need to create this item," he quietly mused. "I only mentioned the basic idea and theory behind this item. I didn't expect he could make it a reality. Truly a genius." DC picked up the outfit from the table. "Now what we need to do is..." He put the jacket on, affirming, "Attack the Dark World 27th at the Haven Academy Auditorium." The people sitting inside the auditorium fell silent, their eyes focused in one direction. Leo leaned down, adjusting the microphone for the person next to him. Dean began to speak. "This is a message for all guests and students present at Haven Academy." His voice carried through the air. "Everyone in the auditorium, it has been many years since the Dark World became a significant threat to humanity." Leaning closer to the microphone, he said, "During this time, the shield of the legendary Artemis Empire has fallen, and those we cherish. The memories we shared with them are also fading into the past." The students below stood upright, attentively listening, and humanity has been divided. The knights only serve the king, while the king always desires war. The mages, on the other hand, have always hidden in the shadows, but humanity is nearing its end. To overcome this, Haven Academy was built, boldly declaring, "We are made to defeat the Dark World." Many knights and mages from all over the countries gathered at this academy for that reason. His gaze was fixed on one point, despite many years having passed since the first victory. "There is one thing we can never forget," his voice echoed throughout the auditorium. "It's not about winning. We're drawing everyone's attention to the academy." After finishing this sentence, he suddenly paused, and the auditorium fell into silence. The boy in uniform standing in the line for students felt puzzled and looked up. At that moment, he smiled and continued, "What I want everyone to never forget is that your own safety must come first." His final wish echoed throughout the space. "I hope everyone returns safely. We will be here waiting for everyone to come back to the academy." On another side, in a room of Haven Academy's auxiliary building, a man in a brown cloak frowned and asked, "What does everyone think of that guy? He he loudly proclaimed to those in front of him. From now on, you are no longer students, you are warriors. Elite warriors who have earned the title of single ranker. I don't care if you survive or not, the man in the brown cloak raised his fist and shouted loudly. The important thing is to win at all costs. Return victorious. All those standing around him responded in unison. Yes, yes, sir. Then, discussions began to fill the room. DC held a tablet, standing in one spot, when suddenly someone approached and called out, DC. Romantica worriedly advised, the world of darkness is designated. I think we can't go there. DC tilted his head and asked her why. Romantica handed over the tablet in her hand to show him the content displayed on the screen. Read this last part. We need at least 4 members in the party. DC's words became hesitant about that. He turned away, avoiding her gaze. I think I forgot to mention this to everyone. Romantica confusedly asked, what do you mean? DC answered vaguely, you'll see soon. Far away, a pair of high-heeled shoes was approaching. From the tablet Romantica held, a notification sounded, you are allowed to participate in the fight. DC, Ackman, Brams, Nader. While they weren't paying attention, a woman was calmly walking toward them. Romantica heard her name, Romantica. She looked up, confused, wondering, we only have 3 members. How can this happen? While Romantica still didn't understand what was happening, another name was called, Ajax, Kingscrow. Her eyes widened in shock as she heard the reminder, the 4 names should step forward to the second gate, and she didn't know when Ajax had appeared right beside them. Then a scream rang out, 7. A shout of 7 made everyone in the room turn their attention. The blonde man standing on the other side gritted his teeth and asked, what was that scream just now? Over here, Romantica went crazy, gripping DC's shirt. Are you kidding me? You let her join the group without consulting us. DC's face was covered in sweat. Calm down, he said. Romantica shouted back, do you think I can stay calm? Behind, Bram stepped closer and asked, so you left the group, Lam and Giet? Azess smiled friendly and replied to him. Exactly, DC exclaimed. It seems Bram has accepted her now. Romantica heard this and gritted her teeth, turning away. Angrily, she raised her fist and shouted, Bram, come here. Let me explain. Romantica yelled, no matter what, we need 4 people to enter the world. The darkness means we need Aziz in the team. She lowered her head and mumbled, you're something else. In the room, I yelled again. I don't want to. I absolutely don't want to. On the long hallway, Bram's questioning voice echoed. The level 4 dark world is a very dangerous place, isn't it, DC? DC responded, that's right, it's very dangerous. As Pram walked forward, he said, so why? DC reassured him. No need to worry too much, Pram. You defeated the captain of the Magical Tower's guard, which surprised Romantica, making her exclaim. You took down the captain of the guard? Impressive, Bram added. He's a magical swordsman, just like a jest. A jest, hearing his name mentioned, directly asked, so, do you want to fight me? Bram casually replied, of course. Just then, DC tilted his head and noticed Romantica was silent. Following behind them, her gaze radiated danger as she looked at him. DC hurriedly turned around, panicking, silently wondering what he did wrong. He should have discussed this with Romantica